Hey, it's your Bennington show. First thing in the morning on Opie Radio. Jane's Addiction kicks us off. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I am Ron Bennington. Now, you're going out to see Jane's Addiction tonight.
I am. I'm going tonight. This is my first time seeing them, and I am so excited.
Well, you're catching them at their peak.
This is the time.
Yeah.
This is when they've really hit their stride. So
Where's
this
the
is
show?
gonna be perfect. It's in Coney Island at the new Coney Island Amphitheater.
First of all, they should be forced. Anybody that plays that place should be forced to play Coney Island Baby.
That's how every show has to either open or close, and those are your only options.
And I want to play football for the coach. Are you strong enough to sing this slow right now? It seems like you're at the weakest you've ever been.
And then also, Dinosaur Jr. is opening for them.
I saw their dad play. Oh, God, it was wonderful.
Senior?
Yeah, well, we just called him Dinosaur. There wasn't
Right.
any reason to say senior then. I can't even look up at the news, man. Let's Sports Center all three of these, and I'll just see people jacking home runs, and it'll make me feel better. I just can't. I mean, the news is awful. There's nothing we can do about it from here. Trump is not going to make his announcement now.
Yeah, he said he's going to delay it.
Yeah, he goes, why shouldn't I be on the front page? You know?
Yeah, I'm not taking backseat to this.
This stupid truck craziness.
It's so nuts. And it's like this mixture of like, are you numb to it or are you just in shock?
But the numbness seems almost like a nausea now. You know what I mean? It's just like a light nausea that you carry at all times. That's the next thing we need to do. Fear trucks. I mean, there's enough of them. Every time you see a truck, what the fuck is that guy up to?
Yeah, that was one of the things that they were saying is, Israel has this similar thing where they've had terrorist attacks that were, similar to using a car or a truck. And they said the problem is that the fear is just like carried with people everywhere because you're around cars.
It's a 24-hour nausea is what the world has become. Thanks, robots. Thanks, Obama. You guys really made a great future for us. We appreciate it. The whole thing, yeah, we got 3D printing, but then look at all the other shitty stuff we got.
Man, I don't even really understand 3D printing still.
It's nice.
It's awesome.
I don't
Great.
really get it, though.
Yeah. It's like a printer, except for it prints in 3D. I mean, what's not to understand?
Everything about that statement?
Someday that's how food's going to come out. You'll just be sitting at the table watching it being put together.
I even watched a very long special on it, and afterwards I was still very confused, going, what's the materials, though? What are we working with here?
Can't there be a guy with you to explain it to you?
To mansplain it?
Mansplain.
Yeah.
Is that really called that?
That's what they say.
Most things are mansplained these days.
By the way, Chris Stanley up early, putting together his workouts. You talked to the Giants yesterday, and they're excited about you?
They're excited about, 13 days. 13 days till place kicking heaven.
Can I just tell you one thing to do if you want to be a decent kicker, and that's just have a mustache?
Have you thought about this?
As I get closer to the day, full mustache, of course.
Can you grow a full mustache?
Yeah, I can grow a full mustache.
I don't know if you can or
I'm not sure, because I've never seen you go full facial hair. I've seen pictures of you.
Horrifying pictures.
He has a Taliban beard.
Yeah, it seems more like the lower region fills in pretty nicely.
You're talking about his nuts? His lower extremities.
His neck beard to nuts connect.
Neck to nuts. It's the Chris Stanley story.
30 for 30.
He's your kicker. Hey, what number are you picking? Do you know?
I was thinking about number 2.
For shit?
Yep.
That's stupid.
That's dumb.
You can only be like 1 through 9 for a kicker in the NFL. So I don't have many options. And their current kicker is number 3, Josh Brown, that hack.
Their current kicker before me. All right, you're number 2.
There shouldn't be backup kickers, number 3.
Number 2.
It can't be 4 or 5. That's weird. 2 for snake eyes, because I love to gamble.
4 is a good number. It's a very solid number.
I don't know if I like even numbers if I'm playing.
Really?
My backup number is 7. Again, gambling.
Lucky 7.
Yeah, lucky number 7 is going out.
It's a little cliche, though.
Yeah,
why does everyone love 7 so much?
Craps.
Do I ever play that Lucky 7 song for you from that ABC after school special thing?
I don't think so.
All those, this is pre your time, of course, but those things make people just love certain numbers. That whole conjunction junction era, Schoolhouse Rock. Lucky 7 was probably one of the coolest fucking animals that ever lived, that little rabbit.
Oh, I remember this one. See, I remember the grammar ones better.
Stop. There's certain cartoons that get high, and that's one of them. I mean, everything about him is like a dude who gets high.
Lucky 7 is way too chill.
Yeah. And then 3 was actually a pretty fucking cool one.
Well, it's a magic number. Yeah. Yes, it is.
Who covered them?
That would be Shannon Hoon, Blind Melon.
The Shannon Hoon Orchestra.
Yeah. Pulled
that together. 3, it's a magic number. Here he goes. Oddly, I think this is my third favorite Shannon Hoon song.
It's up there.
It's definitely,
man. It's definitely up there.
I don't think we would have ever stopped loving that kid.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. I mean, we still love him, but...
I mean, I love him. Yeah, of course.
But, I guess he's everywhere now or something. Some kind of good thing like that. Now, Stanley was telling me that in this next election, the biggest voting bloc is atheist.
More than the Christian vote.
Of the people who are registered voters, 21% identify as non-religion.
Wait, are you telling me there's not 22% Christians voting? That doesn't make sense. Non-religion is not the same as being an atheist.
It's having no religion whatsoever.
No, that doesn't mean that. Yes, but it doesn't mean that you don't believe in God. You just don't believe in churches. So your poll there, Chris, is skewed, and the headline that you delivered outside with such fever has now gone into you limping backwards. Once we get on the air, where I could use your emotions. So yes, non-religion is certainly not the same as atheist.
Yeah, they could be. Well, it could incorporate people of spirituality.
Yeah, and there's plenty of those. There's plenty of people like, I believe, but I'm not going to a church.
I don't know if he has a big white beard, but...
Yeah. I just think everyone's connected,
I think there's something.
It's just herb smokers. It's definitely a mystery, Fucking man, I can't wait to meet the architect. That's what fucking Quincy Jones said to me once. He goes, man, when you think about it, bees, all that, can't wait to meet the architect who made all this. And I was like, Quincy Jones, you're so fucking cool. Me and you should go cut a record right now.
Quincy, we're best friends, right?
Yeah. Quincy was like 1,000,000 years old when he stopped in. And I saw him in the hall with like a young intern going like this, I'm going to send you some music I want you to listen to. And it wasn't a young dude. You know what I mean? It was a pretty young girl. And Quincy was just like, yeah, man. There's a lot of music I want to hear you talk. She was just like, okay, yeah.
All right.
Let me get your number. I'm going to get your information. That was fucking great.
Flashes of Quincy.
Darla, there's a Quincy on the phone for you?
Yeah, that's Quincy Jones, my new friend.
Quincy Jones? He's a little old for you. He was back in my day with Thriller.
We're just friends.
In our day, we had the VJs bringing us the music after school every day. Martha Quinn was there. J.J. Jackson. Now Quincy Jones is calling here from the Thriller album, the greatest selling album of all time. He's calling for my little girl.
I don't know why you're so confused, Mom.
He's 1,000,000. I'm staying on the phone with you. Quincy, this is Darla's mother. 3 is the magic number. My people are saying it. Yes, Chris's poll is skewed. He has a crooked dick. It's always funny to me when someone is so adamant off the air, right? And then I ask them on the air, and they're like, well, kind of, I don't know. Something happened.
I guess you weren't thinking about the crooked dick factor. You know what? You must have put the article at the end of your dick, and you were reading it like that. And you're not thinking about the fact that it's so crooked.
Very well could have happened.
I didn't know this, so I'm just learning it from the people.
His dick is crooked like that San Francisco street that they're always putting in commercials. Well, we're going to be here for 2 shows today. We're doing this morning and then this afternoon.
It's double trouble, a double shot, Bennington.
I like the idea of calling it double trouble, you know?
They're calling it double trouble now. That's the station that Quincy Jones at.
Yes, Mom, stop embarrassing me. Why are you so confused by everything?
Let's see, they did the Thriller album, they did the Bad album, that came out later. First time I heard it, I go, Bad is the right name for it, you know? But that was a different time, you know? We were all in the 80s, like Back to the Future movie.
But I don't get, there are people that are just actually sitting around debating what number Chris should have. I don't think you should go with a number. I think that you should just put like a stop sign on your shirt.
That'd be awesome. We get a hashtag maybe on there.
Get a mushroom.
Are there any emojis available?
I hope so.
Yours should be K2. That's what you come out to.
Did you hear that 30 people all bought the same K2 batch and were
Not only hear it, but it's on the local news round the clock.
Yeah.
So what's going on with this K2? What is it?
K2 is a synthetic drug that people smoke. That's technically legal, but then it gets turned illegal because people change the chemical reaction to it.
All right, hold on. But see how he backed out of it?
No.
So you don't understand
yes,
what you're
I do.
talking. How could people change the chemical reaction to it?
So there's certain chemicals, like let's say ecstasy. Let's throw that out there. There are chemists out there who make something very similar to ecstasy, but it's not technically ecstasy. So they can sell that for a small amount of time, and then the FDA says
is this
that's
basically K2 is ecstasy?
K2 is a weird mystery chemical that fucks you up.
On fucking TV, they keep calling it synthetic marijuana, and I'm like, that's not.
That's what I thought it was.
Synthetic marijuana. First of all, there's no such. That's like saying, "Oh, want to drink some synthetic milk?" No, because it's not milk then. Synthetic marijuana doesn't have a fucking meaning. But do you have a video of it? Of people just fucking whacked in the street?
Yeah, just wandering. I believe the streets of Flatbush, Brooklyn.
Here's the deal. People, and I don't know why no one says this enough on TV, but people just want to get fucked up.
Yeah.
That's it. Right.
My man over here is twisted. My man can't get up right now. That's crazy.
And it's just
my man ain't fine. What the go? Like, he can't stand up straight. The cops gonna wind up locking him up.
It's everybody on the block is zombie walking.
Oh my
this is up on the
God.
iBank today if you want to see how high these people get in this one neighborhood. But see, this was, look at this.
Oh no.
Oh, hell no. The cops got this one. Look. Nigga dude, young dude too, bro. Look at that.
Yeah, it's going to be a young dude.
That's crazy.
Well, they're moving so slow, they're easy to catch.
They're smoking the K2.
Yeah, Mom. I told you, I'm not smoking any K2.
Back in my day, we had pot. We'd all smoke some pot.
See, here's the deal. If you do your fucking K2, get in your house and do it. Don't do it on a fucking street corner. Like, oh, I got some K2. I'm going to go back to my house, lock the fucking door, and get whacked out.
you can't wait.
I don't want to be caught fucking a fire hydrant and then try to explain it to a cop later.
They're on the hydrants.
Oh no! How many people has this dude caught on camera?
This is all one block. Somebody dropped it off. Everybody got high immediately. Yeah. And here's this guy with his Puerto Rican and American flag, and he's fucking doing that slow motion robot walk.
Area. You have another case.
This guy's on the story. He's got the scoop.
Told you again. Ongoing.
But I mean, this is basically like within a 30-yard fucking radius. 30 people. Oh, look at them! They're just laying all over in the street,
Passed out on top of cars, inside doorways. It's all from the same patch of K2.
Are they shrooming?
No, I told you it's K2.
Well, we would shroom and then go watch The Breakfast Club.
Why?
It was a club of people having breakfast together.
There was nothing breakfast in that fucking movie.
No, in fact, you watched them have lunch.
It should have been the lunch club.
I guess that sounds really dorky for some reason.
In our day, we would smoke pot and then yell and a window would break like Breakfast Club.
It's scientifically impossible, Mom.
And yet it happened.
It didn't.
Or am I thinking Pretty in Pink?
No, it wasn't Breakfast Club.
It was great.
Great.
I love remembering, remembering better times. 3 is a magic number.
Well, there's oh, by the way, Mick Jagger knocked up some young lady. He's 72 years old. 72 years old and having the baby.
Oh, my God.
When the baby gets out of college, Mick is going to be dead.
There's no use trying to figure out what the age is.
Start Me Up was the big song by them.
Yeah, we know, Mom.
You remember Start Me Up?
I just always hate when someone like will bring up the fucking Stones and then it'll be like the shittiest fucking. It's always Start Me Up as if it's a good song. That Mick, he also, I think this is his like 9th kid or some crazy shit.
It's 8th kid.
And he just don't give a fuck.
He just doesn't. He's starting fatherhood over at 72. The perfect age.
Yeah, he's going to do it the same way he did when he was younger. Nothing at all, except for sending checks. Keith is like, okay, it means another tool. He is forced to keep touring.
I think he's going to make a great 72-year-old father.
Well, the chick is 29, right?
Yeah.
Mick is too old to have a daughter that's 29.
Right.
Like when people worry about, oh, I'm too old to have a kid, that's because they're afraid that when their daughter's 29, they'll be 72.
Right.
That's their concern.
I don't want to be 72 when my...
People should just be fucking just asking her all kinds of sexual questions.
Just explain to me.
What were you thinking? But God bless them both. They're happy with it. They can afford it.
Yeah, I mean, they seem thrilled.
That other Jagger kid worked one year on that vinyl show, and then never again. He started punk rock somehow. Then I don't know what happened to it since they cut it out. Who was the person who was so crushed that they... Remember we had
Nick DiPaolo.
Nick DiPaolo was crushed.
Yeah, he couldn't take it.
Saw it as some kind of anti-masculine thing. Just a huge attack on the white man.
Yeah. I know what it is. They're after the white man. They know what we like.
Finally, a masculine show is made for television.
And they have to take it away from us. They're sick.
Pieces of garbage.
Do you think that it is better now that it's like a trend of people waiting till they're older? Not necessarily 72, but more and more are the age where people have their first child is getting older and older. Do you think that's a better thing, or do you think that it is?
I think you're going to be a smarter parent. You're going to have less energy but more wisdom.
Right.
You know, but when you're in your early 20s, it's almost like you've got all the energy in the world, but it's like if the babysitter just stayed there all the time. It's like we've decided to let the babysitter raise the children.
The younger the parent is, the more like I feel just like comfortable. Like they'll just kind of let them off to do their own thing
because you don't know any better.
You don't know any better.
So you're just like, the baby's fine. She's got a knife. So what?
But I think that it's the older parents that started this, like, my child is so precious thing,
right.
Which makes sense because you waited a long time. So it's like, to you, this is like the one little, you have one little egg that you've been carrying around.
Well, here's what happens when you're an older, I can only go for father, but older fathers like this. What are you drawing there, Nicholas? Huh? What does that represent to you?
Right.
Where a younger father's like, go draw in your room.
Right.
Exactly. Just go draw in your room. Like you're still getting to draw.
Right. I still have friends.
Yeah.
I still have friends that I want to hang out with. So you need to go do some other things.
Kids, you kind of wrecked my life a little bit, but I'm willing to play halfway, but I got to go out the weekends. That's why they really say that the best thing you can do is like young parents with grandparents who really raise the kid.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's why they say it takes a village. You're basically saying you need someone smarter than those young parents.
Right. It at least takes a grandmother to raise a child.
Right. Oh, my babies.
But yeah, in my neighborhood in Brooklyn, there's so many older parents. So parents who have their first child in their like 40s, sometimes 50s. And I think that they have this attitude where they find their child to be so precious, but they think that the world will feel the same way. So there's this very common thing that happens where like a kid will be like playing, or sometimes they're being like a little obnoxious, or they're running around and they're just being like free-spirited children. Yeah. But these older parents always will like give you a look like, this is great.
Isn't this? Look at Marshall. Look at Marshall.
This is funny, right? And I'm like, I don't have these feelings for your child. Like I don't. I just.
Marshall's pretending that swing is a moon rocket. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, just
I did the same thing. I wasn't precious.
Or like if your kid says something precocious, like you might find it funny, but then like don't start looking around the restaurant like, did you hear that, guys?
Isn't he something? He can be anything. Yeah, he could be anything, but he won't be. Like everyone else I've ever met. He'll be a disappointment to himself and others.
He's going to blow it.
That's what we do. We all had the shot.
Oh yeah, he'll have dreams of things he wants to do.
You know, I guarantee you, though, I think Obama is like sitting up in bed. You know, Michelle's trying to get him to lay down. He's like, I fucked up my life. Fucked it up. You know, like everyone. That's the whole fucking point of this. You don't do enough with it. Paul in Tampa has some Mick Jagger news. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up that, to put it in perspective, Mick Jagger's great-granddaughter, through his daughter Jade's line, is going to be older than his kid is.
So he's a great-grandfather and then a father after becoming a great-grandfather.
Right.
That's pretty fucking cool in a weird way.
Very weird.
Yeah. Now, if he was a woman, this would be real. I'd be screaming right now. How's this happening? No.
So then that means his kid is going to play with his great-grandkid and be younger than his own. That's bizarre.
Oh, the great-grandkid will be telling his kid, Uncle, Jesse,
right.
Sit down. You're fucking up. All right, what is this iPhone thing you were trying to tell me about?
So there is a new photo that is being passed around.
Okay.
And it's an image of a rug. And somewhere on this rug, there is an iPhone. So everyone is trying to find, it's like another one of those things, like, can you see it?
Is it an invisible iPhone?
No. There is an actual real iPhone.
Chris, get it up. Can you get it up on the big camera here?
Yeah, let me switch it out.
There's no trick to it. It's an actual iPhone. And it is somewhere on there.
Well, so far I can't see it, but that's a smaller monitor that we're on. I think do you know where it is?
I found it, but it took me a very long time. And I started to get very frustrated. Like at first I was like, okay, let me try to find this. Then I started to going over everything. And then I started to get actually mad and started to feel like, if this is a joke, like I don't even get what would be funny about there not being an iPhone here. Like where's the punchline?
That actually is kind of funny though. Everyone's looking for something and you promise them that it's there. All right, I'm trying to see it here. All right, I can honestly say that there's no iPhone here.
It does feel that way.
Now, just a regular square iPhone.
Yes, it is a regular rectangle. Yes.
You just called it rectangle.
Rectangle. It's a rectangle. Yes, it's a regular iPhone. Now, there's no trick to it.
Now, once I see it, will I always be able to see it?
Yes. Like, I'm staring at it right now. Once I found it, I have every time I looked at it again, it pops right out at me.
I can't see shit. There's no iPhone in this picture.
I assure you, there is. I got very frustrated and I thought that I was being punked. But I have not been punked. There is an iPhone in this picture.
Wait. Is it by the table leg?
Where are you pointing?
Like by that white square? Or rectangle, rather? Yeah, right. Is that it?
That is a section that I was studying for a very long time, and that is not it.
Dope.
That is not the section. These things, like, get so passed around, and I'm always, like, waiting, like, for somebody, like, in the comments to spoil it, because I would, like, happily cheat after getting very frustrated.
Like, how long are you talking that you still couldn't find it?
Many,
Where are you going?
many minutes.
Oh. I mean, longer than we are now? I feel like quitting. Anyway, see if you can find the iPhone. It's up on the iBank. Hey, this is the Bennington show today. No, those reads for this show or the next one?
It's the next show.
That's weird. That's completely weird.
Next show.
There's a... there seems to be a lot of nudity today. Now, who exactly is Misha Barton? What's her whole deal?
Misha Barton is an actress. She was in the OC. Oh, yeah, the OC. That's what she's from.
She seems crazy familiar to me, but almost more as a little kid. But she's sitting out, it looks like on this balcony, hoping to fall off in a Greek Isle. Just topless in her jeans, and she puts that on her own Instagram.
Wow, that is a very foxy photo. And it's kind of such a throwback. Like, it's sexy in a very, like, early 90s look.
Okay, that's a good call.
Like, her hair, the jeans, the whole style of it reminds me of, like
Cindy Crawford.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Pepsi
yes,
commercial.
mother. Yes, mother.
She wanted a Pepsi. She was with Richard Gere, who had a hamster in his ass.
You heard that, rumor?
Still can't find the iPhone. I just figured out who she was, or is. Was she the little girl in Lawn Dogs?
I don't know.
She was a little girl in The Sixth Sense.
Yeah, that's where the first
ghost.
time you saw her. You saw her as the little girl who was sickly, and her mother had poisoned her, and then
And
she
she
like
threw up
vomits.
green?
Yeah,
And
that's
she was in Lawn Dogs as well.
Well, that's
Okay.
all I asked. I asked about Lawn Dogs, and you brought up another movie I had to think about. Remember Lawn Dogs?
Yeah, I didn't realize that was the same girl. I
just
did not.
now. I didn't know who she was as an adult.
Well, now
But
I'm
she-
very uncomfortable.
Looking at her tits?
Yeah.
I'm not feeling comfortable at all. I feel pretty good about myself.
I think she had a Mountain 6 in Lawn Dogs. Remember, there was like all kinds of weird
Yeah.
things going on there? She pissed on a car or something?
Yeah, it's been forever since I saw that movie. That movie's so great.
I don't know if it is, because I saw it when it came out. I thought it was great.
But you think it might be dated in those like 90s indie movie kind of way.
Plenty of those, yeah.
Yeah, there's probably a ton of movies that I liked back then that if I rewatched now, I'd be like, oh, that's a little like either heavy-handed or like the dialogue is a little too stylized.
I'm trying to think of the movie I saw last night that had a kind of a 90s movie feel about it in a weird way. It was Mike Birbiglia's movie. Is that his name?
Mm-hmm.
Mike? Who we're doing a thing with. But I think New Yorkers will really get a kick out of this. It's like 6 people, and they're in a improv group, and one of them gets seen by Saturday Night Live, and how does everybody else react to that?
Right. So then this person's going to be moving on up. It's a very funny premise.
It's a premise most people have lived, but have you ever done that thing where you're like, well, there's, Will Ferrell, and there's and who's that other dude that was with them, and they were all so happy together,
And then it's so weird how that stuff happens, because then years later, everyone's like, that's the one who should have made it.
He's the fucking amazing one. Everyone's like, Don't Think Twice is the name of it.
Yeah.
But it did remind me of like a 90s thing. Because, one of the things about the 90s, it was more of a character study than some plot. There wasn't a fucking, it wasn't a bomb that had to be undone within 30 seconds. So I think you'll dig it. I definitely think anyone who's ever, like, immediately I thought of Michelle with one L.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone who like theater and had done some level of theater, but then the difference between that and what it takes.
Is there, I always like a story with the small time whatever. Like, that's why I love all the Christopher Guest movies. It's always funny when it's like you like delve into a world, but it's like a very small world that you normally don't look at.
But here's the thing. This is the difference between this and a Christopher Guest film. These people have talent. They have a following in New York. This isn't people that are, in the sticks somewhere. You're that close. Yeah. You're literally that close. And it happens with stand-ups all the time. I mean, it wasn't that many years ago that, Bill Burr, Amy Schumer, that whole group were like splitting cabs, It wasn't that long ago. And now Burr is riding around in a helicopter and Amy's selling out these giant venues and flying there in a private plane. But think of it this way. Like Mark Norman is in the plane with her, you know what I mean? And he's opening with her, but his life is still vastly different.
Yeah.
Where
then I think you're reaping all the benefits, but then you don't have the stress. It's not a bad position to be in.
It's a temporary position, though.
Right.
That position, you've got to move up for any kind of comfort later in life, because that doesn't go on forever. Because, I knew a lot of people who opened for Dice or Kinnison back in the day, And even though, and I know a lot of guys who became kind of Vegas openers, and there's a lot of money. And like, I was the opening act for Sonny and Cher, and, and you're kind of, I'm staying at the hotel and I get my food and all free. Right. But that doesn't mean that you're going to have a happy retirement. All right, here's another thing that's up on the iBank today. This young lady was attempting to twerk on the UK Big Brother eviction. And, well, you just have to give it a watch. She's very curvy.
Could you show me what a proper twerk is right now?
A proper twerk.
A proper twerk.
She just bust out. Ass bust out of that dress.
She just exploded the back of her dress with her ass. That sounds grosser than it is.
Try to go backwards so we can see it again, Chris. Instead of just paying attention to the screaming. But you'll see her in all, and it goes to show how different they are over there, that the host is so happy that it happened. Now, not only did her ass pop up, but she's basically spreading herself wide open.
The host just started happy stomping and then just dove on her, laughing. See, I knew something was going to go wrong here, because that is not the type of attire that you want to twerk in.
You like yoga pants?
Yeah,
you think she did it on purpose, though?
I don't think she did it on purpose, because her reaction looks so genuinely shocked. And she immediately flips herself around and lays on her back as though that's going to undo what had just happened.
It's the past that's your biggest problem, honey.
The panel of people reacting to it is hilarious.
That makes up for not being able to find the iPhone.
It does make up for it. Because that you're not going to miss.
And yet I'm still looking for the iPhone.
It's right between the cheeks. That's a hint.
That wouldn't be bad.
Well, it's a good place to hide it.
Someone wrote, the reaction is as good as the ass. I disagree. The ass is the whole thing. That's the whole thing to be impressed with.
He has it playing on a loop, and why do I keep watching every time?
It's mesmerizing.
It really is.
Back in my day, we would do the butt.
Mom.
You and the butt.
Nobody does the butt anymore. It's about twerking, Mom.
It's very close stance, though.
It's not far off.
No.
I think there was a lot of people who were around for the 90s were very confused. Twerking, they're like, yeah, we do that. It's called vibrating. No, this is different.
No, this is different. It's twerking.
But the skill set to vibrate. Mm-mm.
All right, someone ruined the fucking iPhone thing for me.
No!
Yeah.
Why would they? That's cruel.
People have to do stuff like that. They have to cheat.
Why do they cheat to win?
I still can't find it.
That's because you don't follow Twitter.
So now that it's been like a hint has been given, can you see it?
Yeah, but it's also a cheat because it's the same pattern.
Oh,
well, it's not the same pattern. It's a floral pattern on the back of the iPhone. So the iPhone case is a floral pattern, but it's not the same. It's just the pattern seems to be hidden within this other pattern.
But you didn't even tell me that. If you would have said, look, it's a cheat. You know, it's just not an iPhone sitting there.
Oh, it's an iPhone case then. It's not really an iPhone.
Thank you, Chris.
It should be called an iPhone case.
But there's an iPhone in it.
But it's a case that's hiding it.
But it's literally camouflaged. But, now I'll never get the joy of finding it myself.
I know, because it is a feeling of...
Thurby did it.
Why would you do it, Thurby?
Now, look, he's acting like he's excited. Vito, you went and found the cheat?
No, I saw it, and I'm really excited that I found it. I feel like a detective.
Dude, you're not a detective. I just fucking gave away the clue. Thurby ruined it for all of us. I hate when you go, I found it after it was explained to me.
Oh, now I found it.
I hate that bit now. You still can't find it, Chris?
Is it the desk? Is it that the actual? Is it like?
Yes, that's it. It's an actual desk. Is an iPhone. What are you talking about, dude? I just told you about the pattern. Yes, the desk is
why the hints don't work on him. He ignores the hints.
You know what? The desk is an iPhone, like in Tron, where the guy just sits there. We still don't have that desk yet.
No,
right?
it sucks.
But
no.
why would that help?
Because it looks cool.
So you gotta fucking send an email with your fist?
Tron's from the 80s.
Yeah, we know, Mom. Why are you always bringing up Tron?
All right, Liz Sets Fire says she hates Letitia and thinks the whole thing was planned. And she put BB UK sucks nonetheless. Yeah, I didn't get caught up in that BB UK. I think they're all, the difference between them and America is America's trying to win $500,000 and they're trying to become insta-famous.
Right. It's much sexier. There's a lot more showmance that leads to actual sex in the house. Where I don't even know how many times that happened on like the American Big Brother.
And I think house guests don't even vote. I think the fans vote for the evictions on that one.
Okay, so being more wild benefits you.
Yeah, so the boring people are voted out, not the best players. We play a game of chess with human beings as pawns, rooks, bishops, knights, kings and queens.
We got rid of that shit season 1.
We did, because you knew the guy with one leg was going to win, because how can you not give it to him? He's only got one fucking leg.
And then we didn't invite
Chris,
anybody to
what are you doing? You're
All-Stars.
scratching all under your shirt.
Yeah, I'm scratching my shoulder. I think it's from, look, for my workouts in the morning, I sweat a lot and I don't get to shower until after the show. So it might be because of that.
Oh, boy.
Why don't you shower before the show? You belong to the gym downstairs now, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if you're not showering before
Well, it doesn't open till later.
or after your workout, when are you showering?
It gets done.
He's saving it up for off season.
I'm worried that you caught that poison ivy.
Don't say that, because I will fucking dig through my skin.
So it's a matter of saying it, whether or not you have poison ivy.
Heavy believer in jinxes.
I can't jinx poison ivy onto your body. It's just a fact. You might already have it.
All right, someone wrote in that Brian Williams made a pun last night about plowing over an hour of news, and people got mad at him because the truck plowed over people.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait on the puns.
I think a good pun has to be used whenever it comes up. It's not going to work.
If
later.
a pun pops in your head, you think you've got to release it into the world. I don't know. Punny humor.
People are actually saying you can catch poison ivy off someone with poison ivy.
Crazy.
I never knew that.
God. I hope I'm not just digging my skin out.
I gave a fist bump yesterday.
So did I.
It's going to take an ocean of calamine lotion.
And you fist bump with him, and then, you immediately start rubbing and touching your body.
Yeah.
Because you're always like kind of scratching.
Yourself.
You're always messing with yourself. That's for your private time. That's for the bathroom or when you're home alone in your bedroom.
Myself to learn.
Not standing in front of your family, pulling on your little fucking crank. Disgusting prick.
I don't want you to feel shame, but never do that again. It's disgusting.
And think about it and feel bad. Doesn't have to be shame, but you should be disgusted with yourself.
All right, disgust.
And also, if you keep doing it, you'll go blind.
All right, there's a picture up on the iBang of I don't know what they are. There's the housewives.
The Real Housewives? I think this is a Real Housewife of Miami.
I've never watched this show before, but I feel like I need to start.
Jesus Christ.
She is beautiful.
All right, that is not a real housewife. That is a model who is married to someone.
That's a Real Housewife of Miami.
But you are right. That is a model face.
That's a model face,
model body,
salty,
model everything.
Model anything?
Model everything.
Joanna Krupa.
What?
Joanna Krupa is her name.
I thought you said Joanna Krupa.
We had Brooke Shields back in the 80s. Endless Love.
Yeah, Mom, I know. You don't have to just keep
the song
naming.
Endless Love, how good it is.
Yeah, I know you like it a lot.
My first love. There's only you in my shorts.
Hey, we're going to be in Montreal. Come up and meet us and greet us, but you're never going to defeat us.
It's happening July 29th and 30th at the Montreal Just for Laughs Comedy Festival. For tickets to the Unmasked and to meet us, you go to the ibang.com and on the front page.
Why did you panic?
You click on the Unmasked and heading to Montreal.
Why don't you just take your time?
Yeah.
Stop pretending that you're announcer man.
Slow ride it. You know
just
what I mean?
be yourself.
Slow ride it.
Just like if it was Chris saying this.
Okay. All right. You go to theterrabang.com.
Why would you say you go? Who are you talking to? Me?
I was talking to the listeners.
Yeah.
If they want to meet us at Montreal Comedy Festival, you go to theterrabang.com. You click on the link Unmasked and heading to Montreal. You sign up there.
Italian to Montreal, he said. Why would you say Italian to Montreal? You click on the link Italian to Montreal.
Unmasked is heading to Montreal.
There's no way anyone would have gotten that.
There's a link on the iBang. It says Unmasked is heading to Montreal.
Now I'm confused. You keep saying Interrobang and iBang. Which one is it?
It's the same thing.
He stops himself. The iBang. iBang Italian to Montreal.
Heading to Montreal. Click on that link.
He's getting sadder.
He's staying with it.
You get tickets.
You can go Italian to Montreal. And then that big slug. Just this.
Need some water.
Paddock. Come meet us in Montreal. It's going to be fun. I've heard from so many comics that want to hang out. Our social calendar is just packed for Montreal.
I know. We're going to be a bunch of busy bees.
We're going to be like the bachelors that were forced to spend 15-minute dates with each.
That actually sounds kind of fun.
I give a rose to Tom Rhodes. Barry Crimmins gets a rose.
Nice. I was hoping Barry would get a rose.
Vito's not going with us, right?
Vito, aren't you coming with us?
This is news to me if I'm not.
That doesn't make sense. Are you coming with us or not?
I believe I am. Don't tell me I'm not now.
Well, you're saying I believe I am. I have no idea.
Yes, he is.
Is Coach going?
No. Coach
Why?
is...
Can't bring interns on trips because we're not allowed to be friends with them.
Oh, yeah. We can't be friends with interns.
It seemed like at first they said that we are not allowed to consume alcohol with interns,
Right.
but then as it went on, it seems now just no socializing with them. Don't even look at them.
I just found this out. We're not supposed to massage them.
Bullshit.
No, come on. What if their muscles are all tight?
What about Italian to Montreal?
Heading to Montreal.
Go ahead and say it like a person would, though.
Communist in Montreal.
Communist in Montreal.
We're coming to Montreal. And,
just relax and settle down. You just said communist to Montreal.
That's weird.
What did you mean to say?
We're coming to Montreal.
Why would you even say that?
Okay. You go to theinterrobang.com.
Oh, God. No, it's turned into a negative thing instead of a positive. We're going to go up and do a Help Stanley talk in Montreal instead of a TED talk. Here is Sal. Hey, Sal, what's up?
Ronnie.
Yeah.
Hey, we got trouble in Charm City. We need Pepper Hicks' help.
What do you
The number one kicker in the NFL, Pepper Hicks. We need him. We got the number 2 kicker, Justin Tucker. I call him Mother Tucker. He's out. Not going to sign. What can we do to get Pepper Hicks and the Ravens purple?
Let me tell you something, Chris. That is a town that loves its football.
Yeah.
True.
You're going to go down there and be treated like a king. You should be open to this.
Not interested. New York Giants are bust.
That is bust.
Nope, it's going to be New York Giants. I'm training hard.
If they passed on you, would you be willing to think about other teams?
No, not at all.
Let me just make an announcement. Chris Stanley, Italian to Baltimore.
Look, the Ravens
never happen.
The Ravens have a cool uniform.
Not interested.
It's a nice.
Did they?
I think so.
I'm not crazy about it.
I like. I think it's a good
I think
look.
it looks like a fake, like a movie. Like you're in a movie. Some team that doesn't really exist.
It's any given Sunday.
What were those teams' names? They had like a bunch of.
The Miami Sharks, wasn't it?
The New York Knights.
You feel like you're high. And then the Knights was also the baseball team in the Natural.
They know what they were doing.
Yeah, they know exactly what they were doing. They did the same thing as they just, for some reason, they hate to use the real team names. I guess because it shows that the doctors are shooting people up with heavy drugs.
Right.
And everyone's getting messed up.
I could see you in purple.
I hate it. I hate the color purple. I think the raven is just a shitty bird.
Why is it shitty?
What's shitty about it? It's a very cool bird.
I don't like it.
Quote the raven?
Never once. That's Chris Stanley. Wants nothing to do with a raven.
No. I want to do with Giants.
All right, the Pennywise photo was up. And Gail, this is something that freaked you a little bit?
Yeah, so this is the new Pennywise, which is Bill Skarsgård is going to be the new Steven.
What else has he done?
I don't know. He's done like a couple. Is he a British actor?
Is he related to Peter Skarsgård?
He's a handsome fella. This is going to be a very foxy Pennywise.
But everyone's afraid of the picture.
Yes. I mean, the clowns are pretty universally hated to begin with. But yeah, everyone is bugging out. It's, I would say, on par with the original Pennywise because it's clown makeup. It's just terrifying.
And what's he do? He's the one that drags children into the sewers?
Yes, exactly. I think maybe Pennywise, to me as a kid, seeing it was the scariest character of any horror movie I had seen.
I never was afraid of clowns. There's a picture of my cousin and I when we were very little, posing with the scariest fucking clown. Scarier looking than Pennywise. And you can see that we weren't freaked about it, but you could also see that we had zero entertainment. Like, I never thought a clown was funny. I felt like, even though I didn't know the word hack when I was a child, right. I felt the feeling you do when you see a hack.
When I was a kid, my brother and I decided that we wanted to rent it from Blockbuster. And so it was a 2-tape, like on VHS. So it's 2 tapes because it was a long movie. And the previous people had put each one in the wrong box. So we watched the second tape first and watched the end of the movie. And then we're like, something about that feels very final. I don't know where it's going to go from here. We were so confused. We're like, yeah, it just feels very definitive, right? And then we're like, damn it, we missed the whole first half of the movie because the second half is them as adults. The first half is them as kids. So then we watched the first time. We're like, this is way scarier. He's victimizing children. Like we had not had any reference point. Because that's where like they all float down here. That's like towards the beginning of the movie.
By the way, just hearing this story again, this is why you don't want to have young parents. We're just like the kids. Pick out your movie and play it yourself.
Vague, but yes, you can rent this.
In the meantime, we're going to try to pick up The Neighbor. Enjoy yourself, kids. Now, people have a clown thing that runs deep, but I wonder why clowns even became a thing in the first place. And they've been around for hundreds of years, right?
Yeah, and
what is it about makeup?
I don't know what it is. I think it's like that it hide like that like kind of painted emotion really freaks everyone out, either painted with a smile or painted with a frown. I think that has something to do with it. Just like I don't know. They always seem to be very dead-eyed. I can actually remember the moment that I realized that clowns were scary. Because you're right. When you're very little, you don't really think of it that way. You're just like, oh, it's a clown.
Yeah.
But I had this like porcelain clown that somebody had given me when I was a baby, and it was propped up in my room. Actually, I believe it was like a friend of yours, like a comic or something.
I can't remember.
And I remember I was laying in bed looking at it in the middle of the night and being like, wait a second, that thing is terrifying. Like, it's been around my whole life, and all of a sudden I was looking at it being like, that is scary, and I don't know why.
It's watching over you like Satan. Just enjoy it. Now, and I do think the clown dolls are probably scarier than clowns.
Yeah, a clown doll. Now you're combining two hated figures.
But wasn't that even the movie Poltergeist, that they were afraid of a clown doll?
Yeah, there was a clown doll that kind of attacked one of the children, I think, that was then possessed. But I think for the clown reason, I think Pennywise, hands down, the scariest horror movie character.
Scarier than Halloween and all that?
I think so, yeah.
I felt Michael Myers would be pretty terrifying because there's the blank face mask. There was nothing there. You could never tell what he was fucking
I just felt like he was a mean goalie. No one ever brings it up, but I think he had a real hockey background.
Yeah.
And I think the smartest thing to do would be have him skating after someone.
But if somebody just walked in here with a hockey mask on, you'd be like, that's pretty weird. But if Pennywise walked in, we'd be like clawing at the windows trying to break it.
You don't think that the Joker is scarier than Pennywise?
I think that, they're on par, but I think that Pennywise is scarier than the Joker because he's a maniac, he's like psychotic, and his target is children.
So that's the thing that makes him scariest, that he's just a giant kid toucher.
I found the sewer part the worst part of that whole thing. Sort of like the box art where he's just like looking out from the fucking gutter.
Yeah, we all float down here. That's when he pulls the kid through the...
Dude, when I was a kid, fucking older guys threw this guy a friend of mine, into the fucking sewer and closed the top.
Oh, God.
Put it on, and then stood on top of it while this fucking kid was screaming in the sewer. And the weird thing is none of the rest of us kids even moved.
Oh, my God.
Not only could we hear the fucking screams of our friend through the sewer, right? And this is the kind of sewer that you can see, into the street where living people. So we could see him freaking out, and we could hear him scratching at the thing. But we also saw the kid standing on it, and the joy and the evil fucking thing of his laughter while he was doing it. It was fucking crazy.
I think that's the problem with the clown thing. It's like they enjoy the torture. Like,
sure. Like Nazis did too.
Yeah, like without emotion can be scary. Sure, like, a blank face. Like, you see that all the time in like super, villains or whatever when you're not. But I think it's scarier to see someone emote, particularly if it's like, ooh, I really love hurting other people.
Here's Matt in Tennessee.
Hey, I was actually a little sheltered as a kid, never got to watch the It movies or Stephen King or anything like that. So my first introduction with clowns was Doink the Clown, and I was afraid of him because there was a guy named Matt Bourne that played him just like the It character, very creepy, and it scared the crap out of me. I had these little clown figurines that I could not go near after seeing Doink the Clown.
How did you feel about Dink?
Oh, he was very scary. Look him up sometime. Matt Bourne, the original.
We all know
Doink.
Matt Bourne.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I've met him before.
Good Lord.
But yeah, he took that thing, and that was just an attack on children. You know what I mean, that was just an attempt to make little kids even scarier.
Did you find Mabel Doink to be scary?
I thought Mabel Doink was lovely.
He actually turned me around on clowns.
I'm trying to think of the scariest movie character of all time. You know, because you can limit it with clowns because you're just stuck as, for children. But what scared you the most, Vito? What movie character?
I didn't watch horror movies as a kid, but going in Blockbuster and seeing the picture of Hellraiser with the pins, I couldn't walk in the horror aisle.
I had the same exact experience. I remember that so vividly as walking down the aisle, the horror aisle in Blockbuster, seeing Pinhead and just being like, I never want to see that movie. I still haven't. That's all I know of Pinhead, and I don't like it.
I'd be like, Mom, I'm going to walk through the drama section. I can't deal with this today.
See, to me, that just looks like Slipknot. Like if Slipknot made a movie.
Yeah. I didn't have the Slipknot reference point then. To just go, oh, he's just Slipknot is all. But
it's really weird when you think about people making horror movies. Like some studio head has to go, you know what? We are going to scare the piss out of children.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to sign off on this. Make it happen.
This is horrifying.
Now, they actually say that horror movies are the most fun to make. Like they're the most fun on set because it's very silly because you're seeing everybody in costume and that there's like no tension.
You think that they wonder, like, I don't think this is going to scare anyone. It's just me with pins in my face. Why would that be scary?
Dumb.
This is rubber.
John Rockland. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Hey.
So, the clown in It, played by Tim Curry, who's the butler for Blue. I always found it kind of funny. He kind of took me out of it. It never really scared me. I can't believe he got scared by Tim Curry.
Well, first of all, Tim Curry could be a frightening person, but remember they didn't have the backlog that you did.
Right. But I also knew him as Frankenfurter before I had seen It, and I still was terrified of him.
And he was the devil in Legend. That was
he's done a lot
scary
of
fucking character.
That was the Tom Cruise movie?
The Tom Cruise movie, yeah.
I don't think I've ever really seen that either. I've seen clips of it. Hey, Bill. Bill, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How are you?
Hey, man.
So, I'm older, but the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang scared the crap out of me.
I have referenced this recently as like one of the scariest characters to me. Like he is terrifying. Again, victimizes children, and he has a long nose that is very phallic, so it's already like implying that he's like
gonna dick them.
Yeah, exactly. And he's like he uses his nose to sniff around and look for children. Terrifying.
The idea, your big thing is somebody coming and getting the children.
Yeah.
You don't care about adults. Like Hitler wouldn't have scared you unless he was rounding up 6 million children.
Yeah.
844 Rock God, 844 Rock God, talking about the scariest movie characters of all time. And Chris, what about you?
I always found Jack Torrance being pretty terrifying when I watched this Shining when I was a little kid because I had a bad dad. So it was just like, this whole thing could fall apart.
But did your dad ever sit around typing and stuff like that?
When he's typing.
But he did yell a lot.
Yeah. Did he?
Yeah.
And what did you do? Run to your mom when you start yelling?
Oh, no, I just went to the bedroom. Like, they can fucking figure this out because they were just yelling at each other.
Mm.
Yeah, Jack Torrance is very scary, but I've said before, I think the scariest moment in that movie, like the thing that really stuck with me as a kid, was that weird thing where like that dog math man is blowing the other guy.
Yeah.
I thought it was a pig head.
I think, or maybe it's a bear face. It's some sort of animal, but it's just like, to me, that was like my first, like, being like, what are they doing to each other? And it was just really fucking freaked me out. Yeah, so there he is, this weird bear.
I think it's a bear pig.
Some sort of bear pig dog. And he's blowing the guy in the tuxedo.
I always thought the old lady in the bathtub was pretty fucking scary as shit.
That was fucked up.
Just any old ladies in bathtubs always get to me. Here's Paul. Paul from Strong Island.
How you doing, Ronnie?
Hey, man, what's up?
The one that always got me as a kid was Chucky from Child's Play.
Yeah, people always are afraid of Chucky, and it's a clown doll.
Yeah. Again, yeah, people really dislike dolls.
I don't blame them.
That's a very big phobia. It's very common.
Here is Jimmy.
Hello, Ron.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, two scary movies, two characters, and I think it's the understated part of their characters that makes them so awful. Either one of the Cape Fear movies, the Max Cady character with either Robert Mitchum or De Niro.
Yeah.
And then second, oh God, I just lost what my other one was. So I'm going to have to stay with those two, but just that calm presence and just kind of completely losing it and knowing after seeing them do it once how horrible it's going to be later on.
I'm going to help you with it because they've written it up here. It's the Christopher Waltz character from...
thank you. Yes. Yeah. Just that scene in the farmhouse and just sitting there drinking a cup of tea and knowing that, you know, someone's demise is coming very quickly was very upsetting to watch that.
He also, the fact that he spoke so many languages, and you're like, why would somebody who could take the time to be so educated also be so evil and sadistic?
Yeah, like in your journey for education, at no point did you just pick up empathy.
The Max Cady thing was awful because he was just relentless, like Jaws.
Yeah.
Like there was
nothing would stop him.
Ever thought. You're like, dude, don't you do anything else? Or don't you even think about your own freedom? But no, not at all. Here's Jim. Jim, what's up?
Hey, how's everybody?
Hey, man.
Hey, one of my scariest moments from TV as a child, and yes, I'm a little older also, was the original Orson Welles' War of the Worlds, when the aliens are going around the farmhouses, sticking their long robot necks in, looking through each room. Scared me to death.
Well, what is it about, like, children, I think, even have a better imagination to put themselves in the movie.
Yeah. I think that is probably the key to why children are more likely to have, like, nightmares immediately after seeing a movie, where you're like, okay, so this is something I'm going to dream about in sleep for the next 2 weeks, at least.
I guess it's because they can't think about a film set or a cast.
Right. I guess this is real. Somehow they documented this horror.
But I do find that thing about aliens because of the fact that we're all just on one rock in the middle of this fucking endless blackness. It's the only place that you could even live. And what do? We fucking run into each other with trucks. You know what I mean? We fight with each other. It's insane when you think about it. Here's Patrick in Michigan. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
I was a kid. I was a kid when I saw Westworld, and Yul Brynner scared the crap out of me. And I remember later
King and I.
Well, that's just it. My mom and dad put on The King and I, and I'm terrified because I'm looking at Yul Brynner. I'm like, he's a robot.
Well, they're making a Westworld TV show that's starting this year. I think HBO's doing it.
Yeah, and I think it comes out in October.
But there's the thing that they did in that movie was Lifeless Eyes.
Yeah.
I think it's also why we're afraid of sharks, too, is that their eyes just look like there's zero mercy there at all.
Black eyes, like a doll's eyes.
Let's go to Eric, Colorado.
Morning, Bennington.
Hey, man.
When I was about 5 or 6 years old, my father and I were sitting on the couch watching the original movie The Blob. I am 48. I have never seen a horror movie of any sort since then. That movie scared me so bad I crawled under the couch. My dad actually had to lift.
First of all, you must have been a thin kid. Second, the fact that you've never watched another horror movie.
That is the last time I get this.
And what scared you was Jell-O. Just a giant amount of Jell-O. Nothing moves slower than the Blob.
Oh, man, I remember this was on like once late night TV, watching it when I was pretty young. I'm thinking like, I'm aware this is stupid, but I'm still really scared of the Blob. And it was slow moving too.
No, yeah, it didn't.
It's like, if you can't outrun the Blob,
Get out of town.
You don't deserve to live at that point. Hey, Peter in D.C.
Hey, good morning. I think that still to this day, I'm 38, and it still freaks me out, is the Kane character from Poltergeist. He's that old, creepy guy.
Yeah, just walking along. He was walking down the road.
Oh,
yeah. He wore, like, that black hat and like the suit, and he was like, "Let me in, Carolyn." Most freakish thing ever.
Yeah, and he's just like so thin and gaunt and like. Ugh.
It took till Poltergeist which was in the 80s, right?
Back in the 80s.
Before they made a horror movie about people who had a regular house. Like before that, it was a house of horrors. You would pull up, and you're like, and you'd be a kid, and you were like, well, why would anyone live in a house that looked like that? You
Right,
know?
a big old spooky haunted house. Yeah.
I would never go in that house. But Poltergeist looked like our house, and everyone we knew house, and the kids looked like us, and the bedrooms looked like our bedrooms. So that fucking terror that came out of that. And if you remember in Poltergeist, and this was brilliant, when it first started to happen, the mom thought it was great. Mom was like, "Watch this."
Yeah, like
she's kind of
got this, like, she's kind of got this hippy dippy kind of new age vibe. Where she's like, no, there's something really like special about this house. You know, she's not terrified. She's kind of fascinated by it.
And it turned into the worst fucking thing that could ever happen to any fucking human being ever.
It's a portal to hell.
It's a poltergeist.
Your house is clear.
You're right. You go.
Wow, she was as scary as anyone.
I know.
We were not ready for her. Let's go to Mike in Philly.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
When I was a kid, because of Pennywise, I was terrified of Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Couldn't watch it. Sisters used to pick on me, and my parents rented this movie called I think it was like a PG-13 movie called Pulse, and the house was trying to kill everybody in it. Scared the shit out of me. Haven't watched a horror movie since.
You done with it, man? I think it's amazing how many people are like, nope, done with it.
That doesn't make me feel good, so I'll never do this again.
It's smart. Because none of these are good movies.
No. My boyfriend always wants to watch movies, like scary movies late at night. No, that's not a feeling that I want to have. I want to do like things that make me feel good and nice.
But you know why he wants to do that?
Why?
He just wants to feel something. Anything.
He's dead inside. And then he'll fall asleep. He'll put it on 5-10 minutes into the movie. He's asleep. I'm like, this is going off. I'm not watching this shit alone.
Put on some Mel Brooks. Hey, look at this. It's Hard Rock Johnny. He's calling from Crab Spot.
Johnny.
Bennington's.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I have two that always scared me. One, flying monkeys in The Wizard of Oz.
Horrifying.
Always just terrified. And the other one is an odd one, but from the $6 Million Man, Bigfoot, just scared the piss out of me. It might have been just because I was a little kid at the time, but just so scary.
Bigfoot used to have some trouble with $6 Million Man, which goes to show you the writing of that show. But it's always thing of people of a certain age. You know what I mean? Whatever age you happen to be for that thing that can't be controlled.
Yeah, I think that was the experience of Pennywise. Like, if I saw that movie now, I'd be like, no, there were some creepy parts to that movie.
Right.
I don't think you would hang on to it the way that, like, you just get a hold of that, your imagination. You're just like, hey, is that guy real?
Yeah.
Because it kind of feels like he's real.
And the thing is, like, that will still trigger you when you see that particular movie today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if you saw a new movie like that, you're not paying attention. But there, yeah, it'll happen to you. All right, thanks, Jenny.
Later, Bennington.
Johnny.
Johnny.
Yeah. Did you see that picture of Johnny with Earl yesterday?
Oh,
yeah, it's so great.
Earl's head's getting so big, though.
Yeah, I know.
His head never used to be that big.
He's a growing boy.
But he's growing. Like, how could your head keep growing?
I don't think it's healthy.
For him, it is.
Maybe he's getting smarter.
Couple of engineers.
They're just loving life, aren't they?
Why? Why would you even say that?
They were laughing. I saw them laughing.
They're allowed to enjoy their job.
Jason.
The Jason?
Hey, Ronnie.
Me. I'm the answer.
What's up?
Hey, Ronnie, I got the all-time that's going to end this. Linda Blair from The Exorcist.
Again, if you were a certain age and you saw The Exorcist, you don't get over it. I don't know if The Exorcist would scare little kids as much today. Takes too long to get to her.
Yeah, you think
there's a lot of boredom that takes place. But if I watch The Exorcist, I actually feel cold. Like I'm freezing. I couldn't even tell you why. Is it because maybe I saw it in a cold theater? I don't know. But The Exorcist makes me feel like the air conditioner's too high.
Oh, this gave me chills right now thinking of it.
Yeah.
That movie's terrifying.
Hey, why don't we take a break here? We'll be right back. Bennington. Jane's Addiction, our band sitting in today. Of course, Jane's Addiction playing tonight in Brooklyn. They're going to be Coney Island Babies.
They're going to be Coney Island Baby at the Coney Island Amphitheater. And I can't wait. This is my first time going to the amphitheater.
Is that right?
And I think it's going to be a very cool way to see them.
I think it's going to be a great night. Nice, hot summer night.
Yeah.
Now, we were all singing along with Jane Says. Chris Stanley is the only person I've met in my life who sings Jane Says in a lower register.
Yes.
Did you notice that?
It was a baritone.
Yeah. Now, were you aware of that you're not doing the Perry sing? You sing like Chris Stanley.
That's as high as I go.
It's just Jane Says.
Jane Says. Gone away to Spain.
Fez has already complained to me about Chris today, saying that Chris, you know how he tried this, he was so enthusiastic about the 21% of atheists, which became non-religious, and then Fez looked it up and said that that the Christian vote was 35% in the 2014 elections. That beats Stanley's 21% non-religious without even counting Jews and Muslims.
I'm talking about 2016, not 2014.
Are you saying that they're going to go from 35% 2 years ago to under 21%?
How many people have turned their back on the church, according to you?
I'm talking about these are my numbers.
I know, but the thing is, why bring up something that you don't even believe in yourself? And, Watley's willing to go out there and get fucking factual information.
I misread what
you made it up. You did not misread. Misread would be if you came back and got the number itself wrong. You got even the entire concept incorrect.
Thank God we have Fez. Thank God.
And thank the devil we got Chris Stanley.
Thank you, devil.
And Vito, where are you at? What's Vito bringing to the table today? Gail, what's up in Vito's world?
Well, Vito shared with me a video that was pretty disgusting.
So there's this guy on the subway who's eating a whole stick of butter. And at first I was really disgusted by it, but then I thought about it, and there's some spreads that I like to eat straight that people find disgusting. Like me personally, I can eat some fucking cream cheese with a spoon and be happy, but other people look at me like I'm some kind of monster for doing it. And not flavored cream cheese, just like plain cream cheese.
There's a difference, though. I'm not even going to give you. There's a difference between cream cheese, which is a cheese,
right? Cream cheese, and I still think that that's a weird thing to do. By the way, it's not. It's not a yogurt. It's not a pudding.
No, I understand that, but it's also not a condiment either.
Right.
It's a spread.
But it's cheese. People eat cheese and crackers. You have cheese on a platter. Cheese, I'm not weirded out by.
And cream cheese has the flavor of cheese, where butter just sounds like it just tastes like fat.
Yes.
So it's just pure fat.
You're having a bite of fat, but a guy on the subway eating butter means it's just another insane person on the subway. It doesn't mean anything beyond that.
Like, there probably are some condiments that you could maybe taste, but what this guy is doing is
trolling,
is unwrapping straight butter.
Salted? Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And he bites off a massive hunk. Actually, that's making me a little bit nauseous.
I could do a hot butter, probably, like a bite of it. Like a nice warm.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by
like
warm
melted?
butter?
Like, the rate where, like, a knife would go right through it. Like, I could eat that by itself. That's tasty. Especially, like, I can't believe it's not butter. I can't believe it's not butter I could probably have a few spoons of. I'll even spray it in my mouth sometimes.
This guy has taken a bite that I would say is maybe like 3 to 4 tablespoons of butter in his mouth.
This is a Subway prank. This is someone attempting to go viral. He's not enjoying a snack. He is trying to go viral. That's it. Because look how close the shot is on him. You're not going to be able to do that if you're just trying to catch a weirdo.
Oh.
This is a made-up thing. People complaining about what version of Jane Says. They can't believe that Chris didn't play the live version. The live version is pretty much the standard radio version. But Chris is not a standard radio guy.
You get a little something different with him.
Look at Fez even caught him today, bringing in the wrong numbers on the show.
I went album version for Jane Says.
How come?
That's what I had at the time. I should have played the live version off of YouTube.
And now he's getting to be like the on the spectrum guy explaining this stuff instead of being a regular person. That's the version I played.
You haven't been caught eating butter. You don't need to have shame.
Forget your shame for 5 minutes.
Chris, is there any condiment or spread or topping that you could eat completely straight?
I could eat mustard straight.
Mustard?
Do you?
I don't, but I could. I'll.
Well, we all could do this.
But is there any that you actually do it? Like this guy, whether it is for a video, he's eating butter straight. Vito claims to take a spoon to cream cheese and eat it like a pudding. Is there any topping, condiment, or spread that you can do that to?
I would sip the movie butter popcorn. I'd put it into a cup and sip it in the movie theater.
You would never do that.
I love it. I used to. I can't do it anymore because my stomach is. I'm getting older and my stomach just is fucking wrecked.
This is something that you would ask for what? A cup?
Well, no. At the movie theater, it's a self-serve butter fucking dispenser.
Right, and so you put it in.
I would ask for a cup.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Water, and then
you would drink butter.
Yes, I did this in Astoria.
No, you didn't.
I swear to God, I did.
I don't believe this.
Because that's oil. That's not even butter.
Yeah, that's not real butter.
Oil.
It's not even real butter.
No.
And
they don't call it butter.
And you retched when you saw this guy eat a stick of cold butter.
Because I can't do it anymore. I've destroyed myself.
The only weird topping that I can think that I eat straight, and it's not even that weird because I don't understand why it's not a snack, is those like French onions that you put on like a green bean casserole?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why those aren't just considered sold in bags like chips. I find them to be so good. And I love making green bean casserole mostly because I sit there and snack on those little crispy onions while I'm making it.
What if they gave you like icing in a tube? Could you sit around and just kind of squeeze that tube of icing into your mouth?
I could never do that. Never. Because I think too much icing even on a cake hits the back of
All
the
right,
throat.
let me bring this up to you. Children.
Yes, a
Children
child.
would do that because it's better than the Pixie Sticks. Take the butter guy off. It's a troll made-up thing. This isn't real.
But he did really bite it.
Oh, yeah, he did. But this is no different than the other prank show that they used to prank people.
Does melted cheese count as a condiment or a topping?
Yeah, you can count it if you want to.
Because I eat that too.
Like nacho cheese?
Like if there's leftover, like after I finish the nachos, if there's a bunch of cheese left over, I'll just take a spoon and just.
How did you end up with a weight problem? I don't get it.
Are we talking, because there's two types of nacho cheese, a real like melted sliced cheese,
No.
or you're talking about that like weird sauce.
That hot button that they press at baseball games.
I'm almost queasy just thinking about that.
And I don't really like the term hot button. It makes me uncomfortable.
But why does a chip make it better for you somehow? Oh, you have it with a chip, then you're a normal person. Off a spoon? Disgusting.
Yeah. So if you ate, let's say 2 tablespoons of that cheese straight, everyone would be disgusted. But if you gave somebody a large bowl of it and watched them sit there and dip chips in it, the quantity is way bigger, and you would never judge them.
This is what I call paradox. You're not going to get out of this. This is a paradox situation. But you're never going to see a kid in the fucking fridge getting caught with his finger in the mustard the way Chris was lying about.
Could you imagine if you had to face those types of dips? Like after you sat there, let's say you're watching a football game and you're eating chips and dip or something like that, and then you were forced to look at afterwards the amount of dip that you had just consumed over a couple hours. Like a cereal bowl full of dip.
But even guacamole, why is that disgusting on a spoon? And totally accept it on a chip.
Right, but if you ate, let's say, a sliced piece of avocado, fine. But if somebody just grabbed the guacamole bowl, oh, this is
delicious
so good.
with a
Do you mind
spoon.
if I have the rest of this?
I don't care much for chips, but I love guacamole. Thank you for this. You'd be like, I can't be in the room with this guac fucking freak.
It's disgusting.
The horror. Hey, Dan in Florida.
Hey, buddies.
Hey, man.
Hey, I could eat like a whole bag of croutons without like 1 ounce of salad or any vegetables. I just love fucking burnt dried bread, I guess. I don't know, with seasonings and shit.
Bread.
Delicious.
Yeah. It's seasoned stale bread.
It's old toast. Here's Steve in Queens.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Eating butter like that, it sounds kind of gross, but it's the type of thing that you do at like 3 o'clock in the morning when there's nothing else in the fridge. And I must say, I have done it myself.
You have eaten butter straight. In that
there's nothing else for that. I'm half asleep. Yeah, it has to be salted butter, though. I will say that.
Oh, yeah,
I would not eat unsalted. I would never do that.
All right, let me just think about this for a second. This is worse than if you got up in the middle of the night, wrapped the belt around your neck, and tried to die.
Groggy.
All right, somebody wrote this. Once sat and ate a 16 ounce of sour cream.
That's actually, I think I could do that easier than like butter or cream cheese. Like sour cream is pretty delicious.
I'll just have a tube of icing, please.
What kind of sour cream? Like the thick sour cream or the liquidy sour cream?
What do you mean by a liquidy sour cream?
Chipotle has kind of like a fluidish sour cream.
Can I tell you why?
Fluid.
Because it is not, it's warm. Like when it's not fresh out of the fridge, I think that's why it loses its consistency.
I prefer that sour cream.
And then it'll congeal inside of the burrito, which is I've discovered, which is pretty nasty once you get to that part.
Do you guys ever read the paper before you go out for lunch?
Try not to.
Smart.
I mean, they're on a quest to get a
party for 9.
A party for 9. They're trying to hit Chipotle at least 3 times a week minimum.
Why is that? Because it's the closest possible place?
No, because I got a rewards card and I really like rewards programs. So I'm just trying to hit that 9-person party you get if you get 3 burritos a week. So I'm giving my card to everybody in the building when they go downstairs. And I'm going to invite them to my party.
You're an advertiser's dream, kid. You are what they sit around talking about every single day. How they can make up something to make people do things that they don't necessarily even want, to hope at the end of it they get something.
I got something extra.
You're the fucking rube walking down the midway.
Yeah, but I got them tricked because I give my card to other people.
But
they're getting more business. They don't feel tricked by getting people to go to their place.
But I'm reaping all the benefits.
Yes, you're the winner. Thank you.
I'm reaping all the benefits.
Hey, Jay.
Yes.
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
Great.
Good. The one thing I wound up doing, I used to just put it on the sandwiches and stuff, but hot sauce. I could just drink it straight out of the bottle.
That, again, is horrific.
That sounds like an ulcer waiting to happen.
And yet it's the same amount of hot sauce if he would have been putting it all over his chicken or steak or literally every fucking thing people eat now.
Yeah.
Like, I got to have hot sauce on my potatoes.
But it's not diluted, so I feel like, at least, like a tablespoon of hot sauce that would
Makes
be
the medicine go down.
like mixed among your meal. It's not the intensity of taking it just like off the table.
You may even have a point there. I didn't even consider it that way, but I think hot sauce is the worst thing. It's the worst habit to get into. It's worse than heroin for people. You'd be better off just doing heroin every time that you ate.
Yeah, I've gone through some phases where I got a hot sauce that I liked, and then like a week later had to be like, I need to stop with this because I'm putting it on everything, and now everything tastes like it. And then you're not really tasting food.
Trevor Van says, my daughter says you can eat whipped cream by itself. It's weird that we view whipped cream one way and ice cream. It's perfectly fine to just sit down and eat a bowl of ice cream. Eating a bowl of whipped cream, disgusting.
It's gross.
It's weird. Jason, what's up?
How you doing?
Hey.
How about when you're down at the bottom of a pickle jar drinking the pickle juice?
That has never happened to me. I've never found myself treating pickle juice like a beverage.
It's like a giant pickle bag, but there's no liquor involved. It's just the juice.
If I saw a child doing it, I would start slapping that child, even if it wasn't mine. I don't know whether you saw this. The Observer picked up a thing called 4 Decades of Book Industry Experience, and one expert summer reading list.
Oh.
Guess who that reading list belongs to?
Really? Larry and Lori from Yonkers.
Yes. They're going viral.
That is so great. It was an excellent reading list.
Yeah, it is. It's an excellent reading list. And I don't know, we say summer, but I think you can read these books long into the fall.
Why do people enjoy a nice summer book, though, more? You have leisure time, I guess.
You have leisure time.
Mm-hmm. Leisure.
To leisurely sit about.
Read at your leisure.
Yes. To be under an umbrella at the beach. I'm here in the sun, but I'm in the shade.
Do you like a nice beach book?
Yeah, I do. I read 2 books over the vacation. I could have done more, but all the Albert Brooks movies went on Netflix. Hey, we got an Unmasked coming up on Tuesday, and it's a cool one.
That's the Unmasked with a cast of Don't Think Twice, Mike Birbiglia's new film. That's happening Tuesday, July 19th at 11:30 a.m. at the Sirius XM Studios. All the details on how to get tickets are on the interrobang.com.
Bring up who the cast is.
Mike Birbiglia, Gillian Jacobs, Chris Gethard, Kate Micucci.
Very, very proud of Chris Gethard, too. He did great in the movie.
That's such an exciting cast. All of those guys are great. All of them.
Now, we were talking about the Gillian Jacobs yesterday on our show.
Yes.
And I noticed from the Twitter feed, men seem to like her a lot more than women.
Really?
Women have a problem with her because she's high maintenance. Men like her because she's high maintenance. And we're talking about her characters.
Right.
But she's also very good in this movie.
Yeah, she comes off, she plays difficult characters in some of her past roles. On Love, she was a very, difficult character. But there's sexiness about her.
There's incredible
I think
sexiness.
That men...
And there's, beyond that, there's just something intriguing about her.
Yeah.
She's very intriguing in this film.
Yeah.
She's
She's like the biggest one. I think she's one of the biggest crushes people bring up.
Is that right?
Right now. I hear it a lot. That when people are like, oh, you know who my crush is. I hear a lot of guys bring her name up.
What's your feeling about her, Christina?
Love her. I love Gillian Jacobs.
Literally love.
Literal.
Vito.
I'm all about her.
Vito has a huge crush on her.
That red bra.
Who would you rather see be with her, Vito or Chris?
I think that Vito might treat her right.
Yeah. Not be a scumbag?
Yeah, so I'm going to go Vito. And I think, like, you know, he's going to appreciate, like, every aspect of her. Yeah, he brings up the red bra. He loves the red bra. But I think he's going to... I think he's going to love all aspects.
Well, I'm going to enlighten you all with this. There is not a reality that either of you guys would have the slightest chance.
Can Gail bring it up to her next week?
Why don't you bring it up to her? Because a woman doesn't want to hear, oh, my friend over there that's shy likes you.
Yeah.
Why don't you just walk up and say, Gillian, look, here's how it is. I'm a mid-level producer on a satellite radio show. You're a movie and TV star. What are we waiting for?
It's this book writes itself, you know?
There's nothing that could happen that you two, I mean, Desert Island, you still wouldn't be together.
I'm going to take my shot next week.
Good. I'd love to see you get fired.
Please.
That would be my pleasure to see you escorted out of here
but you're
with
right.
a small box with your plant in it.
You're right that ladies don't like what you've described when someone comes up to them and says, my friend. Like, there's nothing worse than being in a bar and a guy comes up to you like, yo, my boy over there is really shy, but
you like that?
Awful.
I'm just like, no. Mm-mm. This conversation's so very over.
There's no other way that Vito's going to meet anyone.
I just have to try my best with every celebrity that rolls through here.
The only one that you might get a chance with is a WWE wrestler. And that's going to really be a jobber. I don't see you with anybody who could draw.
A woman's one? A diva?
No. You could never be with a diva.
God, no.
Send Coach in here. I want to ask her about her Vito thing. Because you think that she would, you know, her and Vito should like each other, but they're totally friend-zoned up.
Yeah, they are in the friend zone. Mostly because that is company policy, first and foremost.
And we know a lot of non-dating guys, huh?
Yeah. A lot of...
Dan, Steely Dan.
Yeah. Hi, Coach. Hi. Good morning.
Coach, a guy coming up speaking for his friend, dig or not dig at all? Like hey, my friend Chris is pretty shy, but he'd like to meet you. Would you like that or not like it?
No.
You wouldn't?
No, because there's a very high chance that the friend is better looking, and I'm going to go for the friend.
Oh, yeah.
Is that an asshole move?
Yeah, it's definitely an asshole move.
See, then it puts me in a bad
Because the friend, by better looking, the friend is the confident guy who walks up to women.
Yeah.
Right.
Starts to talk to them.
Exactly.
You're not for a beta man. You don't want a beta man for yourself. Vito, you got to get out of the beta man thing.
Yeah, he is in a beta position right now. He's a shy guy. He's a sweet boy. He's sweet.
You used the word there, though, boy. What did Springsteen say about this? I ain't a boy. You don't know the song, Promised Land?
I'm
a man, and I believe in the Promised Land. Instead, you're like, I'm a boy. I'm not a man. I don't believe in the Promised
I
Land.
don't believe in it.
I let my friends go up to women for me.
You know who I think that you want to be with? The friend. I think in your mind, you say, my friend that I'm talking to about love is the guy I want to be with, not the girl.
He's like, I'm so comfortable around you.
Yeah.
Girls make me nervous. But this is good, right? What we have?
Yeah, what we have, we could start making out right now and it would be all right. Or you could climb on top of me.
Don't you want this?
Whatever you'd like.
I don't know. I feel pretty interested in the girl.
I don't think so. You're sitting in the corner like a fucking stray dog, eating fucking sour cream right out of the pot. You're disgusting, Vito.
With straw.
I don't know. Some girls find it charming, and they're like, "Oh, that guy's different. He's got sour cream."
You're friends with Coach. You were friends with Coach before she came here, right?
Yes.
What's that all about for you? Why are you in the friend zone?
You know, I don't know. That's all up to her. I don't want to be too pushy.
All right, see what we're talking, beta boy.
Mm-hmm.
That's all up to her. Can you imagine a caveman being shy? Like, I don't know. Here, you take the stick, and if you like me, hit yourself over the head with it. By the way, is that just a total made-up thing?
It must be, and I don't know why it got started.
I feel like it is true.
And specifically drag by the hair. Like, they club them over the head and then drag them by the hair.
Didn't pick them up and carry them nicely after they'd knocked them unconscious.
Well, if you think about it, the only thing they had to learn from was animals. Animals just jump on each other.
Yes, but no animal ever knocks one out of the animal out and drags her back by the fur. I mean, whether you know it or not, it seems like that sex is consensual between animals. It just doesn't look that way to us.
You think so? Because every time I have seen an animal trying to mate with another, I was like, that's rape. I think all animal sex, like a good 95% of animal sex is rape.
All right, so what you're saying is humans aren't being very natural, and we've got to get ourselves back to nature.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
But could you imagine, like, if like a woman came in like, God, I got to bang like 8 times today between work and home.
That's just like a really bad day.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you have a bad day. This was a really bad day.
I was over-raped. I mean, not just raped constantly. I can't wait till I'm out of heat.
It's like I'm giving off pheromones. You're destroying these assholes in.
I kind of think that this sex is consensual. I think that the woman is driven as much, as the man is.
All right, there is some pigeon sex that I've seen in New York City that it does not look consensual.
First of all,
pigeons that hide in between my window and my air conditioner, and in the mornings, I heard them today. They're like, brr, brr, and then you hear it. You hear the scuffling of their feet. No, it's horrible.
It's natural.
It's disgusting.
But you know that there's things that you could do so the pigeons are fucking on outside
yeah, let
your
my
window.
dog out on them, which is what I do.
What do you do?
She killed one. My dog.
So
runs out.
you'd rather hear a pigeon murder than pigeon sex?
Yes.
I wish there was.
What is wrong with It's natural.
I
She's
wish-
a hunting dog. She needs to go do her thing.
I wish there was such a thing as PETA jail. You would be spending time there right now.
PETA doesn't care about pigeons. If they did.
Yes, they do.
They care about
They
bugs.
do.
Really?
They
Yeah.
care about all of them.
You can't believe what a mistake you're saying about PETA right now.
They're going to offend me. Oh,
And they'll take to the internet. They'll
What-
get on social media.
They were at the hot dog eating contest where they tried to disrupt, and they were dressed as the hot dog judges or something.
You know what? I saw that and I thought about it, and I feel like if you are a vegetarian, you're barking up the wrong tree with the hot dog, because that is a food that is used from the scraps of stuff that normally would not be used. And it is very don't waste these animal parts. And I think it is a more responsible meat than some.
Maybe, but PETA isn't looking for responsible meat. You don't understand. They don't want any meat. I don't even think they want people eating corn right now. I think they're saying corn is nice.
I was about to ask, what about vegetable meat? Plants are alive.
They are alive.
Technically.
But they don't move. So they don't care.
There are types of very strict vegans who only eat plants that whatever, you're taking the fruit of that plant, but you're not killing the plant. So they're only doing something that
Like
can
apples.
that can be reproduced rather than kill the actual plant.
Some of them will say that the apple has to fall off of the tree before they'll eat it. They don't want to
Really?
pick it off. Because I would only do it like this. If I was in PETA or whatever, I'd just go up to the apples and go, we don't want any of those apples. They're full of worms. And then when they throw it, we'll just grab it. And then not eat that much apple afterwards. After all that trouble we went through. We see a fucking Tin Man and it ends everything.
But if you're hungry, does an apple really even fill you?
I don't think so.
If I'm hungry and I eat an apple, I'm actually hungrier post-apple. I'm like, what have I done? It's like I've tricked my body into thinking I was
Well,
going
you
to
have some string beans. If you kids hungry, just have a plate of string beans.
Oh my God. Was anything worse than that when you were a kid and an adult would suggest, you're like, I'm hungry, and the adult's like, well, we have a pear and a peach, and you're like, no, something real.
I want a tasty treat, not a healthy snack.
I I walk into my kitchen and open the fridge sometimes because I don't want to cook for myself because I'm lazy. And I'll just like make like sighing sounds and like depressing like until my mom comes in and she's like, "What's wrong with you? What do you want?" And I'm just like, "I need food." And she gives me like a whole list of things I can make for myself. I'm like, "Can you make me a sandwich?"
You won't make your own sandwich?
I pull out all the. I'm really lazy. At home though, like. So
at work too. Everyone notices it about you. No one ever says, "Well, she's a real go-getter." You know something, Vito? You're right not to want her. I'm glad you're shy.
It's a good move.
And, by the way, did anybody notice who the boy band was down there today? There was a big. Who was it?
5 Seconds of Summer. 5 SOS.
Now I remember when that would have even been bigger. When they were here.
What was their big jam?
The first time they were here, there were like 100 young girls. They had to put up barricades downstairs.
Oh, I saw a big group of girls downstairs in the morning when we came in, and I didn't know what it was for. That was it.
Yep.
What's their hit?
They got 2. They got Perfect and Amnesia. And Coach almost didn't get let into the building because they thought she was one of the girls.
It
that was
was
here to
so bad. Also, I'm dressed like a 12-year-old today, so I decided.
Every day.
Yes. But I flashed my my pass at them.
Vagina.
I was like,
Does this look like
here.
a child's? Now, are you a fan of them though?
I've never even heard their songs.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I remember the first time that One Direction came here. It was at their peak, and there was stuff like, "We want you to walk around One Direction and not see them. No one can bring their daughter to work day." It was the exact. It was a "Don't bring your daughter to work day" because so many people were talking about like, "I'm going to bring." Well, who did Erect brought his nieces in to see somebody one day?
That was my boy.
Who
Zac
was it?
Efron.
Yeah.
Efron.
Oh, Zac Efron. Yeah. Who was a boy band of actors.
I wish he brought me also.
Is that movie out yet? The Bill and Ted want to have a wedding date?
I think it comes out this weekend.
Seems like they've been promoting it forever.
Yeah.
I just saw Chris going to the search, and one of the past searches was Zac Efron sexy. It's a weird show.
Man, as hard as we got him off from banging that computer doing it, we're right back to where we started. And I get emails every day like, all I hear is tapping on your show. I can't stop him. He's insane.
I wish that you could use Vito's quiet case that he bought.
We'll switch him over.
But I know you don't like it. You say it's difficult for you to type.
I'll learn.
You say all that, and yet it never happens. Where we are now is arguments we were having 7 months ago about just banging during the show. And some sort of like, Gail's like, there was a grapefruit. It's just like, you don't have to do that. You could be in a conversation. You wouldn't be doing this if we were just sitting around having lunch together. You wouldn't be typing up every topic we were talking about. And then you even get the facts wrong. Where Fez is screaming at his radio, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm glad he still lets me know how much shit Chris is filled with. So here we have the perfect band for her, and she doesn't know him. Who do you even listen to, Coach?
Well, on my zombie walk over here this morning, I was listening to Elvis, the Elvis radio on Pandora.
You were zombie walking from the synthetic marijuana, or what was it?
I have my niece is staying with my family right now, and she doesn't go to bed till like 1. She also sees ghosts. I don't know.
Ghostbusters. Take her to Ghostbusters this weekend.
She's crazy, and she'll just sit there and she's like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Stop.
We had kids in our family who did that too.
Crazy.
Yes.
We had little kids that would see people all the time.
Honestly, we're listing off the scariest things from movies. To me, it was whatever my little cousin used to see. And I was like much older than her, but she would see stuff, and she would see stuff. I had another cousin who would see this character that he called Mr. Red Apple.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, "Who's Mr. Red Apple?" And he described a man in a suit, a tall, skinny man in a suit.
That's Slender Man.
And said, "Well, what does Mr. Red Apple say?" And then his voice completely changed. He goes, "Psst, psst, come here, kid. Give me an apple."
No.
Yeah.
No.
Here's the weirdest of all.
Like, how terrifying. And like a small child, like where would he have heard that? Like it was a voice that was so otherworldly.
This is the weirdest one. Your cousin, we were all out when she was about 4 or 5, right? So we go into this breakfast place and we start to have breakfast and she starts waving to this kid. And she's like, that's my friend from a long time ago, from many, many, many years ago. And we used to do things, and she was talking about things, and we're all just fucking looking at her. And then the mother brings the kid over and says, she claims that she knows you. And these 2 kids were like, hi, we used to know each other.
That's so crazy.
We were all just sitting there, and
chilled.
What we decided to do was completely ignore it.
You're never to see each other again.
No, but like this wasn't like 2 kids in the same neighborhood. This was like at Orlando, outside of Disney, blah, 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 tourist joint, some big breakfast thing where a bunch of families going to. And these 2 kids swore, they were both like 4 years old. They swore years ago they were friends and they used to go and do things together.
So bizarre.
And so, that ends. We never, and then somebody was like, remember that time? And everybody would be like, I don't even want to talk about that time. I don't even like it.
My little cousin, so her dad's dad, her grandpa, he died really early in her dad's life. And they were all sitting around at her grandmother's house, who's my aunt. And she's talking to my aunt's daughter, my cousin, and she's describing this man who is sitting by the window. And the way she's describing him, my cousin asked, wait, that's my dad. How do you know what he looks like? And he passed away a long time ago, before even I was born. And she's like, yeah, he says hi. He says he's watching you, like watching over you. And she tells me this on the phone, and I'm like, you can't have her come here. Like, no, I don't want to see this.
That's weird.
I don't want to hear things.
But then the lucky thing is those little kids forget all that as they get older.
Yeah, it's like that veil is it's very thin maybe at one time.
Well, that's why I think they think like little kids have imaginary friends, because they're still, hallucinating back into whatever.
Right.
Either past life they had or just shared consciousness that we all have.
Right, and you could accept you're like, okay, so kids have a big imagination or like they're creating things, but it's very weird when they're describing things that you're like, but that's not something you would know about. And not just like describing someone, but just like tapping into personality types or tapping into, saying that they understand something that doesn't make sense that they would understand.
There was a little kid they came in and he had a map out. And he was putting X's on the map, and they're like, what are you doing? He says, we've got to stop the Kaiser. And he had all these different things in Germany.
What?
Yeah. It was unbelievable. You got to be careful with it. Hey, come see us up in Montreal. The Bennington Show is going to be hanging out in Montreal. You're invited. Go over to the Interrobang and Unmasked, heading to Montreal for some different shows, but you're going to be able to hang out with us. We're going to bring some cool stuff along, and I think we're going to hang out the whole weekend. Tons of comics are going to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I think this is going to be such a blast. This is my first time going. It's Vito's first time going. We're really excited about it.
What is it about you two guys then?
Yeah, I know, but it's like you guys have already done this before.
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean
We're
anything.
old salts, Ron.
Yeah.
Montreal scene.
You already know everybody there.
I mean, it comes up every time that her and Vito are somehow going to have more fun than anyone.
So excited.
This is it's like you're like coming out ball.
Oh.
What? It is.
It's like his balls coming out. That's the way you're saying it. Shy Boy's dropping a nut. Maybe you should take him out to meet some Montreal ladies.
Okay.
Some of the lovely dancers up there.
Yeah, I think Chris would be really good at being his wingman.
Oh!
What's that supposed to mean?
No one ever sees you with a woman? You claim you have a woman that we never once see?
She works a lot.
24 hours a day?
I can't imagine how much I'd be working if I thought I had to come over to
She just took a third job.
Third shift.
A few more hours, huh?
Yeah, she just has every shift is a different job. I'd rather work in the fucking emergency ward. No offense, Chris.
Not taken.
Oh, you don't think he means
You should take a lot of offense to that.
Shit.
Well, we brought this up earlier. Mick Jagger is going to be a dad again at 72 years old. But he's got the money for it. Now, today was supposed to be the day that Donald Trump announced his VP. It already came out that it was going to be Governor Pence. And then Trump said, I don't want to announce because of the shit that happened in France. And then he also said, no one says it's going to be Pence. So,
what?
If you were Pence, would you be freaking out right now?
I thought yesterday when that news kind of came through in the evening, I thought that was 100% set.
No. Well, it is 100% set, but it doesn't mean that Donald can't flip because people got the...
He's just bought himself some time. I gotta take the weekend to think about this.
This guy will read something that he doesn't like on Twitter and change his mind.
Yeah, it could have been that the early reports, he wasn't getting the reaction he wanted.
I certainly didn't want him to have Newt. And they said one of the problems was with Newt is that between Trump and Newt Gingrich, they've been married 6 times. And how are you going to sell that to the Holy Rollers? Chris came back and said only 2% of America are Christians, then got busted and started seriously fucking retreating. You know?
Those are the numbers I got.
They aren't numbers you got. They might be numbers that you made up, but they're not numbers that you got. That's the difference. All right, why don't we break here? We'll be right back. It's the Bennington Show. Jane's Addiction, who is the house band for us today, probably their only big radio hit in real time.
Yes, when I was picking the songs this morning, my boyfriend, who has been a fan of theirs for a long time, was like, oh, you're playing that one? I was like, you have to play it.
You're playing the hits.
It's radio. You got to give the people the hits.
This is on underground. This is satellite.
Yeah. This ain't deep tracks, baby.
We do deep tracks.
That's for a different time.
It's the Bennington Show on a Friday, already July 15th, which sounds like more than halfway through the summer to me. As a matter of fact, you're already seeing summer basketball being played, which, you know, is a big sign that things are coming. And football camp opens in a couple weeks.
And this is, I think, probably one of the hottest days we've had so far in New York. Like, it really feels like deep into summer out there.
Yeah, it is. It's the dog days. But we'll be up in Montreal in a couple of weeks. Come see us there. If you like, go over to the interrobang.com and find out how you can come hang out with us in Montreal. Now, there's a piece up, and I guess Vito is behind this, and this is about these offensive shirts that are being sold.
Yeah, so Forever 21 is selling these children's shirts for boys, but a lot of people are mad for the graphics, what they read on the shirts. Like, one says, chicks dig me. One says, sorry, ladies, I only date models. And people think these are misogynistic and offensive.
Well, it's just it's supposed to be adorable because it's a kid, because he doesn't date models.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've seen, like, very weird, like, the weird, like, sexualizing stuff, like, on T-shirts. It's very strange. Like, there's a very weird trend of it. And it was, like, a couple months ago, I popped into this store, and they had, like, a bunch of, like, graphic tees like that for little boys. And one of them was, like, for a baby, and it read, hung like a first grader. And
it's
I'm
a
like,
funny joke.
That's really a weird thing to say. It's a child. It's a very bizarre thing.
When I was a kid, I had a shirt that said, your mom thinks I'm hot.
So what's wrong with that? It's adorable.
It's weird. It's very creepy.
Well, anything on your T-shirt is weird and creepy. Even the name of your college. Right? I mean, whatever you do on a T-shirt is nutty.
So, just solid Zen patterns. Let's just keep it at that.
Well, let's stop trying to raise everybody else's kids. That's all.
The chicks are all over my shirt. It's great. There's baby chicks all over it. It's an adorable shirt.
You're taking it the wrong way. He meant it as baby chicks.
I know, but I feel like there's a meaning behind these chicks.
I get this that you think it's weird, but just because you think it's weird doesn't mean other people have to stop doing it. I'm fucking at the point where stop acting like you're finding fault with everything in the world these days.
Yeah, but I don't think that the shirt should be banned. I've never been the type of personality to see somebody doing something that I dislike. And I'm like, you know what I should do? Put a group together to stop that thing from happening. So I understand it is like very extreme to be like, these should be banned, but you have to admit it's a little weird. It is a bizarre thing.
But when people say transgenders, they're a little weird, don't you think? It's bizarre. It's not normal. Then everyone's like, oh my God, no.
But you can't really compare being transgenders to like sexualizing a kid or like.
It's a joke shirt. It's because a kid is. All right, when a kid dresses up like they're a fucking astronaut, that's also weird. And you can say to him, you're not an astronaut. Stop acting like you are one. Here's a kid pretending that he's a young, cool stud. He's got a shirt that says, sorry, ladies, I only date models. It's adorable.
No Uggos should be the next shirt.
It's adorable.
No fat chicks.
I don't mind. Like, I think kids can wear whatever they want because they wear costumes sometimes anyway. But I don't like some shirts adults wear. Like, when adults have curse words on their shirt, I think that's ridiculous. Like, you shouldn't be walking around the street where people can see you with a shirt that says, like, motherfucker on it.
If a guy who said, look, I saw a shirt one day and it said, what are you looking at, fuck stick? I thought to myself, that's cute. You know, because I feel like a fuck stick. I'm looking at your shirt right now. You caught me. You caught me. I'm looking at your shirt. Hey, Tony, Boston.
Hey, Benningtons, how are you?
What's up?
So I wanted to thank you guys for turning me on to the Albert Brooks on Netflix. I watched Real Life the other night. And
crazy, right?
Oh, unbelievable! I couldn't stop laughing when they had the cameras on their heads.
It was hilarious.
That movie is so excellent.
All right, next year in the Modern Romance.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. I haven't done one since. So
I want you to follow. I want you to follow right along with his career. You know, you saw the first movie. Now see the next one. That's Modern Romance. All right.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, enjoy yourself. All right, there you go. The Desert Inn has heart, something like that. Don't call me retardo, son. I know what that means. I was a kid once. All the ladies, look at that. It's adorable. Joe List's comedy, his album is out.
Today is the release, right?
Coming out today?
It comes out today. Are You Mad at Me? Is the name of the album.
And we just got some blueberries dropped off for us by Otto's girl, but she's also re-releasing an early album of his.
She found some old material from Otto's on cassette tapes from the 80s, and she's re-releasing it soon.
Oh, that's awesome.
And she digitized it and put it on CD.
And what'd she have to say?
And she wants to have the iBang actually get an early copy of it.
I love that. Let's see some of these. Oprah's protein diet is one of them. George's diarrhea.
Like that.
Polish duck hunters. Ed Koch. Wow.
All right.
This is from the 80s. All right. Fat chicks, racial jokes, and gay lunch. All go one after another. Then there's a song for Renee Richards. Renee Richards was one of the first transgenders that we have. And I think Renee Richards was the tennis player who changed genders and became like a ladies champion, even though he was not that good as a men's player.
I'm very curious about gay lunch.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to...
Like, what makes a gay lunch?
I want to hear about George's diarrhea.
Later on our second show today, it's going to be an interview from the set of Ghostbusters when Paul Feig invited us up. This is from his director's trailer, and also going to be talking to Rob Sheffield, who's got a new book on David Bowie called On Bowie. This is one of the books we took on our vacation with us. I love Rob Sheffield as it is as a person.
Yeah, I'm very excited to talk to him.
And I love his love for Bowie.
Yeah, it was a perfect combination because I was very ready to take a look again at kind of his career. It was like a very emotional journey after he passed, and so I feel like I was ready to get back into it. And I've loved Rob Sheffield's work for a very long time, so I cannot wait to talk to him.
Well, his book "Love Is a Mixtape" will destroy you. And then Talking to Girls about Duran Duran is adorable.
I want to read that one.
You're going to love. And this on Bowie, I think what's interesting is he's one of the few people I know who loves Bowie as much as you and I do. But if you think about it, I came into Bowie in the 70s. He came into Bowie in the 80s. You came into Bowie in the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, we're clearing.
We're 3 generations.
Yeah, we're really clearing a lot. Well, 3 generations somehow makes you my granddaughter. I don't know how that happened. But yeah, there is, it's certainly in a time. Now, I'm correct when I say 70s Bowie is the king of all. And yet, I love a lot of 80s Bowie, 90s Bowie, and then the last couple albums are really, really terrific. And I can't even fully embrace them yet because it's too, it's too emotional for me at this time. But I'll have Bowie for the rest of my life.
Yeah, and you'll always be able to go back to it. There's always like a Bowie that is appropriate for whatever mood you're in. He did so much.
You know what I think is kind of sad is that the Diamond Dogs album has some unbelievably great songs on it.
Yeah.
But the concept is so weird that no one will allow themselves. And there was early stuff, people like you who were against expression. They made them.
I'm against expression?
Well, like with the kids' t-shirts.
Yeah, they don't know what it means though.
They made them airbrush the dog's balls from Diamond Dogs.
Really?
Yeah. And that was even back in the 70s. People were like, dogs' balls are gross.
To be fair, no one does want to see dogs' balls.
No, but this was an artistic statement, like I'm part dog, part Bowie.
Honestly, I think that, they're always trying to get people to spay and neuter their dogs. I think just go with that as your campaign. Like, no one wants to see a dog's balls. Get rid of them. They're disgusting.
Hey, dog dick, what are you looking at? Hi, everybody.
You don't want to be enjoying your television program. You look over and see your dog licking his balls. It's gross.
No more dog's balls. You snip those fuckers out and flush them down the toilet. It's weird because we're hanging around a couple of people who don't even like Bowie.
Yeah, that's true.
I like David Bowie. Diamond Dogs is my favorite album.
Damon Dogs.
I just called it Damon Dogs.
Damon Dogs.
You don't know anything besides the song Diamond Dogs.
He gets
you know
really...
nothing else on it. I bet you've never heard Sweet Thing in your life.
I had to have. I've listened to the album before.
I doubt it. You would sit and know that song. You, particularly from New Yorker. I always thought it was the most amazing opening line. It's safe in the city to love in the doorway. And I'm like, that is really fucking true about New York, that you could just walk around and people would all but be having sex in front of you. Men with men, men with women, women with women. You see all kinds of sex. Some people are grossed out by it. I like it.
You like the PDA?
Well, I feel like it's, I feel like they're just doing their own scene and you just happen to be walking down the street.
Stop looking if you don't like it. It's not dog's balls. It's not forcing you to look.
Hey, looky, why are you such a looky-loo over there? So I guess you want to keep your trap shut so you don't end up saying in front of Roger Damon Dogs.
Hey, Rob, what's your feelings on Damon Dogs?
What did you just say?
Damon Dogs, Rob?
Ooh, call them the Damon Dogs. Vito, you're nothing but Springsteen, right? 100%.
I'm all Springsteen all the time. But I did, after the Bowie death, Gail did send me some songs that I got into from Bowie.
Why are you trying to educate this ignoramus?
He asked me.
What did you send him?
I was like mostly everything that we played.
Do you know that he covered Hard to Be a Saint in the City, and it was actually a guy that I used to listen to on the radio, Ed Shockey, kind of put them together. I remember when Bowie came to Philadelphia, it was fucking incredibly exciting. You know what I mean? Like, he came down and lived and recorded there. That was during the whole Young Americans thing.
Yeah.
But the amount of sightings that people had of Bowie, too, you know? I want to check in on our boy Spencer Berger in today.
Yes, he is.
The last time I saw him, he had, he had somewhat of a, send him over here for a second. He had somewhat of a meltdown situation. He had to stand up to a couple of pushy guests.
Yeah.
He's flying in here. I
love it.
He's fast.
Good movement. You're
very fast.
You're not like Coach. We were saying the last time we talked to you, you had a run-in with a couple of guests, and then later you needed some food. You needed to get out of here quick and go get some food. You were hungry.
Yeah, I was hungry though, but I was able to wait though.
Okay, good. Now, the guest problem, and tell people exactly what happened.
Okay, so basically, when I was sent to wait for the guests to come in, all of a sudden, I was in the lobby and they came in and Vito told me to sit with them until he was ready for me to bring them in. So I got the text with Vito, and then all of a sudden, he told me to bring them in though. And then all of a sudden he said, stop. And then he said, stop, wait, don't go in. I said, I had to stop. And so all of a sudden I had to stop. And then, all of a sudden one of the guests took the phone out of my hands and wanted to text Vito and say, Vito, you pussy, you dick.
Now, which guest was that? Do you know?
I forgot who it was. It was,
who was it, Vito?
It was Luis J. Gomez.
Oh, yeah, it was Luis Gomez who did that, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was Luis Gomez. He wanted to text Vito on my phone and saying, you pussy, you dick. And then I was afraid that Vito was going to think it was me saying that because I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Right. I wasn't sure if Vito knew Luis Gomez, so I snatched it out of his hand because I was afraid if that text went through to Vito, I was afraid I was going to get fired for that. So also I was like, no, give that back. And so then all of a sudden I snatched it right out of his hands. And he thought I was sort of assaulting him for a second. But no, I was just snatching it right out of my hand. I mean, come on.
You have every right to your phone. And quite frankly, we're always going to be on your side, the guest.
Yeah.
Totally.
Luis J. Gomez, well, maybe being funny, is also an awful person. Now, how was Dave Smith, who was with him at the time?
Yeah. That was Dave Smith who was with him.
Was he respectable, though?
No, he was totally respectful, yeah.
So Luis J. Gomez was the big problem.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was only your second time being with a guest, right?
Yeah, correct.
And everything went wrong. And what did you do?
I had to stop them.
You handled it perfectly.
You did.
I love it.
Yeah, but it's just the annoying thing that I was like, stop, like, oh, great, like, now there's a problem.
I think that's great, though, that you had to say, give me my phone back.
And just for the record, no one's going to be fired for insulting Vito.
No. You're allowed to call him whatever you want. That's all part of your summer experience.
Well, I'm just confused because the other day it was fuck off, and he just called me a pussy and a dick.
Oh, that's his words.
Yeah. Now, would you have thought that it was Spencer, or would you have thought that Luis J. Gomez grabbed that?
I don't know. If I got the text and I just saw Spencer Berger and it said, hey, you pussy, fuck off, I don't know what I would have thought because it really would have taken me off guard.
Yeah, that would have. It would have caused...
You probably would be pretty shocked.
Now, here's the thing, though. Why did you say bring them down and then stop them?
I just thought it wasn't exactly time for them to come in yet.
Yeah, but what would you do with any guest where, like, they're already heading down the hall and then you say stop?
Well, I sent him a text immediately after I told him to come, so it should have been literally before he could have said something to them.
That doesn't make sense.
He's very fast.
Yes.
He's very quick.
That's why I told him to keep an eye on the phone.
I mean, you're the one who pulled the trigger. You can't say, fire the cannon. No, wait, don't fire the cannon. And I told him right after I said fire the cannon not to.
What we really learned from this is that Spencer is a consummate professional.
He certainly was in this case, and I like anyone who's ready to physically wrestle a phone back.
Yeah, I always respond very quickly to my texts. I check my emails, everything quickly. Yeah.
Good. That's good. How's Coach doing, you think, though?
I think Coach is doing pretty well here. You know,
Really?
She's got good confidence. And you know what? She's handling everything well. And I think we both are doing pretty well here.
Well, I know you're doing well. I can't speak so much for Coach.
Look, there's always going to be a standout.
Yes, every summer we have a standout. Vito was the standout of his year.
Yeah.
Who were you with?
In a row.
Who were you with?
I was with Stephanie Castro, who came in like one day a week, and I was with Nerys.
Well, yeah, you were the standout. Who were you with, Vito? I mean, Chris.
I was with Nosferatu my first semester. My second semester, I believe, I was with Nico.
All right, Nico beat you.
God damn it.
Nico was great.
I believe he's a nurse now.
Yeah, he went on to become a nurse.
Oh, really?
Yeah. First he started the fire department, then went into nursing. Loves it.
That is awesome.
It's rewarding work, he tells me.
I bet it is.
You do the kind of work that saves people, where no one is saved in radio.
And it's not something that everyone can do. Like, takes such a special personality to have that patience.
No, I couldn't nurse anyone at all.
I'd be killing patients left and right. Like mercy killings. They catch me eventually.
I don't think you should do that.
Not sure what Nosferatu's up to. Last thing I heard, he threw a ashtray out a window.
Oh, that was my ashtray.
Yeah, the Too Short ashtray. Yeah.
Why did he throw
We
it
never
out the
found
window?
it out. No. Fez got crazy. Fez bought me a ashtray from, where was it?
Toot Shores?
Oh, yeah, Toot Shore. You say Toot Shores like it's a place down in Jersey. But this was an old, 1950s saloon in New York. And he got me a ashtray from there. And then the thought was that maybe someone chucked it out the window, but we never found it at the bottom. It just disappeared. Someone either took it home, and then they blamed it on who? Which?
Nosferatu.
Yeah. He was kind of a outsider, didn't get along with the other
Here's
kids.
my question. Why was he called Nosferatu?
He looked like Nosferatu.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. He looked like a scary vampire.
Oh.
He looked like a less attractive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He was frightening. So every once in a while there is an intern that scares everybody.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. This year is Coach.
Yeah.
She's a little scary.
Coach, you got to pick up your game. Everything can't be, oh, my niece has kept me awake all night. You know what I mean? You have to really come in here and hit a home run one day.
I feel like that wasn't that scary. It was a very relatable topic.
And it's not so much that it wasn't scary, but I heard people just would write into me, okay, tapping out. Coach is talking. Look at this story that Spencer Berger has. He actually has to physically battle a phone back from a guest, and only the second time he went solo with guests.
By the way, someone who's a trained fighter.
Oh, yeah. Did you know that he's an MMA fighter?
I had no idea he was an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
So you took on,
wow.
like, the big guns.
Yeah, and got the phone back from him.
Yeah.
But when he brought it up to us on the air. I was dying.
No wonder he's so strong.
Yeah. Strong. He said he couldn't get it back out of your hands, though.
Okay, I wonder if he knew Muhammad Ali.
Well, I don't know about that. He's a little bit younger. Well, we're wrapping this one up, but we're going to be back at 12 today.
At 12 on Raw Dog 99.
What do we have?
On Raw Dog, we're going to have Mr. Rob Sheffield stop by and the interview you did with Paul Feig on the set of Ghostbusters.
This is was done outside of Boston. The set of Ghostbusters was amazing. Big Ghostbuster movie. You're going today, Gail?
I am going, yeah.
Chris, you're going to see Ghostbusters?
I'm going to United Coffin Studios in Astoria.
Vito?
I'm going to find a 4D theater, go see it.
4D?
I'm going to give them more money because those tickets are $30, so I'm helping them out.
Why can't you just see a movie?
I'm trying to inflate the box office.
Why isn't 3D enough for anyone? To add an extra
It's
D.
too much, to be honest.
I'm going to a 2D. The 3D glasses are too small for my head.
Is that right?
Yeah, it just hurts the sides of my temples are killing me.
But it's shot for 3D.
I know.
That's the problem.
I think I'm going to enjoy it just as much without the 3D.
I think maybe what you could do is break off one of the legs of the glasses and then hold it up like a very fancy costume party.
Well, years ago, when the whole 3D thing started, I had myself just fit it with.
Interesting.
So I've got it right over my eyes right now.
What?
Yeah.
So at any time you could see 3D.
Well, if a 3D movie comes up
Yeah.
or 3D TV, I see it because I have the lenses.
That's amazing.
God.
It's contacts. I have 3D contacts. And, if I want to do 4D, I'll just throw this water in my face while I'm watching it.
Chris, you need that because of your head size. Or what's your eye size like?
I don't know. Just my head's just so wide.
I would imagine if you got a big head, you probably have pretty big eyeballs.
Let me
too.
just say you make your eyes as big as you can.
Oh, that's not very big
That's
at all.
crossing them. You don't know how to make your eyes big? See, there you go.
You just want like this.
I know.
Ron?
I think I'm hypnotized. Do me a favor, Spencer, and get that phone back from him.
Oh, yeah, I
Chris
will.
has the phone. All right. We're going to take off 2 hours and then come back and start the show. We'll open with some Bowie today.
Nice.
What Bowie song you want to open with, Chris?
Diamond Dogs.
Diamond Dogs?
The Man Who Sold the World.
5 years.
We're going to open from a different song from all of those. I've decided. All of you guys are going to be left out today.
Okay.
You won't get what you want.
It's hurtful, but I accept it.
It's not so much hurtful as it is educational. It's just a way of saying doesn't matter. We'll be up in Montreal. We'll see you guys there. And then also we're doing an Unmasked in New York on Tuesday.
That's this Tuesday, July 19th at 11:30 a.m. with Mike Birbiglia and the cast of his movie Don't Think Twice, including Gillian Jacobs, Chris Gethard, and Kate McCucci.
Sweet. All right, that's it for us. See you guys back here at 12 noon. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
A little Bowie to kick the show off. It's the Bennington Show. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I am Ron Bennington. Now, Gail, what's the name of the show?
It's Bennington.
It's not Benning Arton?
No.
Oh, then what's with the pad data, Vito? Like a funny little punked episode?
What do you mean?
What I mean is, if you look at it, it's spelled Benning, G-R-T-O-N. It's kind of the name of the show, dude.
I'm sorry, I'm going to change that right now.
Yeah, I know you are. But if I don't bring it up, well, if Johnny doesn't bring it up to me, it never gets seen.
Thank you, Johnny.
Kind of a cool stuff we got coming up. Not live, but I was live at the Ghostbusters set and the discussion in the director's trailer. Me and Paul Feig coming up a little later on today. Now, our friend Leslie has a piece up on the iBank today. A look at the 3-year media and social media frenzy following Paul Feig's Ghostbuster reboot. It got crazy for him just to do this movie because of crazy just social media.
Yeah, there was so much immediate attention, positive, negative, like people who are like, this movie is sacred to me. I don't want it to change. You know, there was just immediate attention about it when it was announced.
Mm. Well, we're looking, one day there'll be a Godfather that'll be straight from the book and everybody will go see it. And it's because people don't watch the old movies. They want new movies. The young kids want new movies.
This is our Godfather, the rebooted.
The rebooted, the reimagined Godfather on the Moon. So that'll be happening. Now, we start this with Bowie because coming up in just a little while, Rob Sheffield is going to be here. You know him from Rolling Stone magazine. He's done the show. I think this is his 3rd or 4th time. He wrote a book called On Bowie. Gail read it, loved it. I read it, dug it in a big, big way. Rob Sheffield stopping by. Now we're going to give away a signed copy of this. Sweet, sweet signed copy at Rob Sheff for first responders. So the first responder, you'll have this collectible signed book by Rob Sheffield, and maybe it's even the copy Gail read. We don't know.
It could be my copy.
So it's a double. It's a double good thing. At Rob Sheff. We got that up on the iBang. Make sure you follow along with it. I thought Michelle with 1L was stopping in, but she's not.
No, she's not now.
Is he?
What did we do wrong?
I don't know.
I feel like we did something,
It had to be us. Come meet us in Montreal. Go to theinterrobang.com for a chance at free tickets to see Unmasked in Montreal, Barry Katz, Andy Kindler, and you'll be able to hang out with the Bennington Show. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff up there. including some social media. Maybe we'll just put on a quick scope show at some point during the week.
There's going to be so many scopeable people there.
Yeah, maybe we just scope it out a little bit. Should be a blast. A lot of stuff happening. The Paul Feig has probably sat on Chris's desk now for 11 months. And
there.
Now is our opportunity to see what it was like a year ago. Not just in Paul's life, but also mine. And then the year that Chris let this like a fine wine sit on his desk.
It's going to be very
before
refined.
we played it. It's Ghostbusters weekend. That's going to play all weekend long. I think we're going to be playing the Dan Aykroyd all weekend long on Raw Dog. Let's see. I have to tell you this thing, this Mexican hit woman, that is up on the iBang. Is that yours?
Yes, I sent her in.
Now, she's a hit woman. You found her to be hot, but there's a weird kink to her.
Yeah, so this chick got off on violence and dead bodies. She would rub the dead body parts of the people, the decapitated heads and stuff, around her private parts because it got her off so much.
Whoa. This chick could not be, she's an attractive young woman.
Uh-huh.
She could not be any more normal looking. Like, she just seems like just a regular, she would never.
She was a hit woman. She started off as a prostitute, moved her way up to a lookout, where if she messed up, they would tie her to a pole and give her one taco a day. And then she finally got the big promotion.
That sounds delicious. One taco a day.
I like that the cartels have hats that just say cartel on them.
Yeah. Why would not? You got a brand. Dude.
Yeah.
You got
Well,
a
how are
brand.
people going to know what
Yeah.
you do for a living? Now, so she's a hit woman, but yet this is also her pleasure.
Yeah, so like she'll kill somebody, be it a violent. She said she realized how much she got off on violent scenes the first time she saw one, and she was like, "Oh, I am all about this."
I don't know whether it's a turnoff. If I'm going to be totally, I mean, as long as it's not your fucking head, you know. And I'm going to say it's a crazy cartel coked up weekend.
Sure.
Why not let her do what fucking she needs to do?
You're like, look, I'm really into you. Pinky swear you won't cut off my head and rub it on your vagina.
Not my head. Other heads, rub them on your vagina.
Sure.
There's plenty of severed heads in Mexico. And if you can't find any, they're going to make some more.
I hate to say that you're a racist, but that
absolutely
comes across very
so
racist.
racist.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yes, because you've taken an entire country now.
Yeah.
When it's just about this one freak. And now you act like it's a country of freaks.
As
I
though
disagree, and I'm not putting up a wall. I told that to Pence.
it's like as though the heads are just rolling through the streets like tumbleweeds. It's not true.
That's why there's a lot of mass graves in Mexico, from what I hear in the news.
What you hear, Chris, you got to go down there to know it for a fact. I can't get over the wall, or I'd go with you. Pence is official now. Trump tweeted it out. And the reason was, if he did not go for governor by noon today, the deadline would have been over. There was a deadline where he could sign up to run for governor. So Trump was forced, finally, and he tweeted it out. He didn't even do a press conference. He tweeted it out, and he said, tomorrow we'll have a press conference. But I mean, it's a press conference for something from,
Yeah, we already got it for
tweet.
we already got it for free.
And even when people said last night, we know who he's picking, we heard from inside, he goes, that's not true. Pence must have been freaking. He goes, then I got to fucking put in for governor. Why didn't he just put in for governor and then not do it? Would have been fine, you know? No one can stop you from doing that. Oh, I guess that could cut someone else from his party.
Right.
Madness. This is the year of madness. All right, this is also a veto story. The young lady, Sarah McDaniel, who was the first centerfold for Playboy to not be nude, is now going out being nude for somebody else.
Yeah, she's modeling for Treats magazine.
I've never heard of Treats.
That's actually what Joanna Krupa earlier today was modeling nude for. Also,
I don't even remember that. Who is she?
The housewife.
Oh yeah, the hot wife. I like to call her. The hot wives of Miami.
So yeah, Sarah McDaniel posed nude for this magazine, even though she just didn't give up any of the goods for Playboy.
Showing off her treats, I guess.
Well, she's very, very treaty. That's an incredibly attractive woman.
Yeah, she is. She's very stunning.
And I like when women roll in sand. I think that's a smart idea for them.
Yeah. She sanded up for some reason.
Yeah, then you're not just naked, you're also sandy.
But can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Men seem to like this in a woman in a photograph. But would you be happy for a sandy woman or no?
Sandy.
Like that's something that might look better than it would
it's like getting
feel.
a little loofah. You know what I mean?
Okay. Loof it up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exfoliate the skin.
Yes, exactly. Your skin is going to be so smooth after
like
that.
Exfoliate the genitals is what you guys are looking to do.
Love
if need be. Yes.
Well,
it's a
you know
texture.
how there's so much dead skin on your genitals, right?
All the time. You wouldn't believe.
I feel like you're turning this to is it an attack on us?
Look, I think it's great. I was just curious if you guys would be interested in implementing the Santa use.
There's a difference between being curious and mocking an entire gender.
Why not both?
I don't think you're curious. Sand work for you, Vito?
Yeah, like I don't like when it covers the nipples because that's what we're really looking for there. But I like a nice sandy girl.
So you don't want sand over nipples?
No, I want to see the nipples.
All right. So
the nipples are the whole point, right?
What if she just dipped her nipples into a bucket of water and got that nice and unsandy, but the rest is sandy?
Well, some clean nipples. I like the sand. I prefer it.
You
This
don't
is
even
great.
like mud, right?
Oh, yeah. Mud's awesome. Yeah.
There's Kate Hudson in mud.
Oh yeah, she's rolling around and some nice like red kind of clay looking.
You know, Kate Hudson has kept the whole superstar hot chick thing going 16 years now.
Yeah,
that's not an easy thing to pull off.
It is not. She has continued to keep it, but you know what? Who else did it? Her mother. Her mother stayed
did the same way.
Sex symbol for a very, very long time.
And her mother is doing a thing with, I'm trying to think who. Oh, Amy Schumer. Everybody went crazy for it. They announced it the other night.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to see Ghostbusters, the screenwriter was there, this young lady. I don't have her name off the top of my head. And she goes, oh, the next movie I'm writing is for Amy Schumer. And then she said Goldie Hawn, and the place exploded.
Really?
Exploded. Goldie,
she's still loved.
Goldie is going to play Amy's mom. And then Kate Hudson wrote, what the fuck?
That's bullshit.
Hashtag, okay, you got a new daughter. I'm out. Well, the movie that you love, that everybody wants some, Vito. Do you know the guy who plays the real weirdo is Wyatt Russell, who is Kurt Russell's kid?
Oh, the dude who says he's like a 95-mile-per-hour fastball?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Wow.
And he was, I think, like a pro or semi-pro hockey player for a while. But he's really, really funny in that role.
Yeah.
And anyone who's been around sports knew the guy who was in like an asshole. He was pretty good. Even if he's real good, but he thinks he's better. That guy drives you fucking nuts.
Prick.
Like, I know, like, you're all about this and you're focused, but we're nowhere near the fucking pros right now. You need to settle down.
Chill, bro.
Nobody puts lime in his fucking drink.
He gets pissed easy.
Over a lime?
He doesn't want a lime in it. He felt like it was disrespectful and he felt like he had to throw down. You know, that. Let me just ask you the thing about covered in sand, Vito. If you're covered in sand, are you still nude?
I think it all depends on the nipple.
That's the weird thing. Like, pasties keep people from being nude.
Yeah.
If there's a no nude thing in a township somewhere, if you put pasties, the government acts like, okay, guys can come in and say or dance.
Yeah.
If one of those pasties falls off, we're busting this whole place.
It's very weird why we've decided the nipple is the area that is like forbidden and exciting both. Because and then everyone buys into it too. Like there's no way you can't help it. For example, if I was in a bikini right now in front of my coworkers, I'd be like, whatever, I'm in a bikini, I'm at the beach. If I was fully clothed head to toe with a shirt with the nipples cut out, so you could only see my nipples, I'd be like, I'm so naked right now. This is insane.
All right, that's a good point. Vito, would you rather see a woman in pasties or a sweater with the nipples exposed through little nipple slits?
And it's a turtleneck, by the way.
Yes, it's a turtleneck.
Well, can I still see the curvature of the breasts with the sweater?
Why can't you give a fucking yes or no? Do you ever notice whatever comes up, he wants to add to it?
Can I answer for this, Ron?
No. I want Vito to be a person who's on the air and is able to go with the bit.
Well, because it's important. Because if
you're not going to see the curvature, we just gave you what it is.
She's in
So
a
why don't you
boxy
just
sweater.
say you'll take pasties?
Yeah, I'm gonna. You know what? No, I'm gonna take seeing the nipples because the mystery's the nipple. So then I'll know what the whole breast. I can piece together what the breast looks
And
like.
yet, if that happened over, let's say, we kept that as a fashion for a year, you would suddenly be freaking out over underboob or,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, it's only what you're not allowed to have. The taboo,
Yes.
if you were, that turns men on.
Right. And that is the whole thing why breastfeeding, people are like, oh, this makes me uncomfortable. It's not because it is a baby feeding from a breast. It's because the mouth is on the nipple. That's
Right.
what is really the specific issue.
And then the guy thinks, I guess that means we're all supposed to have a fucking train. And that's what I want to see Trump and Pence run on. That people have got to fucking take care of themselves and stop acting crazy all the time. Or else we're no better than ISIS.
Worse than, to be totally honest.
Man, I saw some 1%ers going fucking crazy last night on these Mexican guys that were working on the street. And it seriously made me want to beat them up. And they were like taking pictures, like, who's your boss?
What?
Yeah. And then the guys start to say, you speak English? You Espanol,
What the
Inglés?
fuck?
Yeah, I was fucking furious. I was ready to fucking throw down because these guys were working on the street in front of their fucking house. And these are people in a townhouse on the Upper East Side, which has got to be anywhere between 12 and 18 million. I don't give a shit what the townhouse looks like. Right? It could be a fucking wreck inside. No one cares because we'll buy it and re-gut it and fucking take care of it. And they were acting, seriously, like they were fucking ghetto people. These people were so annoying.
That's so vile.
Yeah. Like, it was some kind of rich white trash.
Jesus
what was going down.
Christ. Pieces of shit.
Get that, would you, Chris?
Come in.
Freaking me out.
Hello.
Someone's at the studio door.
Well, you never know who's going to drop by. Could happen at any time. You get a big unexpected guest just beating on the door as hard as they could. Coming up a little bit, your chance to win a signed copy of this new book on Bowie. First Responders at Rob Chef. At Rob Chef. We believe you're going to be winning Gail's personal copy.
Yes, it very well could be my copy that I read and loved.
And cried over.
Cried.
And then would call about, what about this part?
What about this part?
And I go, I know, Gail. I know.
It could be stained with my tears.
At Rob Chef, when we do this, First Responders, you know, I sat around and said, you never know what's going to happen. Superstar comedians call this show. This is incredibly exciting. He's got a brand new special coming out. Louis C.K. directed it, produced it. We're going to see him up in Montreal. Mr. Barry Crimmins.
Yeah!
Barry!
Hi, everybody. Hi. Well, yes, sir.
Have you gotten your Trump Pence shirt yet, or are you waiting?
I haven't. Sing a song of shit Pence. Yeah. I also have one other thing I'm working on. We're doing yet another remake of Roots, but the exciting thing about this one is the entire cast and crew will be interns.
Just everybody working as Roots.
That's right.
What's going on with you, dude?
Ithaca at a place called The Dock. Saturday night, Ithaca, New York at The Dock. And then next weekend I'll be down in New York. I thought I might even swing by and see you guys for a little better visit, maybe Thursday or something if you're around.
Sure, we'll work that out.
And then Montreal. I'm doing a couple dates on Long Island.
You know, here's the exciting thing. We'll see him in New York, and then we'll see him in Montreal.
That's it.
Our life is great now.
I know.
You know?
Yes. Well, yes, things are on the definitely on the upswing.
You know, Ithic is almost a home gig for you, though, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's good. I can almost just do forward rolls to get there. You know, which will have me there with little vim and vigor, a little kind of Jack LaLanne approach to things. So, we're going to Montreal. I'm going to come in. Hopefully, I'm going to come in and see you guys interrogate Kindler.
Oh, that should be interesting. That should be fun, right?
Yeah, Mr. Trouble. Mr.
I think it's a great bit that he has, though, every year. Every year people wait to see who he roasts, more or less. And, you know, your career has to be in pretty good shape for him to take a shot at you.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. He's so funny. He's so funny. Yeah, no, I'm hoping. I saw they named their People of the Year. I'm not on the list.
No, you're not one of the people is the problem.
Yeah, no.
Who are the People of the Year, Chris?
No, Comedy Person of the Year, Aziz Ansari.
I'm not. So yeah, it is. Yeah. Because he wrote a piece for the New York Times, and he was exhausted after that.
His piece was about how he went back and didn't like the guy who played, I think, the Hindu part or the Asian part. And what was that movie? It was like Johnny...
Short Circuits?
Short Circuit, yes. He loved it as he was a kid, and then he grew up and thought, that's a white guy playing that. So I don't want to turn him on any Peter Sellers movie.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I don't watch The Party.
No, please don't. Although it might launch several more careers.
Yeah.
So, just assign a different movie to different kids. So Chris, how's the kicking going?
It's still going.
I'm telling you, go Groza style, then you get all the Trump people behind you. Good old American straight-on kicking, and just pretending that you're kicking some minority in the head, you know?
Get the people on your side.
I
Chris.
really want him to bring back the drop kick, which is still legal.
Enough. By the way, it's still legal.
Yeah. It's all part of the regimen. It's all coming together. I got 13 days.
Someone did that within the last 30 years. I'm trying to remember who.
I think Flutie ended his career
Flutie did do it.
with a drop kick. Yeah, which is pretty cool.
But nobody ever uses it normally.
Well, you can't because it's pretty erratic. You know what I mean? You're really counting on the timing of a bounce on a point coming back up, and then you can kick it.
Well, the guys just can't get their arms out in that T thing well enough these days. They just don't. That form is good, though. But, Chris, I'm looking forward to it. But I think you got to go Groza style. And that way you can jump on the Trump publicity because you can be a xenophobic kicker.
Well, you are kind of a Trump guy, right?
Yeah, I've grown to love Trump.
I was against him until this Pence move, and I'm like, I love it.
Yeah,
because Pence has always been your guy.
Yes.
You're always
got Boehner's makeup man working for him too.
Do you feel a little bad for Newt after all these years? It looked like he was back, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I know. Well, now Newt knows how his wife felt at the hospital when she had cancer and he dumped her. So,
but really, he didn't say sickness and in health. He says, "Excuse me, health." Right? That's the way
right.
I love her.
He mumbled that part.
Yeah.
And health.
Sick. It makes me nervous.
I mean, this thing is just turning into more and more of the problem is somebody's going to win. Everybody. You know, and I have all these Dems who are saying, "Well, you've got to vote for Hillary." I go, "No, I don't. I'm in New York State. Have you heard of that thing that they did to keep us from having direct democracy called the Electoral College?"
Yeah.
You know, I don't have to soil myself because Trump isn't going to win New York if he cures cancer the night before the election. So I don't have to soil myself on this. I mean, Hillary Clinton couldn't be a bigger part of the patriarchy if she had an 11.5-inch cock. So.
It's true. And she may.
May. I'm not going to get into that, but
that's her business.
And we're going to do everything to look out for women.
I got a picture. If you can see, I tweeted a picture I took of her while off the TV while Bernie was endorsing her. And just look at her face. It's back in my tweets on Crimmins a while ago, and like a day or two ago. Look at her eyes and look at her face. You would think that she's just raging and furious about something. It's like, hey, you've won everything. Be happy now. And she's got this. Her eyes. I mean, we have two mentally ill people running for president.
No, we do. Well, I think even wanting to run for president is kind of a mental illness.
I've looked at this entire world, and there's one glaring problem. I'm not in charge. Yes, let's form a committee and worship you.
All right, we're looking at this scary...
Very intense.
Yeah,
Armstrong look that she has on her.
Have you got the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah. Put that out on the iBang or what? Get that out. Because I'm thinking about a secondary career as a photographer, a fashion photographer. That's a good look, though, huh?
Barry Crimmins playing in Ithaca. Where are you playing, Barry?
I'm at the Dock with Anna Phillips, who's a very funny comic from Syracuse. And then next weekend, I'm not at Governor. I'm at the Brokerage. And one other place that began, it's an Irish name.
McGuire's Comedy Club in Smithtown.
That's right. And I apologize.
Sweet.
I fumbled that. And, I had a great time with Baltimore last weekend at the Creative Alliance. Those people do great comedy. Any comic that wants to play somewhere cool should go do those guys.
Very cool. Barry Crimmins,
so I love
ass.
you guys. You're going to see too much of me, so I'm going to go. Thank you for helping me plug tomorrow night, and I will. And I'll try to come in and see you on Thursday if it's all right. If I can just invite myself.
It's always all right. This door is off the hinges for you, my friend.
Okay. Love you guys.
Love you, Barry.
Okay.
Love you, Barry.
Peace, babies. Bye.
Peace. Here is Eric. Eric, what's up?
We were just talking about what's sexy with the woman in the pasties and all. It's what you can't see, and that's why tan lines are sexy, because it shows you an area that was covered, that was supposed to be private, but now with the tan line you can actually see it. So you're getting to see something you shouldn't see.
So you like a tan line?
I have always found tan lines to be very sexy, and I think that that's because they were still in vogue, like 70s into 80s. It was still a sexy thing. And then sometime in the 90s, it became like full body tan.
Right.
But I would agree. I still find a tan line to be sexy.
Well, let's say back in the 1800s, where the women were completely covered up, a woman might be walking up the steps and a guy would catch just a little flash of ankle and go home to masturbate about it. You know what I mean? Like, fucking ankle, dude. I saw it.
I saw the flesh.
I believe the calf was right up above it. I didn't get that far. But just, you keep so much away from people. That's all it takes to get turned on. It's that easy. And now, because there's an endless amount of porn there, it's difficult for people to find something that satisfies them until they find a Mexican woman who's fucking a severed head, and they're like, I'm so into this chick. I mean, she is wild.
Finally something new and fresh for me.
Yeah. Something I can get into. Hey, this is going to be somebody cheering against you. She's a big Bears fan. She loves Dickie and the Bears. Look what it is. It's Janice from Chicago.
Janice. I'd always cheer for Chris. But, you were talking about taking number 2. That was Doug Flutie's number 2.
Yeah, he was.
Is that what you're doing it? Flutie style?
Look, 2 or 7. I'm still trying to figure out which one I want.
Man, that 30 for 30 about the Chicago Bears, they still hate Flutie for coming in as their backup and having to take over for Jim McMahon in 87.
They were pretty mean to him and shit.
Still calling him a midget and just despise the guy who was such a great athlete.
And Mike loved him, so the people in front of us bought him a Flutie poster. I still have it.
Oh, is that right? Here's your fucking Flutie poster. Well, we're not that far away from the, training camp.
No, we're 13 days.
It's pretty darn exciting.
Yeah.
They're already having mini camps.
Now, Chris, have you made any of the mini camps yet?
No, I want to go to the show, man. I'm talking about training camp, official training camp, July 28th.
You know, this show is based.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know that they called it that.
No.
football as well.
Why don't you try out for the...
I can't. The season's already happening.
Yeah, but you could come in end of the year. You're pinch hitting. I mean, in your goddamn pretend league, you don't even have to play in the field.
I'd love to
You
play.
do DH. Why not let the whole team DH? Would that be okay with you guys? You find defensive experts and offensive experts, since you fucking hate the game of baseball. Boy, the Cubs hit the skids, didn't they, Janice?
Oh, it's
a little nerve-wracking now. They were just flying along, best record ever.
Everything was so great.
Yeah.
And the Mets swept them. 4 games.
Oh, I know. I was thinking at least Vito's happy.
Best weekend of my life.
Oh, good.
Pete Rose, they were talking to Pete Rose about Big Papi going in the Hall of Fame because his career's in it. And Pete says, I don't know, he's borderline. Big Papi is borderline to go in the Hall of Fame. And they're like, why? He goes, he didn't have enough hits. Not everybody can have 4,000 hits.
He broke the goddamn Red Sox curse by himself. And
it is true.
Just that, and then he's also an amazing baseball player. To this day, this season, he's having a great season.
He's hitting when you go over 500 home runs, I don't know, is anyone not hit 500 and not gotten into a hall? Now, this even proves you can get 4,000 hits and not go to the hall, like Pete Rose.
Yeah. Get those 500, though, you're good.
As long as you don't bet on baseball.
That's it. You drop F-bombs during memorials.
I'm always on Pete's side, but I thought that was hilarious. And I'm like, I didn't know that a single person would debate whether Big Papi belonged there. And you're right. It's one thing to look at, his stats, but another thing that this is the guy who put the socks on his shoulders and said, let's get this.
Down 3-1.
And he also said, few more years, he's definitely a shoo-in, just not this year.
He wants him to have, 3,000 hits? Pete, you're the last person who should want anyone to stay out of the Hall of Fame. You used to say everybody should go in. If you get an AB, you should be able to go in.
Come on.
You're never going to let Pete in, though. It's never going to happen. Not while he's alive.
He's just mad they're giving Ichiro's Japanese hits now.
Who is? Nobody more than fucking American leaguers.
Just the media.
Nobody is. Nobody considers that at all.
It's always been a ridiculous stat where someone will just mention it, but I never it's the Japanese league. It's a totally different fucking game.
Are we counting AAA ball?
Yeah.
Are we counting single A? Do your college hits come in? We're talking about major league hits. What the fuck are we talking about here? I'm going crazy.
It's really weird and annoying because it comes up anytime he's written about.
Yes, but did you ever go to a game where someone said, here's the all-time hit king? No.
Oh, back to
He's
T-ball.
playing in Japanese baseball. I could fucking go there tomorrow. Probably hit 280.
They just don't want to give Pete his dues.
There is no debate about that whatsoever. There's zero debate. This is major league hits, period. And, he did it all in a tougher league. He did it all in the National League, where you got to fucking play every day. You don't get to go and lay on a couch and take a nap while the game's going on. Come out and hit a double and say you had a good day.
All right.
This fucking drives me crazy to this day. He had to play ball to get his hits.
Oh, and the games are so long. Oh, my God, there was a double-header Sox game. Oh, my God.
I know.
Shoot me now.
It's like saying you want to fly to Sydney. That's what it's like with a game now. You're like, yeah, the view's pretty, but I want to get out of here. I can't fucking stay here forever.
It's an end.
All right, Jen.
Hey, Chris,
yes.
Kevin Butler always used to joke that he was able to keep his watch under his wrist sweatband. So that's another good thing about being a kicker.
It's true, Chris.
That's good. Then this is why it's my dream.
You know what? I'm going to fucking pay somebody to take you out if you get into one game. I'm going to say, roughing the kicker, I'll pay 10 G's.
They're headhunting out there.
Everyone's diving at your knee. Every single kick.
Take out the knee.
All right, Janice, talk to you soon. We got to go to break here, but coming up a little later on in the show, Paul Feig from his trailer on Ghostbusters. This is when he invited us last year. And coming up in a little bit, Rob Sheffield has written a book on Bowie. He, he wrote about this quick. He's been a lifelong Bowie fan. as is everybody here except for Chris.
I am a Bowie fan.
Lifelong?
Not lifelong. I am a Bowie fan.
That bothers me, though. Rob Sheff for the first responders. We're going to give out signed on Bowie. Beautiful book. We believe it to be Gail's copy.
Yes.
That will be shipped to you. So you know someone has already cried over this book. But that's going to be pretty cool, right?
I can't wait to talk to him. I've been a fan of his writing for a long time, so I'm very excited for this.
You were one of the people you were introduced to Love as a Mixtape. Talk
Yes.
about it. Just a heartbreaking book.
And really, excerpts from it from Rolling Stone is really how...
Is that right?
I think it was Rolling Stone was the
Yeah.
first place that I read it, yeah.
Well, to give you backstory on that, he's this young writer for Rolling Stone. His life is great. He's with a woman and marries her, and they love. They're having just a great young pre-hipster life. And she gets up from breakfast one day and brain aneurysm. And then he writes about how much he loves her through music, through songs. It's just phenomenal writing. And then he did another book that's really, really fun and reminds you of being a kid. Is called Talking to Girls about Duran Duran. And kind of the point is that is figure out the kind of the music that girls like and be able to talk to them about it, which is fantastic. And then this book that means so much to us, on Bowie. So your chance for first responders at Rob Sheff. We'll be right back with Rob Sheffield. This is Bennington. More Bowie. Rob Sheffield is in with us. He's written the book on Bowie. It's available now and online. That for me is a Bowie song that taught me everything that I needed to know about being a rock and roll fan.
Unbelievable song. And I love that it's a song about being a fan. He's listening to Lady Stardust sing, and it's a song that just really kind of gets at the essence of Bowie-ness, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but it also is that thing of the confusing thing for a young man who falls in love with music. You know what I mean? You don't even know where to put that love when you're a kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're just sitting around going, oh, I love this band or I love this album, you're like, I'm still learning about love. And I have almost more passion for this than anything else.
And oftentimes your connection to music are your first loves. It's like almost your first, dancing with the idea of romantic love is just placing all your heart onto this one either genre of music or this one artist.
Well, you actually pointed out about how much Bowie sings about the character that we give him. We call him Ziggy Stardust.
Yeah.
But the entire album, he's singing about Lady Stardust. He's singing about the Thin White Duke. It's amazing. And I've never really heard anybody really set that up before.
Yeah, it's funny. He said something once about Ziggy Stardust. He said, I wondered what it was like to be a rock star because I was just kind of a cult artist. So basically, I wrote Ziggy Stardust as a script and then acted it out on stage and in record and became that rock star.
On Bowie is about a lifetime of Bowie fandom as much. I mean, you
Absolutely.
You have a rock. You're a rock critic, but you also have that ability to know what it's like to ride along over the career of an artist, which now, if you're any fan of rock and roll, you've had enough time to look at ups and downs of so many artists. Bowie was a guy that I could never catch up to. He was always at least an album or two ahead of me, and still is to this day. I don't have the ability to sit down and listen to the last album as much as you do.
Yeah?
It's too raw.
It's pretty raw
for me right now.
It's intense.
Yeah.
It was funny that it came out on his birthday, and for a couple days, just listening to it and how mind-blowing it was and how many friends I had the conversation with. Like, can you believe a guy made this album so experimental and so intense on his 69th birthday?
It's insane.
And then a couple days later when the horrible news came and we realized there was a lot more going on here than we even realized.
The fact that he left something behind like that is just mind-blowing.
And it's like the perfect end to living the artist's way. I think it's like he lived as an artist and he left this world the same way. And it's just incredible that he did it kind of on his own terms, on his own way. It wasn't an homage to the past. It was like just a new phase that he was in.
So mysterious too, because it would have been easy enough if he was just about being famous to be Bowie's fight against, Brave fight against. That's the one that we would have expected. Like, here, this thing is happening and I'm showing to you. Instead, he leaves behind this mysterious music. And like you said, he could have written fun pop songs for us to sing. I thought that was the great thing about him being on Gervais's show, just showing him coming up with a silly song that we were all singing along with by the end of the episode. You call him, was it the greatest rock and roll star, the most important one?
I call him the greatest rock star in terms of just doing what a rock star does. He was the greatest at that, in my opinion, ever.
You have a favorite era, or you're able to come in and out?
I love the Berlin era. I love there's some phases that I don't love at all. Nobody loved all his phases. Like you said, there are ups and downs, and part of loving an artist who has that kind of track record is you hear them doing spectacular highs and equally spectacular lows. And when David Bowie flopped, he liked to do it on a really grandiose scale.
Sure.
And so for me, the Berlin, the late 70s Bowie, that's my favorite.
It's such a phenomenal. Again, I struggled with it at first because I kept waiting for Ziggy again, over and over and over. I mean, when I was a kid, when he came to Philly, and I'm like, great, he's going to turn Philly glam. And when he put out an album that sounded like it could have been on Philly International, I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. Now I love that album, But at the time, and then when I was catching on to that, he goes to Berlin, and you're hearing a whole other scene. I mean, that was my entire life with Bowie, and I kind of really want to keep it that way forever. I want to go back. I mean, I'm not going to be shocked if I don't go, hey, this late 80s Bowie was a lot better than I ever got credit for.
Yeah, and I think because he was so versatile and he transformed himself the way that he did, I think that there was kind of a little bit something for everybody, as long as what you're talking about is everybody, meaning like the weirdos. Like even among the weirdos, there was something. But I have to say, reading your book on the train, I had so many people say to me, oh, what is the book? I love Bowie. It's just to see that iconic symbol on the front, and then immediately saying, okay, I'm going to check this book out. It's amazing how much his death brought out so much community. And people just launched into personal stories with me about, I remember the first time I heard Bowie, I was 11 years old, or I remember I got really into Bowie.
I remember the first time I heard Bowie.
Yeah.
And I remember, I had known Space Oddity as like, a song that I heard, but just as I was switching over from like what was called AM radio to FM radio, when I heard Changes, it was like somebody kicked me. And then when I found out, I've got like 3 or 4 albums ready to go. So I was able to, jump into like album after album at one time, which is almost impossible to do with an artist. There was so much of that era, but it was insane to be a fan of this guy. You've never met him?
Never. I would have been too scared. Did you?
I talked to him once on the phone, but more importantly, I was at this. I've told this story before, but I think you'll like it. I was at this thing for Lou Reed. It was when Lou Reed was doing this photography thing, and I think it was called, pictures that Lou Reed took out of his bedroom window, because it was all just things in the West Side, right? And it was like Julian Schnabel was there and Lou Reed was there, and it was at some fashion place on the Upper East Side. But everybody is standing around, and coming up the stairs was David Bowie, and you could hear the silence pick up and spread across the room until the entire room got silent. Like, it felt like you were at some party before. But when he just floated into that room, everybody tried not to say, it's David Bowie. And then my friend Earl just goes, the Thin White Duke. We're just like, fuck, yes. And it was like literally better than many concerts I've seen in my life.
Yes.
Just to have him walk into the room.
Bowie entrance. I've had that experience at shows. There was this period in the early 2000s where Bowie was going to lots of rock shows in New York. So lots of times I was at a rock show and you'd see the thing where there'd be the security sweep and they're like, okay, we're clearing a pathway.
Yeah.
And you knew, okay, this is the Bowie entrance because whatever the young band was that was playing, he wanted to come see them and then like have his photo taken with them afterwards. And so you'd often be at a show and there'd be the Bowie entrance, which would be, you know, this spectacular event. And, you know, you would barely see the back of his head as he was, you know, ushered into the room. But it was always, like you said, better than many concerts.
Yeah. And that's how long he stayed at this, by the way, to get his picture with Lou because it made all the papers and whatever it needed to. And then he just went out. And like, when people say, oh, somebody's just a regular guy, I don't know, man, because I've heard like comedy clubs that he would show up and I was at a screening that I think he was at, you know, because after the first movie starts, I see this silhouette comes in. It was his son's, you know, thing. And then up this person went when there was like 15 seconds left. I'm going to just believe that it was Bowie and feel like I had that. But it was amazing. It's amazing to think that we lived in New York when Lou Reed was here and David Bowie was here. It's fascinating.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. A friend of mine shared a cab with Bowie. This story is in the book.
Yeah.
This was my favorite because she just called on a Saturday afternoon and said, okay, I have to tell you this story now because I'm calling everybody I know to tell them this just happened. I was in a cab with David Bowie. It was a blizzard. She was in St. Mark's Place. She was the only other pedestrian trying to hail a cab besides this other guy who was on the other side of the road. And there were no cabs in sight. There was no cars at all on the road because it was snowing so heavily. She has an armful of shopping bags. A cab appears and then she and the other guy run for it at the same time. And he says, oh, you should take it. And she says, well, there aren't any other cars on the road, so why don't we share? And he helps her load her bags into the trunk. And it's only when they get into the back of the cab that she's like, oh, wait a minute. I know who you are. And they were stuck in this extremely slow moving cab for blocks and blocks. And he was absolutely charming and relaxed. And then when he gets out of the cab, he says, now, when you tell all your friends about this, make sure you mention I was wearing fabulous shoes. So she called everybody she knew and said, I was just in a cab with David Bowie and he was wearing fabulous shoes.
Well, what do you think it's like to live your entire life knowing people are looking up and thinking, this is David Bowie. This is and he has to live with that 24 hours a day. You know, he has to live with the fact that wherever he went, but the fact that he pulled it off in New York during the later years of his life, and he lived here like an expat artist more than as he went out sometimes and was the fabulous David Bowie, but people in that neighborhood said he would just be walking around and being cool. The fact that he pulled off making the last 2 albums and we didn't know about it.
It's incredible that he was able to make those albums in secret. And all along the chain of command, nobody breathed a word, which is astounding when you think of the world we live in. Not even like, like somebody, delivering beers in the lobby, went on Twitter and said, whoa, I just passed David Bowie. It was able to be in total secrecy. I mean, it says something about the loyalty he inspired in people.
Well, again, I think that's because when people worked with him, they felt like they were working with an artist. Yeah. And you can't say that about everybody in rock and roll or in the entertainment business at all. On Bowie is available in stores and online. And I'll say this about Rob Sheffield. When Bowie died, you were the only thing that I went and read.
Wow, thank you.
I wasn't in the best place to be able to handle that,
sure,
but I knew that you would be able to somehow sum up what that feeling
was that means so much to me. Thank you so much. It's really kind.
What was it like for you to sit down and write this lifetime worth of, you've thought about him for an entire lifetime,
exactly,
and then you got to write it up.
Yeah, it's a lifetime of obsession with David Bowie and love for David Bowie and hearing, different phases and loving different phases. Sometimes I'm like more, Ziggy kind of fan. Sometimes I'm more like Berlin kind of fan. And trying to wrap all this up so fast, but that's, what it was like when he died in such a surprising way and such a creative way, when you think of how he knew for 18 months that he had this diagnosis and how he chose to spend his time at the end was making this album, and that he chose to approach it as basically as a creative opportunity and in a way to say thank you to those of us who'd been listening all this time and to give us music to say goodbye with.
Was it a rough write for you, or?
Yeah, definitely. It was intense. It was hard to focus on anything else. All I did was sit in my desk and call the sushi place and call the pizza place. And basically I would go days at a time without leaving my apartment or putting pants on or anything like that. All I could do was obsess about David Bowie.
See, I did the same thing, but didn't write it up.
See, I thought I'd be doing this anyway. I'd be sitting around in my underwear, ordering pizza and, listening to side 2 of Diamond Dogs.
If you're just tuning in now, Rob Sheffield is in with us, and he's written the book on Bowie, which, by the way, you also wrote very quickly. And it's something that you just kind of felt this need to purge.
Yeah. And really to celebrate. I mean, I love what you said about, talking with people on the subway about Bowie, and everybody's got a story. Everybody's got their own personal Bowie. It's like everybody has a different David Bowie. And I guess I just wanted to celebrate what he meant to so many different kinds of people. When you think about the range of his impact, that he meant so much to so many different cultures and different genres and different generations. I mean, every generation of kids discovers Bowie and it's really kind of amazing. It doesn't happen with a lot of people.
Well, it's amazing. And you bring this up in the book, but people of a certain age, it was a kid's film. It was and not only did they enjoy the film, but it's the first time they start to think about anyone sexual. The role is a strange thing for us to consider.
There's puppets in this. But who is that? I know. I think that's the way my cousins had kind of experienced watching Labyrinth and just being in awe of him, and then that making them look into his career. I think that was their tie-in with that.
And I remember when it came out, I was thinking, what the hell is he doing now? Sure. Why would he be doing this? Because I could sit around, and I realize it's a very strange film, but I could watch Man to Fell every single time it comes out. Merry Christmas, I think Mr. Lawrence is
a great film.
Is a great film that his role, that thing that he played, that this odd bisexuality that shows up, in this prison war thing. It's amazing. And, none of those, kind of turn the critics on. But when I saw him do Labyrinth, I'm like, this is insane. And now to know that people grow up on that. And I've had women say to me, you know who my first crush was? And bring up that film. I just find that to be stunning. I was also... It felt so good from somebody who saw him in the 70s, where he was obviously, going through whatever chemical problems. The last couple of tours that I saw him, they were so professional that I almost missed, what we had before. But the last, I got a chance to see him in a nightclub. I think it's called the Chili Pepper in Fort Lauderdale, which apparently he did the longest show that he's ever done in his career. And it literally was in a nightclub. He was great. His band was great. But then that last tour that he did, I caught him in Fairfax, Virginia. And the interesting thing to me was there were people popping for 80s songs that sat down during the 70s songs. There were people who thought his career started with Let's Dance.
Right.
That he didn't have some kind of career like Elvis or even the Beatles where you could say, this is who this guy is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of people just took him at that one point of his life, which is kind of great, no matter where.
Yeah.
You know?
And then in his death, I think it kind of so much of his music obviously was being played, and we were playing his music all week long here. Yeah. And then, even if you have that disconnect with like the poppy 80s stuff, it's just like, those are really phenomenal pop songs.
Oh, yeah, like the Let's Dance stuff? Yeah.
Even the version of Bowie that's not your favorite is still, you can step back and be like, you can see why it means something to someone else.
Well, Rob talks about on Bowie how he went back and made almost an album for his clones. You know what I mean? To go back and do this album that said, all right, this music that you guys are into, that I'm going to top you with it. It's pretty amazing when you think about it.
I love it. And for me, at the time I was a teenager, really into new wave and really into groups like Culture Club and ABC and Duran Duran. And it was really funny to hear Let's Dance and realize, wow, David Bowie's listening to this stuff too. And he's saying, yeah, I know where you got those tricks, kids. Like, you stole them from me. I'm going to steal them back. It was kind of brilliant.
It was kind of brilliant. And then very unexpected that suddenly he would have a bigger drawing career at that time than he did during the 70s. He was much bigger, much bigger in the 80s than he ever was in the 70s. And I think, the fact that he's one of the few people that we saw get clean in public. So you see, like a lot of times when you get clean, when you get off of drugs, your brain hasn't really come back together yet. You're still making some strange decisions, but you see it get stronger and stronger. And you bring up the fact that he got married during that time. That had a lot to do with the first time he was ever centered.
Absolutely. And who would have thought, at the time, it just seemed like, okay, a rock star marrying a model, like how original, and that this turned out to be a relationship that was so creatively inspiring for him, and that it lasted so long, and in ways that they were so successful at keeping their private life private and, doing the public red carpet thing when they wanted to. But, they were really, really good. They never did a thing where, it's a magazine spread and it's a tour of their house.
Right. Yeah. I mean, his daughter wasn't famous. We really didn't see pictures of her until suddenly people started to pay attention after, Bowie passed away. But that was amazing to just see that they were raising this beautiful kid just like regular people. They kept her away from all that stuff. Also amazing to see how, as the years went by, he kind of became a smart businessman about things like the internet and movies and stuff. Had you ever meeting Angie?
Never.
I've had her on the show a couple of times. Totally interesting, and she was handling everything in those days. And quite poorly. You know what I mean? It's just, it's hilarious to hear the stories of how on the edge. I mean, they were basically broke through that, whole period because they just spent whatever come in. But, the Mott the Hoople thing happening too, the fact that he went out and gave away one of the best rock and roll songs. I love that.
I love that. They told him that they were breaking up because they were sick of not having a hit. So he said, I can't let this happen. So he sits down and writes this song for them. And one of Mott the Hoople told a really funny story about, David Bowie's playing the song for them on guitar, and they're afraid to look at each other because why is this guy taking leave of his senses to give us this song?
Right.
An absolute classic.
An amazing, amazing thing. And he brought back Lou Reed. He brought back Iggy Pop. I mean, at any part of this, any little segment of that career is worth thinking about, worth writing about. All of it together is far too much. I think you took I thought you took a perfect place to talk about this music, being from the fans' point of view. Because, like I said, I've always been albums behind and owned up to the fact that I'm albums behind and kind of love being albums behind with him. I mean, what else could you say about like a great artist? Me and him are just as smart when it comes to the subject. I love the fact, throughout my life that I thought, I don't know if I can keep up. And the last album is that way. It's just so big. It's just so big for me to take on. The fact that critically people could look at it, like you said, before they found out the news,
Yeah.
The fact that we'd say, this is a great album, he's gone. You know, because if he would have died making it, Tony Visconti was supposed to do the show that week that the album came out. He canceled because they were doing
the Holy Holy show.
Yeah. So he was going to come in with who? Mick? Who was on that tour with him?
Woody Woodmanson.
Woody Woodmanson is right. Who was
the drummer? Yeah,
with the Spiders from Mars. And I was like, damn. Well, you know. Then later I thought, did he know? And that's why they canceled? But they still did that show that night, right?
They did. That was David Bowie's birthday. And my wife and I went, and it was funny because it was a terrible cold winter night in New York. And it didn't really feel like going out, but she said, you know, it's his birthday. It's New York. There's a chance he might show up. And even if it's a 0.001% chance, you know, what a thing to miss. But it was really fun. And we talked many times afterwards about how much Tony Visconti could have known. He says he didn't know, and I believe him because he was so cheery that night. It's hard to believe. But at one point, he had the crowd sing "Happy Birthday" into his phone so he could text it to David Bowie, and it was really exciting. And it was funny also that every time he kept saying, "And now, like, we'd like to have somebody else like sing for us," and you could see everybody getting excited, and he'd say, "No, it's not David." But it was amazing how everybody in the room was talking about the new album, and everyone was like, "Yeah, did you listen to it today? Like, how incredible is it?" It was really funny that we could all be in this room to listen to, you know, a performance of an album that was, you know, nearly 50 years old, and yet everybody's talking about the album the artist released that day.
Now, imagine, you know, 50 years ago, would anybody be talking about somebody who was big in 1915 and still alive? You know, everything was supposed to be so disposable. And the fact that he came in, delivered that, it's too much to wrap your head around. It just really is. And you made me think of the number of shows that I've been to in my life, because I've seen Mata Hoople, seen Iggy, and there was always a rumor that Bowie was going every single time. You couldn't even relax and enjoy the show. And this was back in the days where people would show up looking like Bowie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so, and I remember even like sometimes it would be like he would keep the first 5-6 rows for people who were just traveling around, and they were just girls and guys looking like Bowie. So there was always that thing of, is it him? Has he walked out there? Thank you so much for the book, dude.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It was so touching, and it brought me to tears several times, but it feels amazing to be able to step back and, you know, after the initial shock of seeing it, it's great to have a piece like this to reflect on everything.
Well, I'm still not past that part too, though. I'm still going back over this, and you bring up the thing that at a certain point of life, you're like, oh, how lucky are we that we picked someone worth? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
absolutely.
And that's your first thing, I think, in rock and roll. Am I picking the right bands to care about? You know what I mean? Am I picking people that are going to get this? It's like your first proud feeling you have about your own taste, and to see that last so many years. Terrific book, and thanks so much for coming in, man.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you next time.
Yeah.
On Bowie, Rob Sheffield has out. It's available in stores and online. His Twitter, of course, is at Rob Sheffield. See you next time, buddy.
See you, man.
It is the Bennington Show. That's our buddy Rob Sheffield. Pick up his new book on Bowie. It's terrific.
That was very difficult for me to keep it together. I got very emotional there at the end because his book was so brilliant and sweet, and he has just a way of describing things that always breaks my heart.
Like
breaks
what?
my heart. Well, you know, some of the past work that I've read, stuff that he wrote about his wife in Rolling Stone. But in this book, there was a chapter where he breaks down Space Oddity. And I was about to explain it to him, and I was like, no, my heart is going to be broken, because he takes the moment in which Major Tom says his last words, where he's talking to his wife, and he's saying to tell my wife I love her. And then the response to that is very much, she knows.
Yeah.
And the way he sees it is that maybe this is them responding to him like, don't worry, she knows.
Yeah.
And I had never thought of it that way. I had always just thought like, tell her I love her. She knows. Like, she knows that.
Oh, you thought it was always coming from Major Tom.
I always thought Major Tom was the one saying it, but the idea of someone at the voice of the other end going like, she knows that.
Well, did you ever listen to that part of the song? It always changes real quick, like he's playing a second person.
Yeah.
Tell my wife I love her very much. She knows. Yeah. Like, calm down, dude. Why don't we give away a signed copy of On Bowie at Rob Chef for the first responders.
And that's ROBSHEFF.
Yeah,
Chef.
you could go over to the Bennington Show Twitter and it will show you. I mean, you can just click it right there.
Send him your love, and it's an excellent book. So it would be it's going to be a great read.
What always amazes me is we sit around and talk about music all the time, but I can never think on that same level as they go back and compare it to other songs that came later, or to compare it to the political time of the day. And by the way, I'm not even saying that they're always right. Like, I'm not sure if Rob Sheffield is 100% right when he says this leads to this and this was more about this. But it's great to think that way. It makes it opens the songs up.
I think, anytime you're taking a look at art and you're saying, this is my interpretation of it. It's movies or a book, or in this case, the story that someone's telling through songwriting. You're gonna impose your own feelings on it. But I still think it's a worthwhile experience to do, because like that's the whole point of art. Like, it's reaching outward to you. You're gonna have, it's like moonlight reflecting back that light.
No art ever takes place in a vacuum. So it always has to do with the art that came before it, and also what is happening in the world at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be very difficult to say someone could write music now that isn't affected by the political thing that's going on, the social thing that's going on.
And it's pretty often that people take a look at either authors or songwriters and say, wow, this was written, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, but it's so very much true today. But that's because there is something that is universally
There's
human.
certain truths.
Yeah, there are certain, human truths that happen in the experience that it doesn't really matter, that in the quest of kind of figure out what life is, you're going to come across some of the same experiences.
You know what? Oddly, I never do it with other people.
Really?
I just feel like when I hear them talk about human emotions, I think, oh, that's a human emotion, huh? Odd.
You should try to make your face look like you're experiencing what they're experiencing.
There were a lot of time. I mean, people can't even understand this now, but there were a lot of critics that were hard on Bowie because they thought he doesn't have the courage to be himself. He creates a character and sings through that character that's somehow lesser than.
But I've always saw all of those characters as facets of himself, like some type of aspect of him that he felt like, okay, now I'm going to explore what this part of my personality or my sexuality or my style or whatever that is.
At Rob Chef, it's First Responders. It's a book that he wrote in a month. It's truly, I mean, we sit around and talk about some of this stuff, but I would say that he wasn't writing so much from an intellectual point of view about Bowie's work, but pure feeling, pure kinesthetic, what it felt like, And I had said this before, and I remember even saying it years ago. I don't think I was ever homophobic because Bowie, Lou Reed, the Stooges, everybody would call that gay music. Matter of fact, Mick Jagger, there were always gay rumors back when I was a kid. Rod Stewart, Elton John, any of the glam stuff, Sweet, Alice Cooper even, like, there were always sexuality rumors. So there was no point for me to say, oh, I could love Bowie's music, but somehow judge, anything else. So that was like this really... And I take very little credit for it. You know what I mean? I only made that decision because it worked for me as a rock and roll fan.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not like I sat down and go, all people should be. I'm like, I love this music, and if this is what that dude's into, it's like
it's got to be good. It's got to be, yeah.
It's certainly nothing for me to act like I could attack them. If anything, if I met any of these people, I should say thank you, thank you for helping me make it through this age. But the androgyny of that time was a given. You would be weird, like Bad Company or something. We're like, oh, like, what is this?
Yeah.
What are you, like, just guys?
Just a bunch of dudes.
Just a bunch
Bad Company.
Just a bunch of dudes wearing fucking just regular clothes on stage.
Like a bunch of jerks. Like a couple real jerks.
Are you making an album or getting gas for us? What are you doing? All right, at Rob Chef. Coming up next is one of my favorite people in the world. We just talked to him this week, Paul Feig, who knows more about directing comedy. I'm going to say probably more than any living human being right now. And Paul is also an outsider who embraces his outsiderness, and he was under a lot of attack by the fanboy dude bros online the last couple years, really. It's kind of weird. But during this conversation, and this is just about a year ago, a little under a year ago.
Couple months under a year.
This was the first time that he said, "Oh yeah, I'm getting attacked online," and I hadn't known that because I don't sit around and follow his Twitter. But it hadn't really made the news yet. It actually took him bitching about it for it to make the news.
Yeah,
because most of us don't know who's getting,
Yeah, you're not paying attention exactly to.
Yeah, you're not going to go to at Paul Feig and see what other people write to him. That would be ridiculous. But you learn so much about directing and filmmaking and all. And I've been a film fan since I was a kid. And until I walked on that giant set and saw how much shit takes place and how little gets shot because the setup takes hours and hours and hours, and the concentration that goes into. But he had such a happy set, right? Hicks was eating different food places. They did something, I think they called it the French style of filmmaking.
Yeah.
Which is, there's no lunch breaks, right? But food is always available. So they don't break the set and say, okay, everyone take off an hour, see you back in an hour.
Right.
It's just whenever you get a break, there's food there. And there was what lobster rolls?
There was lobster rolls. There was food trucks outside, multiple food trucks, and then inside
they were free for everybody.
Just go up, like, get a lobster roll, sure. And then there was at one point they just brought out a hot pastrami, bread and mustard for everyone.
We're there. I'm watching as they're shooting scenes. I turn around and just see the back of Chris's head because he's just stuffing hot pastrami. He was yesterday with that roast beef sandwich from No Joke in Hoboken.
So good.
You were into 3 during that meeting.
Oh, yeah, I was.
It was the quietest meeting I've ever seen you have.
Bulking up for the NFL.
I don't ever hear of a kicker that has to bulk up.
Do you need bulk for that?
Should we break before we go to Paul Feig?
Yeah.
But this was truly and this was his idea. He just said, I'm going to be up. Why don't you come up to the set and then we'll make some time. We go out to his trailer. His assistant said to me, this is only something like the 3rd time or something crazy that he's been to his trailer, and they've been shooting all summer.
Because he's just so busy.
Every moment of the day.
And I love when you had told the story, just the way he has to work with every person, even just for a moment. Like, he's got to be an expert on every kind of little subject and answer a million questions. Yes, I want this. No, that's a good idea. And kind of have that personal relationship with each of the crew members.
Each person is in charge of something important, right? And you got people doing the clothes, and he has to okay that. You got people doing the lighting, the sound. We just think of it as the acting, but he doesn't want or no director would want there to be something on the set that they didn't, that wasn't part of their vision. So when you think of, I saw him talk one-on-one to about 90 people that day. And I was so just trying to be a fly on the wall. I didn't want to be like slowing down any of that process because it looked just too difficult to me. It almost like if you were like trying to talk to somebody while they were driving a NASCAR. Right. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing now? Turning the wheel into it? We're going up on the bank. So that was, and it was an amazing experience. But, before that, I'm like, oh, he's like a regular guy. He's a great guy. But now I don't even know where to put it. When you see someone doing something that's just, this is a giant, major, motion picture. The amount of pressure they had to deal with.
Yeah, you have
phenomenal.
to have such a cool head to have that gig because it's just like tremendous amounts of pressure and you're just dealing with a ton of money. So making mistakes are so expensive.
You can't make mistakes. All right, we're going to go. Do we break first?
Break first.
At Rob Chef, if you want to read the signed book, it's definitely going to be a collector's item, something to read and then throw up into your bookcase somewhere and just let that thing make it on my brain. At Rob Chef for the first responders. Very sweet guy. And we're going to be back with, this is from last year. It's never been heard before, though. This is me in the trailer with him after an incredibly long day. It was a long day for me.
Yeah.
And I wasn't directing the movie. And I was exhausted by the time we got to the trailer to do this. So it should be interesting. We'll be right back from the set of Ghostbusters with Paul Feig. This is Bennington. On the set of Ghostbusters with Paul Feig in his trailer after spending the day with you. You and I have gotten together a couple of times after a project.
Yeah.
But this is the first time during a project.
Which I'm thrilled to have you here, too, Ron. It's really, there's nobody else I'd rather have on my set.
Is that right?
Yeah, because you love comedy and you get it and appreciate that.
I'll tell you that I had expected this to be a big set, but I had no idea until I walked in there. It's amazing, and particularly for a person who grew up the way you did, loving comedy, this has got to be stunning.
It's fun. You do feel like a kid in a candy store. I spent most of my life being terrified of the thought of making a big movie, but then with each movie, just kind of moved the ball a little further as far as size and scope and stunts and effects and all that. So it's a thrill. It's funny. When I was, we've talked about on past interviews that I've done that I was pretty deep in movie jail for a while. And in 2008, I was working on The Office because I had directed a bunch of episodes and I was working as a co-EP on it. And at that time, Gene Stupnitsky and Lee Eisenberg got asked to write the sequel script to Ghostbusters, and so they were working on it. And I remember just watching them, and they were friends of mine, going like, "Oh God, I wish there was some world in which I could actually be asked to direct Ghostbusters, but it'll never happen because, this guy who had 2 movies that failed and, I'm just a TV director now which is fine. But so when I'm here and doing this and stuff, you really do have to pinch yourself that you've kind of been given the keys to the kingdom like this.
Well, could you have done this film, you think, without doing Spy first? Was there something about doing Spy that...
Yeah, Spy really opened up a whole new world to me because before that, the most action I had done was in The Heat, and it was nothing really. And but it was a number of things. One, just taking on such a big project with Spy, but 2, meeting up with the stunt community in a way that I hadn't before. I've always been a huge fan of the stunt community and supporter, and I wanted to be a stuntman when I was a kid. And I love Hong Kong action movies, so I love all that stuff. But on Spy, we brought on J.J. Perry as our stunt coordinator, and he brought on Walter Garcia as the fight coordinator. And the level that these guys work at is above and beyond anything I've seen, because what they do is they just with their video cameras, they'll get their stunt team together and they'll set up just in their studio with using cardboard boxes and tables and stuff. They'll set up your basic set, and then they'll put together a stunt scene based on what you've written, and then they kind of take it and freestyle it from there. And I, told both of them, like, I'm a big Jackie Chan fan. I love all that stuff. So I really want that level of funny action that's dangerous, but you're laughing because you're like, oh my God, oh. It's like that. You almost got hit, and somehow it becomes funny that way. And so having those guys do that and me working with them and working so tight with actors and the stunt actors and putting this together. And then on top of that, all the big things was helicopters and cars and motorcycles. It just, you go like, oh, okay, it's all about seeing it can be done. What happens, I would watch a giant movie, like you watch one of the Lord of the Rings movies, especially that, the third one with big battles. And I was just like, how can you do that? It just seems overwhelming. But then what you realize is you're just watching months worth of work in a very short amount of time. And then you just go like, okay, it's just one shot at a time, one day at a time, one scene at a time.
Yeah, it's model building, I guess.
Yeah.
But then who can build a funny model? You know what I mean? That's the tough thing. You add, because I think if everyone always says, oh, Spy works as an action movie, and it does. But if it ever lost the comedy tone throughout it, you'd be in real trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing I have to do. And it's the biggest expenditure of energy is guarding that tone and not getting pulled too far in either direction, because you'll start to get into the action and you're like, wait, make it funny, find the funny. And then you'll get into the comedy and go like, wait, keep the action going, keep it grounded, or keep the stakes high. Because the minute it gets silly and the stakes go out of it and the danger goes out of it, then it's just a joke fest, which can be funny, but it's really hard to pull an audience along because they just get tired of the jokes.
That's the thing, I think, that if you look at your career, it's everything that you've ever done keeps building up to the next project. Yeah. Not everybody is able to do that. So you've had to have some kind of direction or thought even years ago, right?
Well, no. I mean, other than I've just wanted to do a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm kind of, my brain just kind of scattershots all over the place, and I get bored with stuff fast. And so once I've done something, I don't want to do it again. I want to find the next challenge, or just the next thing that would be fun to do. And I think that's why I never kind of set out saying, when I was starting out, going like, oh, I really want to play with genres. I really was much more about, I want to find honesty in these characters and in the comedy, and I want to make it real. And so, through doing Freaks and Geeks, and then on the great TV shows I got to work on, from The Office to Arrested Development, on and on. And then, doing Bridesmaids, that was, I was doing the character stuff I wanted to do and finding the funny, but then I started going like, but I also want to be a filmmaker, meaning I don't just want to film people talking.
Right.
I want to go to the next level, and what I would find at any little bits of action or physical stuff we had, it's a different response you get from an audience. Mm-hmm. And I really liked that. And then when I did The Heat, it was really fun seeing the laughs that come from people kind of on the edge of their seats in certain moments. Like The Heat's so compelling. It's just like, there was enough dangerous things. Like, when Sandra Bullock gets stabbed in the leg with a knife, people are horrified and they're laughing too, but they're also like, oh my God, like this danger is real. And there's something about funny people in peril, all the way back to Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. It's just, it's such an extreme emotion, and comedy is extreme emotion. And so funny people with extreme emotion is just, it's just a heyday for comedy.
Well, I think that's why you work so well.
Look, there's some movies I love that are just silly. Mm-hmm. And when they're done well, they're done great. I don't know how to do them because I have to be invested in the people as humans, and I have to know what they're doing. I never want to go like, oh, come on, why would they do that? And I never want the audience to do that. And so it's by keeping those stakes high and keeping a reality, and just it's really about gut checking every character and going like, would I do that, or would a person I know do that? And there's some characters that's just so extreme you kind of want it, but even them I want to have a logic to them.
Yeah. Well, I think that you almost won goodwill with this project as soon as the casting was announced. As soon as you heard of those 4 women were going to be carrying this, and how did that come about? What made it those 4?
Well, that was the hardest thing, was figuring out who it was going to be, because when I was first brought the idea of taking over the franchise, it was to do it as a sequel to the first 2, and I couldn't get my head around that, and I actually turned it down a couple of times because I couldn't figure out how to make that work, because even Ghostbusters 2 struggled with that.
Sure.
They were heroes, and then suddenly the next one you kind of reboot them. Oh, they've fallen from grace. So I was like, I don't know if I buy that. So it just kind of like 25 years later, and do I want just do I want a new group of Ghostbusters just being handed technology and weaponry and the knowledge of how to fight things versus let's just start over again in our world where there are no ghosts that anybody's ever seen, and then suddenly here are these people, and now it's an origin story. They have to find their way in. So when I finally went, well, maybe I should think about how I would do this. That was the thing. If I reboot it, I can know how to do that. And I was like, well, no, let's do it with all the funny women I know. And to me, it was such an innocuous idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, this will be fun. And then, the minute I announced it, the first wave was very positive, and the second wave was just like a shitstorm.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. And then it took a day, and then suddenly, like, just the hate started coming in, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And you're like, oh, fuck. Like, I didn't even again, I didn't really think it would have that strong of a. I know taking on such an iconic film is a big deal, but I didn't think making it with women would be such a big deal.
I think it's a safer choice than if you would have tried it with like Seth Rogen or whatever, because then people be comparing.
See, that was my exact thought. Is like I don't even want to put those guys in that situation because, like, who's going to be Bill Murray? And so. I want to make a clean break from all that, other than the idea of funny people fighting the paranormal with science and weaponry. But then we wanted to completely reinvent it. And so, Katie Dippold and I talked about how to do it and, wrote this script and just, the characters have nothing to do with the original characters. They're their own people. But it was always going like, hey, who's going to play these parts? And it took several months, and I didn't audition anybody. It just was me doing math in my head. And I had a few meetings just general meetings with some people I was interested in. Kate McKinnon being one of them, because I know Kate from I visit SNL all the time, so I become friendly with her at the parties. But just doing this math, and I mean, I could never even tell you, I would never deign to tell anybody, the lists I had of people, because it was everywhere from, dramatic actresses to, just celebrities. It was, I just opened my head wide and said, because what I needed was 4 very distinct personalities that wouldn't overlap with each other and would provide 4 different energies to it. And it was a long dance, and some of the names I really was thinking seriously about would really surprise you. But the first person I said is going to definitely be in it was Kate. Because I'd read an interview that she said she wanted to be in Ghostbusters. It was one of her dreams. And I love her anyway. So I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And so I had her come in just to have her general meeting with us. And she was so funny. And she was just kind of like pitching this idea of like how she would play it. And just the energy of it really made me laugh. So when she walked out, I was like, okay, she's in. So then in my head, it's like, okay, good. I got a building block to go off because I have now one distinct personality that's going to cover sort of the crazy one, and then, okay, now what do we need next? And I think the next person was Melissa, who was never a shoo-in for this. I only say that because I think everybody always assumes, when everybody's like, oh, of course you're going to be in it. I had not made up my mind, seriously, had not made my mind that she was going to be in it. Again, I love her. I wanted her to be in everything, but at the same time, I was like, it's only if it's right. This is too big of a franchise to not put the right people in. But then when, okay, you know what? And we were working on Spy, and I was going, she's just so fucking strong, and so she just kills it so hard. It's like, I'd be crazy not to put her in this. And she's a great different energy than Kate was. So then it was like, okay, so I got those two. Now who do I fill in? And it was right around then that I hadn't really known Leslie Jones, and she popped up on SNL one night on one of her Weekend Update things, and I rocked back in my chair.
She headbutted the nation that night. I remember it.
Unbelievable. And so I literally turned to my wife before it was even over. I said, like, I found my third Ghostbuster.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I said, she is in. And so I went to New York. I was there for something, and then I met her for drinks one night. And ironically, she came to me, I think she had just been told she was going to be made a regular in SNL, like right before she came to see me. And so she was kind of stunned from that. And then we had just the greatest bonding experience because we found out that we were stand-ups, and she started doing stand-up when I did in the 80s. And I went on and had a whole other career, and this woman just kept staying as, working the stand-up and just working it. And for me, nothing melts my heart more than the journeyman who's just been doing it forever. And she was just so charming and so funny and so warm and sweet. So I was like, she's got everything that I want, especially for this role that we wrote. And so she was in. And then it just came down to the fourth, and with Kristen, Kristen had been kind of moving away from comedy quite a bit. And in the talks I'd had with her since Bridesmaids, she really seemed to not want to do comedy much anymore. She really wanted to do dramatic acting. So I thought, well, all right, I'm not even going to think about her really, but I kept going. And Katie, when Katie wrote the script, was writing the script with me, she was always definitely pushing it towards Kristen, because she loves Kristen, as we all do. And, but again, I didn't know if she would do it, and I didn't want to put myself out there, and I didn't want to put her on the spot. But then she contacted my wife after she started seeing the trailers for Spy, and was saying, like, that looks like fun. Like, I want us to go away, all of us to be away somewhere making a movie that looks like so much fun. And then I met with so we had drinks, and she was kind of like, look, if there's anything in there, just consider me for any little part or whatever. And I was just like, oh man. But still, I just had to, again, make sure that the math was right. But then, so I was debating it. And then one night, I was just having dinner by myself one night, and I said, I just want to look at a picture of Kristen. So I went on the internet and just, brought up images, and I just started flicking through these pictures of Kristen, and I got so sad, and I missed her so much from our time together on Bridesmaids, and I was friends with her before that I was like, I can't not have her in this movie. And her energy's so different than the other three. And I agonized for months and months trying to put that cast together. The minute I got that fourth piece, and I was like, I'm done. This is it. This is my dream cast. Everyone else that I was considering went blasted out of my head.
Well, it's like a band that way. It's, Keith Richards might not be the best guitar player in the world, but he's the only guitar player for the Rolling Stones. It would have changed everything.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it is. I mean, it's so, look, just because I picked these four women is not like, there's so many other funny women I'm dying to work with, and who I have worked with and who I want to work with, and I will work with, but it was just the math of these four together complementing each other that made them the perfect team.
I love that you keep going back to that term math, too, because putting together something really big like this is about math, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the biggest term. When we're in the editing room with Brent White, and my editor and I are in the editing room, it's constantly, we're both going like, okay, the math is off on this. And sometimes it just comes down to the math of a joke of like, the beat is off. It's like the math is off, we're a few frames wrong on this, and then when you find it, and then that's really the whole, comedy is math, really.
Well, I was watching you shoot today. You would get the scene the way you wanted it, appeared to me. Then you would change the opening line and the closing line and have them go with it. And it was amazingly fun for the actors. I was watching them, and I noticed this. It felt to me that you were half directing Melissa, but I guess that's because you two have worked together before.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, it depends on the scene, and I usually do more alts than I did in this scene. Yeah. But it was such a physical scene, as you saw, which when you see the movie, you'll probably know the shot we're talking about. It was very uncomfortable for the actors, and yet they were going. So I'll temper it depending on what time schedule we're on, and also what the circumstance of the scene is. But there's some scenes that will just take hours and hours, and just changing in a million different alts and tons of improv, and other ones where I go like, you know what, that's kind of great, but I'll never just get one joke, because I need to cover myself. I get a test screening and one thing doesn't work, I need to at least have to be able to pull out another one and go like, is this one better? So I'm loath to get out of something without at least 5 jokes.
Is that right?
5 different jokes. Yeah.
Do you ever think, I've got a whole separate movie of jokes with some of these?
Yeah. The funny thing is, we have so many extra jokes, but by the time you put it together, you find that the body just rejects the other organs, and for some reason, no matter how funny those jokes are, and it will, we always put out the thing where we string together the jokes of plenty thing, and all the alt jokes are in there. But it's funny, the ones that should be in tend to get in. At least from my point of view. Well, if you don't find my movies funny, some of the audience have been going, fuck you, your movies are funny. Well, there's nothing I can say to that, but as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, I think you're, again, I just watched Spy again recently, and, a different thing, not seeing it in the theater, but seeing it by myself. And I'm like, wow, this is even funnier than I remember it, because it's just rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat where it needs to be. And I know heartbreaking, there's pieces in there where you just feel for her. But then watching you guys shoot today, and then I saw you bring everybody, the cast and crew together today, and you showed the gag reel, and I was watching them watch, and it was you could not tell the Chiefs from the Indians. There was a feeling on this where here your big stars are sitting in the middle of crew members, and everybody is just laughing at different things, and it was an amazing experience to see how chill and fun a giant set like this could be.
Yeah, I mean, my whole goal is to run a really fun set and to have a really good time and to make sure that everybody has a great time. We still have to get great work done and we have to do our best, but there's so many directors who seem to thrive on tension and creating tension on the set. And I just can't work that way. And maybe it's just because it's comedy versus drama. Although I know there's some comedy guys that do that too. And I can't, maybe it just comes from, I'm just so sensitive and I'm so conflict adverse. And I shut down. If there's, it's not negativity. If there's not aggression's not even the right word. If there's a tension, if there's, I want to solve it and I want to do everything to solve it. I guess it's the funny man, the stand-up in me wants to make everybody laugh and get everybody through this. And so I really want the set to be that way. And what happens is it just tends to trickle down into everybody. But I also don't hire, I make it a point very vociferously not to hire anybody who's a hothead, who's overdramatic, I want everybody's got to be even keel on this thing. And look, tensions can run high sometimes just when you're under the gun or this and that. But, there's no fighting, there's no yelling, there's nothing on our sets. And, and my AD who did Spy with me and then this, Artis Robinson is one of the, he's really a legend. He's done the giant, movies, Jurassic Park movies, and, from the old day, everything. Yeah. And he really knows how to run a set, but he's the most benevolent leader I've ever seen because he's both firm and just cracks the whip, but somehow everybody loves him.
The crew was just moving, it seemed to me, on their own. Everyone knew what they were doing, and I was not hearing orders being barked. It was a real team event out there for being, like I said, a massive film.
Well, you know what it is? You have to. This is my discovery on. I mean, this is the biggest film I've ever made. But even Spy was big budget wise for me. But you got to treat them all like they're little movies, just mentally, or you'll go crazy. And if you think about the pressure that's on it, look, it's all around me. I'm getting bombarded on Twitter constantly, and there's anytime we do anything, it leaks out into the press. But at the same time, you just have to go it's like when you're a performer or, anybody on camera, and if you stand in front of the camera and go there's millions of people watching me right now, then you would just shut down. You just go okay, we're just doing this. And that's the great thing about film is it is a private thing. And I go any of this stuff I can put in the movie or I can throw out. Nobody's going to know it exists until I get in the editing room and put it in the film. And so you just have to treat it all like we're just kind of having fun and we're, trying to make each other laugh and I'm trying to guard the story and the emotion and all that, but you can't think about it any bigger than that or you'll just shut down.
Well, when it comes to leaks, I noticed that so much stuff gets released through your Twitter, and which I thought was kind of brilliant because it's going the car is going, the Echo car is going to be out there, the proton packs, but you've done it all a little bit at a time and kept the buzz going.
Yeah, you know what? It's. I know this stuff's going to leak, and every time we were going to go into a situation where we'd have to be shooting out on the street, and, once you're on the street, you can shut down the street, but you can't black in every single window in every building that's surrounding you, the 20 stories high. So somebody's going to get it. Somebody's going to snap a picture and sell it. And so I just went, you know what? I'm going to put the picture out first. I'm going to undercut them so nobody can have a gotcha and we got this exclusive and just go and I can put out a better picture and go, here it is. And so just started doing that. And it just happened that it happened in one big kind of, several week period because they were just lining up and happening. But then it was kind of fun too, because there was something you do tend as a filmmaker, you kind of you want to hold your cards close to your chest and, I don't want anybody to know anything. And then when you're putting together the trailer, don't show all that stuff. People will know. And I'm learning now, it's okay to kind of get people excited with things. First of all, I'm lucky enough to be doing a movie that people actually care about. Because when you're making everything I've ever done in my career, except for maybe, when I'm on The Office or TV shows people know, is about this doesn't exist. Nobody knows it exists. Nobody knows what it is. I have to try to somehow get them interested in this thing. So having something that has this built-in, attention on it, I have to always remind myself when I get mad about something leaking out that I didn't control. I go it just matters that they care.
Right. And if you, me and you love comedy films, but how many films have that same kind of iconic baggage in the way Star Wars or Star Trek or any of those big Batman? Mm-hmm. I mean, people want to see what the uniform is, want to see what the car is. I can't think of another comedy film where people would be curious about that.
No, neither can I. And honestly, I've been an enormous Ghostbusters fan since it first came out. Like I said earlier, I kind of didn't think it had this much reverence to it. I just knew it was one of the things we go, oh my God, we love Ghostbusters. But then you find out it's as religious in a way as Star Wars, because there's just these group, everybody grew up with this thing. I was older when I saw it. I was out of college already. And so I go oh my God, this is such a brilliant comedy movie. But that's a guy in his 20s watching that. For, most of the guys that are upset with me seem to be guys who were about 7 or 8 when it came out and just grew up with their friends running around playing it. It became this way of life to them. And I respect that. And that's why I never wanted to make it sound, and it's been painted this way, and I probably made statements that made it sound like this too, where I go anybody who's against this is a misogynist. It's that's not true. There's plenty of people who are just mad that I'm just touching it again. And I get that. It's like somebody's going to remake the Godfather. I'd be like, hold on. Yeah. But at the same time, I couldn't argue with the fact that I was getting a ton of tweets that were just pure misogyny. There was no way to sugarcoat it. And so that I call foul on. But again, it all goes into this thing of it's this sacred thing to so many people, but to men especially. And that's what threw me is I didn't realize what a guy code bonding. It's like the sports of comedy movies.
Sure. Well, this is the movie that Bill Murray moved into, not just a funny guy, but literally an icon. Yeah. But you got Bill Murray to sign off on it, and Dan Aykroyd and Ivan couldn't get him to sign off on it in all those years. Yeah. How surprising was that?
It was really surprising. Yeah. You always hear it about Bill, and it's true. You just don't know until maybe the day before or the day of if he's going to show up. And so he had contingency plans and everything, but I'd heard my wife used to represent his brother Joel Murray, who's a very, very funny man.
Terrific actor.
Such a great guy, such a good actor. And through Joel, I'd heard that Bill liked my movies and had talked about wanting to work with me. So I knew there was a little bit of groundwork in there, but you can't count on that at all. And then he's also friends with some people on our crew, and then obviously Ivan, is one of our producers on this, and so he was on, and so it all, it seemed like it could happen, and yet we weren't sure. So when it did happen, it was pretty mind-bending. And when he was on set, again, I'm always trying to it's just a normal day. And even when he comes out, okay, well, Bill's here, and I hope he's happy and all that. But then suddenly he walked into our headquarters set, and I just kind of rocked back and was like, this is crazy. I'm on the set of the new Ghostbusters, and I'm directing, and Bill Murray is here. It's how could that possibly be? And he was so wonderful, and he was so into it, and he loves our ladies so much, and he couldn't have been more of a prince, and just I still pinch myself when I think about it.
Well, there's a guy who's really far from being a misogynist. Bill's always worked well with women, and I think again that's the thing that worked for this is he likes funny ladies, and it wasn't going to feel like competition to him. But when he walked out there and worked with them, these are people who grew up loving Bill Murray movies.
No, totally. So we're any of us in comedy. We're comedy groupies, and these 4 ladies are huge comedy groupies, and so it was a big deal. The thing was, Melissa had just worked with him, on St. Vincent. Yeah. So they were already kind of buddies. So she was actually calling him, and then Kristen knows him from SNL and all that stuff. So he had so many ins with people, but there was still just this giddiness among everybody when he was there because you just couldn't process it.
Well, I think he's as close to anybody who's in comedy who's ever gotten to be of like a Jack Nicholson status.
Yeah.
Where, I was at a prize fight once when there's 100 celebrities, but when Jack Nicholson came in, all the celebrities were turning around. Yeah. That's how people feel about Bill Murray. If he goes to get a hamburger somewhere, the whole town, it makes a newspaper.
Oh my God. Totally.
It's amazing.
No, totally. And he's one of the most present actors I've ever worked with because, he's so in the moment and he's reacting. That's what actors do, but I can't describe it. It's just like you're watching him work and he's just, comedy has to be effortless. And it's the guys like him. That's why Robert Downey Jr. is so great. These people who are just, they make it look so easy that they don't get credit sometimes for how good they are.
Yes.
It's like why Carell never won Steve Carell never won the Emmy for The Office because he made it look too easy. And it was, I worked with, directed 20 episodes of that show. The man worked hard. He worked his ass off to be that crazy character. That's not who he is, but that's what you get a Bill in there and he just, you don't see him sweat.
Yeah. And we've seen, you get that in sports. Willie Mays had it. Miles Davis had it where if you look at, let's say, a Jimi Hendrix, you don't know where the guitar stops and he starts. Some of the best people in comedy, you don't even realize that they've planned that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, being back with Kristen Wiig, obviously Melissa's a genius that way, but I hadn't, worked with Wiig since Bridesmaids, and I'm just going like, oh my God, like it's like a master class, but it's just that comedy DNA. It's like watching Farley work or whatever. You're just like, you can't not be funny. It's not possible.
Well, I watched, Kristen come in through your set and watched her turn it on, which is an amazing thing.
Yeah.
I mean, she comes through the set and is like, oh, there's a beautiful woman. And then moments later, you're like, there's a hilarious woman.
Yeah.
She has this ability to know what's funny about her. And that's the thing that's always great in a comedian. Somebody who knows what makes them in their bad mood being hilarious.
Yeah, totally. And their physicality. Every move, every muscle goes towards some funny or some heartbreakingly funny thing.
Yeah, and we don't always even know how to recognize that. Like you said, it's very, very difficult to know why a Farley made us feel something about ourselves. That's always the best comedians. You being in Freaks and Geeks, bringing that together to show that both sides are heartbreaking. You might look at the other side and think that has something to, but high school is hard for everybody. It's hard for the prom queen.
Yeah.
When you can show that to people.
Yeah.
Speaking of Freaks and Geeks, what a summer was for all you guys. Everything that came out in comedy, mind-blowing stuff you guys were involved with.
It's crazy. I mean, it's just so exciting that they're all doing so well, but they're all so smart. I mean, again, it goes back to kind of who you hire and the parameters you get to hire them under. And, when we put Freaks together, that was the one thing we said is just, we told the network, we're just going to throw the doors open wide. We're going to audition everybody. I don't care what they look like, we're just going to find the best people for the role. And because of that, the cream rises to the top. You see all these talented people, but you get a few people come in and you just, they rock you back in your heels and you're like, wow, you got everything going on.
Well, who would have thought they would have had North Korea ready to bring everybody down?
I know.
That was amazing.
I know. Yeah, but like, wow, my gang has disrupted the world.
Yeah, that was amazing. Judd Apatow takes Amy to the next level. And then I don't know whether you got to see the Vacation movie.
Yeah, I
thought it was terrific.
So good. And those guys, I'm so proud of those guys. Then you start to feel old because, John Francis Daley was like 13 years old when we hired. And all the other kids were really, gregarious and stuff. And he was this kind of, very shy little kid who just hung with his dad most of the time. But he would just turn on, he'd be so good on camera. But I barely knew him during it because I never had any interaction with him because he just sort of shied away all the time. And so to suddenly have him turn into this just force. And he's such a good guy.
I thought that they captured the tone of the vacation things as well as you could.
Yeah,
I really did.
They did such a great job, and the critics are so, look, I don't bash the critics, but critics don't know how to deal with comedy, and it makes me sad because, some things are just really funny, and they're not. I don't know. It doesn't fall into the category of like what they consider to be a great film made by a great filmmaker, but it's about the audience. The only reason we make movies is for the audience, and I love great filmmakers who are artistic and all that, but I think even them, they have to be taking the audience into account at some point, and the fact that, people in comedy, I mean, I've been very lucky that the critics have been very kind in general to my successful movies, not my early ones. They were, and rightfully so, probably. But, I just want people to judge things based on the intent with which they were made. And I think a lot of people look at comedy and feel there's some sort of evil agenda to it, or there's some sort of like lowbrow sort of fuck you coming from it, and you go like, no, I know all these people in comedy. We are all purely Sandler, all, the people who get excoriated all the time. We're all just trying to make an audience laugh. And whether it's your style of comedy, or you think it's too cheap, or it's too this, or too dirty, or that, it's still coming from a place where we just want to make you laugh. And I think it's, maybe I'm self-aggrandizing because I do it too, but you go like, we're trying to do such a noble thing. We're just trying to lighten your load, and when you just get punched down when you're trying to make people laugh, and you're like, oh fuck, and then you're like, yeah, if I did a drama, okay, but it's like, I don't want to make people sad for 2 hours. That's too easy. There's too much to make people sad these days.
Well, like you said, it's not like the critics or anybody loved Ghostbusters when it came out, or Meatballs when it came. It's only after years later.
Yeah.
That they get back and go, Caddyshack is a classic. You didn't treat it that way.
Oh my God, totally.
And
you go like, how many things could die in the crib that way? Because, it's just the terrible thing sorry. Critics have this power, and there's it's funny. Even though I say these things, like I will definitely look. If I see enough bad reviews on something, I'm like, do I want to take the time to see that? And then I have to gut check myself and go like, don't do that, because some things you just know are just going to be terrible just because the nature of them. But especially with comedies, I just try to force myself to go because I don't know. You just got to give. Again, you got to see these things for what they're worth.
Well, I can get it when a comedy's bad. It's a tough thing to sit through. To go out to a comedy club and it's not working that night is a very difficult thing.
Oh yeah.
For everybody. But at the same time, it's not cancer. It's not horrible.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you bring up Adam, and I think Adam Sandler, it seems as soon as they feel like, okay, there's starting to be a dog pile here, they'll all come jump.
Oh, no. People love a punching bag. And it's like, but it's like in everything in life. I always have to laugh when, like, I'm going to London, and people are like, oh, boy, well, the food's terrible in London. It's like, what do you like? That's from 30 years ago. That comment might have worked. You're like, oh, the French. We hate the French. Have you been to France? Well, no, but they suck. It's like, all right, well, okay. But so in that you do live in fear of becoming the person who it's fun to make fun of or to bash.
Well, it's always interesting too to see who rises above it and for how long.
Yeah.
I mean, Woody Allen had a time for many years that he just seemed to float over whatever could be said about it. I know that you were a giant fan of his.
Oh my God, yeah.
Growing up.
Oh yeah.
But to have that kind of person that you could still follow this many years later is phenomenal.
No, that kind of longevity in comedy. That's why I still, I know we talked about this before, but Joan Rivers still, I still get so sad when I think that she died because of what she died of, because to stay that relevant and to become, not only just stay that relevant, to become weirdly more relevant as the years go on, is impossible.
It is.
In comedy, it's impossible unless you have such a perspective on the world and you have such an openness to constantly change and to constantly listen to what people are laughing at and not be the person going like, don't tell me what's funny. I know what's funny. Those people don't know. That audience didn't get it. They didn't. The audience gets it. And that's the only person you should ever be listening to. And that's why when we put these movies together, we do test screening after test screening as we're putting it together, because I can tell you all day what I think is funny. And if they're not laughing at it, it's not funny.
Well, Joan is such a great example for me, because how many art forms can you keep getting better right up to the last day of your life?
Yeah.
And when we lost Joan, I had done, so many things with her, and I was so fond of her. I spent some time going back and watching her in the 90s, the 80s, 70s, 60s. I honestly think she was at her best now.
I totally do too. I mean, just for things we did with you, and when she'd be in Howard Stern, and just the talk show appearances, you're like, holy shit, she is. But she worked her ass off, and that's the thing. Yeah. And that's what people don't get. Again, it's that effortless thing. She made it look easy to pop off these jokes. She was writing nonstop, worried about it. You see that great documentary about her, and it's just like, but that's what so many, people coming up don't get. And it's always like, they take the thing of like, oh, that looks easy. I guess you're supposed to treat it like, I don't care. It's like, no, the people who say they don't care, who are famous behind the scenes, they care, and they care every single moment of their lives.
Yeah. You don't work that many people, you don't work for years and not be working smart the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, when people take risks, they're smart risks. They're interesting risks. Yeah. I think some of the best things that can ever happen when somebody has a really interesting failure. Yeah. That they tried something, they almost got there, but it's really a bridge to the next thing that they're going to do.
Yeah, and you just have to push through it. And the only, it's the sad thing is when somebody then gets knocked down because of it and loses the opportunities to keep doing it. I mean, that's for me why, after Bridesmaids, Making the Heat was terrifying, because like, if this isn't good, it's going to be very easy to say, well, he had one good one in him, and you can pin it on, all the people I worked with and stuff. And so, and to then have Spidey, I just want to get to a point where you could have a failure and still get at least one more shot at it. Because that's all you get. I mean, even that, it's hard, but if you could at least go like, but look, the goal is to never have a failure.
Yeah.
Or to, because, but you just got to be hard on yourself, and you got to be hard on the project, and you got to think like an audience member. You can never think with your ego. You have to think with your I don't want to say gut isn't the right word. You got to think with your sense of humor, really, and think with your eye that watches people laugh at things or watches what people are finding funny and go like, that's funny. That's funny. I think that might be funny, but they are going to tell me what's funny.
When you were in movie jail, as you put it, right? What kept you from quitting or taking your career in a different way?
Well, television, fortunately, it was there for me because I had always been able to direct TV, and there was enough people. I had, Freaks and Geeks bought me a lot, and then working on Arrested Development, bought me a lot. And so I love it. I just love doing it, but it was just that sad thing of like, oh shit, because I always wanted to make movies. I love television, but it's like, to me, I always wanted to make movies. And I was working on the best TV shows out there, and so I could never be sad about it. It just you just felt slightly unsatisfied, because you go like, I have stories I'm dying to tell, and I have things I'm dying to do that I might just not ever get to do, and so getting out of it was such a gift, and I got to credit Judd, who gave me the shot to do Bridesmaids, and Kristen too, who, allowed me to come on to it, because I couldn't get anything. I mean, it was almost like a done deal. I was going to do Diary of a Wimpy Kid, and then the last minute, someone at the studio just decided, they saw Unaccompanied Minors and went like, no, he can't do it. And I was like, wow, if I can't do a kid's movie, then I'm fucked.
Isn't it so funny though, how close both, extreme success and extreme failure, it's not a huge drop and it's not a huge leap.
Yeah. No, it's so true. And you just gotta, it's like anything. You just gotta keep going, keep powering through. And when I was so dead, there were moments I was like, oh, and I'd had, occasionally I'd have kind of a bad experience on a TV show because of whatever reason. And it was my agent, Renee Kurtz, my TV agent, who really, kept me alive, because she would for everything. I mean, the Arrested Development, after Freaks and Geeks went down, I was so bummed out. She was like, there's a show, Arrested Development, they want you to direct one. And I was like, I don't know. And she sent me like the pilot, and I was like, I don't know. And then I watched a bunch of them and like in a marathon, and like, okay, let me do that. And she, and then The Office, when they were going to do that, I was like, I don't know, and she's like, is it going to be big? And Nurse Jackie, all these things. And so she kept me out there, and then it allowed me I was just piling up episodes of television that people really liked. It wasn't because of me. I mean, I had a little hand in it, but I was working with, with some of the greatest writers and actors out there. But, I kind of, did a good job and had enough things where people saw it, and it got me another chance. But even at that, it wouldn't, without Judd letting me do Bridesmaids, I don't know if it would have gotten me to the point where I would have been given, another movie other than maybe like a really low rent kids movie.
Yeah. But even now, it's like there's movies trust television a lot more than they used to. I mean, Rian Johnson was sitting around directing Breaking Bad, and now they're like, well, that was great. Let's give you the Star Wars movies. Bobcat Goldthwait does his strange, funny, weird movies, but kind of makes a living doing television in between them. He did that great movie with Joel Murray too. That is so brilliant. So I always find that fascinating that now people can jump back and forth.
Having grown up in the 70s, you remember like as actor, like if you were an actor on TV, forget it. You weren't. That was it. And then John Travolta kind of broke through, and then Michael J. Fox, and then the wall started to slowly come down, and now it just seems so ridiculous that there was that wall, but it was a huge wall.
Particularly where, somebody can be funny on TV in those days for like 35 million people, but we won't put them in a film.
Yeah, which is crazy. And I always want to go back in a time machine and like grab some of those people and go, oh my God, we could have made the greatest movies of all time with these people.
Yeah, just let Bob Newhart run, right?
Oh my God,
film for a while.
Totally.
The thing about walking onto your set today, and we were able to go around, and the detail of that, it was fascinating, particularly for someone who lives in New York to be walking around in your secret location here in Massachusetts and feel like I'm walking down the subway tracks, feel like I'm on a rooftop.
Yeah.
That level is just stunning.
Well, I have an amazing team. I mean, it's funny. Jeff Sage, who has been my production designer on almost all my movies except for the two unsuccessful ones, he did Freaks and Geeks, and he's one of these guys who you go like, this guy will win an Oscar if he's given the right projects. But what he's been doing all these great movies, but they've all been, a lot of Judd's movies and stuff, which are they're just sort of slice of life movies. And so he's, making houses and, stores and those kinds of things. But, and he does an amazing job on that. But to be able to let him run, and, when I brought him on to Spy and say like, I'm going to make you do a giant James Bond movie, and he just killed it. And then this, bringing him onto this, look, the studio at first wanted, somebody who's done Terminator movies and these giant things. I remember saying that. I said, like, you guys, when this is done, you are going to want this guy on every one of your movies. And now he's just crushed it. Now they're in love with him, and he and his team are just, it's a level that he's playing on a level that I haven't seen a lot of people do. And when you see the movie and see the textures in this movie,
it's phenomenal. There's I don't want to give obviously anything away, but I'll just say there's a hotel that feels like the perfect New York hotel. I know you love Art Deco.
Yeah.
Walking into that lobby was stunning.
Yeah.
As I said, we're walking down the subway tracks and we got nervous, even though we know there's no train.
I mean, then they laid like the train tracks down the way that you do with. I mean, those are actual metal ones, and they have a crane pulling it, and they're putting in the spikes one at a time, and it's bananas.
Yeah. Then you walk upstairs and you feel like you're in the station.
Yeah.
It felt like a Twilight Zone.
No, it's crazy. And the thing with this movie, I've been really hardcore is, look, it's so easy these days to go, let's just shoot everything on a green screen. We did some stuff on green screen because we were having to do some pickups today that you saw. But it's very easy to kind of go digital with everything. And this one, from day one, I said, like, I want to do as much in-camera practical as I can, even with our ghosts and stuff, and so, not giving anything away, but it's just, there's so much stuff that we are doing live with the actors, there, and then we're going to just augment with CGI, but I want performance, and I don't want my actors having to act against a tennis ball.
Well, that was Jurassic Park. The first Jurassic Park, which blew us all away, was using both.
Exactly.
And then since then, we've gotten away, and it's just complete, and it feels less than ever.
And there's such a fatigue, I feel, from so many people, because you can see everything, you're like, okay. But there's something, you just know if somebody's in the room with something or if they're not. And like you're saying about Jurassic Park, and like for me, it was Star Wars as a kid, just like, it looks so real, and yet going like, those are models. Oh my God, how do they do that? How do they make those models? Like, I could hold that thing. Digital means nothing, and you're just kind of like, all right, I don't play video games, so I don't want to watch a video game.
Right. And certainly don't want to see video games fight and chase each other.
No, exactly.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
But you do have the real textures in this, which is stunning. But what are you looking for to scare some people with this as well?
Yeah, I want scares. I definitely want it to be scary and creepy, but in kind of a old-fashioned kind of gothic way. I'm not looking to make where Friday the 13th or those kind of thing. I just wanted to be spooky and tension, but fun at the same time, and so we're really gonna push it both ways. And we're also trying to. This is not an R-rated movie like I normally do. We're going definitely a PG-13 with this because I want this. You want this to reach a broad audience.
You got to have the kids.
Well, that's the thing, and it's to see how important it was to kids growing up. And for me, there's no agenda, but at the same time, when I see some of our characters, these female characters who are scientists and this and that, doing this awesome science stuff in the movie, I go like, I want girls to see this so that they can go like, oh my God, I can be a scientist. I can do all that kind of kick-ass stuff. I get really choked up when I see some of that stuff sometimes. I go like, this is so empowering. Lego did a little kit, like a specialty kit they did. It was like a science lab with these 3 women scientists in this lab. And they sold it as kind of a, just like a one-off or whatever. The demand for it was so strong that they put it out again. And like, it's like one of their, was it like a top seller?
Well, is that something you originally set out to do? Because you get so much credit for people. Oh, he works with women well, but that was never.
No. I mean, it's so funny. So many people, some of the worst haters, like think it's this PC agenda. Always saying, like, PC agenda. It's like, it's not a PC agenda. The only agenda I have is I got tired of watching funny women not get to be funny. And it's as simple as that. And it drove me crazy. And seeing women's parts be so subservient and so just a man's version of what a woman is, it's just like enough already. Because when I saw people I know who were talented, from Sarah Silverman to to Rachel Harris, having these roles, and you're like, why are they just unfunny shrews? These are 2 of the funniest people I know. And then all these other women who are just sitting around can't even get roles, or they have to. I'm kind of the best friend to the pretty girl who's not really funny, but she can kind of get a joke off, and so. All right, but she's gorgeous, so she's a comedy star. It's like, no, that's not a comedy star. I want people who are going to make me piss my pants laughing, and I would, even when I was putting this together, I made a big list of all the women I think are funny, and then I made a special checks next to the ones I said, who makes me laugh so much my stomach hurts? And there's a big list of those people. And so it's just, and it's selfish on my behalf because I just happen to find women being funnier. And guys have it covered. That's the other thing. Sure. It's like, there's, look, Seth and Evan, all these, they're so fucking funny. Like, it's not like there's a dearth of funny guy comedies out there. Yeah. So, but, it's just happened to line up in a great way. And it's just so much fun to let these women be funny and find things to put them in that people weren't putting them in, but to put Leslie Jones as one of the stars of a movie is such a thrill, because, I don't know, she's not Hollywood's version of who should be starring in a movie. Honestly, by Hollywood's old standards, none of this cast pass that test by that shitty old standard of like they gotta be rock hot and red hot and they got and they find their way around a joke. It's like, yeah, okay, but that's what I always call like the good for you actresses, where you're like, hey, you told a joke, good for you.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's like I didn't laugh, but yeah, you didn't mess that up. Versus then like on comes Kristen Wiig, on comes Melissa and Kate and Leslie, and you're like, fucking hell, they are killing me.
Well, like you said, you've helped turn two of these women into stars. There's two more who anyone who's ever watched SNL figures has at least got a shot to break out. And that's as exciting as it can get for you, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's so exciting. Yeah. When both of them are destroying, I'm just like, get ready. Like, that level you go like, these two women are about to explode on the public. Yeah. And nobody has any idea what's about to hit them.
Well, I was watching Kate today, and her, from my point of view, her confidence level was through the roof, and you've got to have that to be really funny.
Oh, totally. And she's just every I love to be surprised, and like every take is like, what's Kate gonna do? And sometimes you're like, oh my God, that's not at all what I wanted or anything, and then you suddenly go like, but that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I thought one of the brilliant things too, if it ever can make a gag reel where you were putting them through something that a lot of women would not like having shots, and you're going, okay, this is hard, but it's worth it. And Melissa says, coming from the guy in the nice suit,
sitting in a chair off the set, exactly.
And you said, I'll have another martini, and it was that type of thing where you're like, everybody is on the same page here. And as I said, I didn't see any divas. I didn't see any big stars. Everybody was just part of this together as a team.
But that's what's so great about comedy people, and especially people who come from the sketch world and the improv world, is they are team players, and it's all about making not only yourself look good, but everybody else around you look good and making the project look good. And it just makes it delightful.
Well, I also know that you guys are carrying this on for Dan Aykroyd, who created the concept. And the thing is, he is a believer. I've talked to him before. Yeah. He has a sense of humor about this. Yeah. But he believes.
Oh yeah. And he came in and did a cameo with us, and he was so lovely, and he was just, he loves the girls. He just loves the whole concept of it. He's been so supportive. No, he's a great guy.
What was that like for you? You're sitting there, you're holding this franchise that he started.
Yeah, it's terrifying. It's all. I mean, again, it was another surreal moment, because not only was Dan Aykroyd, mean Ghostbusters to me, but Dan Aykroyd was my hero. I mean, from the early days of SNL, he was the one I'd fixated on, because he did all the characters, he did all the voices, he did all the impersonations, and I would just like. He was kind of like a god to me. I think probably more than anybody on the cast from that first season, he was the one I really latched onto. And so suddenly having him there, was so special. But also just what he came up with and created with this thing. I mean, it's funny. Like I always go like, fuck, I wish I had thought of Ghostbusters. Right. Because it's such a good idea. And as we're like doing our stuff with all this technology and stuff, I'm like, this is the fucking greatest idea for comedy, because it's funny, it's an arena for funny, but it's so fucking kick-ass with the equipment and the gear and just, the ghosts and fighting the giant stakes. It's a brilliant idea. And so I think part of me was just like, when I was trying to talk myself out of doing it, I was like, I can't let this great idea sit there. There was two, and those two exist, and they're not going anywhere. Those will always be there, but to let this franchise just sort of go away seemed like a crime. And, so many people like, all you ever hear is, two things on my tombstone is, thanks for ruining my childhood. And the other one is, no, there's no more original ideas in Hollywood. And it's like, right. I know, I hear that, I get it. But first of all, everything I've ever done is an original idea before I did this. And it's like, oh, you don't have any, it's like, that's everything I did was original. Yeah. But more than that, you go like, yeah, but it's an idea, and I think a lot of people think we just took the original Ghostbusters script and we just changed all the names to women's names and that's what the movie's going to be. And it's like, no, we would never do that. We just love the arena of funny people fighting the paranormal is such a great thing. And so it's really, I wanted that. There's so much more you could do with that. And that's what
Well, the fact that you've got Aykroyd, who's going, well, this is great. Murray, who thinks this is great. Everybody else has to fall in line.
Oh, no, totally.
They respect those folks.
Oh, no, totally. But then there's just some haters you just can't please. Like, they turn on every one of those guys once they do it. Like, oh, fuck him. He sold out.
Sure.
It's like, wow, you really, even the guys who created it can't get a break.
Well, the thing is, before the internet, we didn't know what an asshole everyone was.
And what strong opinions they have on stuff that you go like, really? Do you really have a strong, anything you bring up, somebody's got an amazingly strong, passionate opinion about.
Well, I had a racist uncle, and I'm just so glad he never had the chance to tweet. It would have been horrible.
I think he's alive and he lives in England. He's been tweeting me pretty much every day.
But I'm just so glad that we kept that opinion in our family. It didn't go anywhere else.
Well, it used to be just crazy people who wrote angry letters to corporations.
Yeah. And how nuts did you have to be to do that?
Totally.
Now you could, a lot of these guys, they'll tweet it and go later, hey, I was just trying to get you to pay attention to me.
Well, I had, honestly, there was, when our ladies went and visited that children's hospital, it was a very pure thing that happened. We were filming right next to the Tufts Medical Center, and there's the kids unit up top. And when we were doing this big scene, we were there for a number of days. And the kids put all these signs up in the windows saying, who are you going to call? And so the girls saw that, and they were just like, we want to go visit those kids. I was like, totally. Put on the stuff, wear your gear, and go up and visit them. That was it. And they went up there, and the hospital staff took pictures, and they took pictures of everybody, and somehow it got out. It was not us. And all of a sudden, manipulate, how dare you use those kids? And then there was some exchange between this girl. I don't know. I got pulled in this thing on Twitter, and this girl made this really terrible comment about the girls and all that. And I direct messaged her, and I said, and it was, I don't remember what the comment was. It was beyond sort of being mean. It was really horrible. And I just wrote, I said, like, I just got to tell you, that's so terrible what you just said. These women went out of the kindness of their hearts, made these kids' days. There was no agenda on this whatsoever. This is just something that happened. And this girl wrote back, she's like, I'm so sorry. I got caught up in this thing with it. I was trying to look cool in front of this person who tweeted this thing, and I don't know. And it's just like, you go like, but that gave me, I was kind of like, it made me both happy because you go, yes, there's still that humanity in that anonymous world of the internet, but it also bummed me out like the people feel they have to go to that. But again, it's like if you sit around joking with your friends and you're making a bunch of shitty jokes, that's usually just, it doesn't exist. Yeah, except to your friends. But now it goes out and it hits everybody. And I just never quite understand. I guess I do. I mean, the power that you get by going, like, if you put my address on it, it goes right to me. And if you put Obama's address on something, it basically goes right to him. So, that's why Hollywood used to have, all business has secretaries and gauntlets you got to run to get to the boss. And now it's literally like, hey, I can just get to the boss on my phone.
Oh, yeah.
And I can put a knife in anybody.
Well, you brought up Saturday Night Live earlier. If you watch Saturday Night Live with Twitter, you will see people getting upset seconds into this, writing the Michael Che will write back to him. And I'm like, I wouldn't have dreamed I could have reached Chevy Chase in my life.
Oh, totally. Totally.
Let alone somebody who expects an answer back from the guy who's on Saturday Night Live.
I know. And I honestly, I think it's the greatest thing and the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
I would never want a world without the internet because I think it's just made everything, it's done so much. There's more better that it's done than worse. But the worst that it's done is really, it's why if you get in the public eye, you have to like manage it. I never want to be the person who doesn't do it. It's funny, like, the Gamergate women went through this where everybody was like, just get off the internet. And it's like, I don't want to get off the internet. I love the internet. That's my domain. It's like chasing me out of my neighborhood. And I feel that way too. And, I have always had such a lovely relationship with everybody on the internet until the Ghostbusters thing. And then it got so contentious. But it's like, I'm not, I had moments ago like, fuck it, I'm just going to close down my account. It's like, no, I'm not. And I've never blocked anybody because I would just need to manage it. And I have to put it in perspective for myself as a human being to go like, I want to take in all this info, but I have to go like, if there's two guys who are fucking hammering on me every day and calling me an asshole, that's two guys out of, the whole world. I just have to put it in perspective. And that's so, it's so hard. I'm a big Richard Dawkins fan. He said, humans just can't put large numbers into perspective. It doesn't mean anything to us because it's so abstract in our world. And that's what the internet is. You have to go like, okay, this, what do these numbers mean? And, I've had plenty of people get mad at me because, it's 5,000 angry people. And then there's more of us than that. It's like, maybe they're not, but I can't let, Look, if the whole world went crazy and we don't want this, that would mean something to me. But, I would at least listen to that. But this is, the loud ones are angry, but most people are really excited about this. And, you can't let, the fringe kind of, or the passion, the overly passionate cut off things that other people might just enjoy.
Well, they're not, they're not creators. You're a creator. I mean, it's one thing to be a critic and a fan, and we're all that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, how many people really create?
Yeah.
No,
it was fun. I mean, Saturday Night Live is such a funny flashpoint for that, because I remember in the 80s when I was a stand-up, and we'd, all sit around and watch it, and everybody around me would get so angry about stuff, and they'd, this sucks. And I remember just at one point sitting, and we were stand-ups, so we were working, but at the same time, I remember sitting back and going like, we all suck because none of us are actually putting ourselves out there and doing that, and it's like, you can't, and once you start doing it, you go like, again, like I talked about earlier, it's like everybody's in it pure of heart. Nobody's in like, I'm going to be shitty and I'm going to put a terrible comedy. It's like, they're going, this is funny. We think this is funny. And these people, are making me laugh. and so, yeah. So if but look, everybody should have an opinion. I never want to say like, nobody should have an opinion, but you want to at least go like, just realize we're trying to make you laugh.
Well, like I said, I've never talked to you at this point of one of your projects. Tonight I watched you say goodbye to Melissa because it was her last day and Kate's last day. Yeah. How much more do you take a break before editing? Or
yeah, I'm going to take 3 weeks and go to Italy.
Go to Italy, forget about it.
Yeah, you never forget about it. But yeah, just try to just decompress, because I went back to back with this and Spy, and so I literally as I was posting Spy, we were prepping Ghostbusters. So I went into Ghostbusters going like, there's a chance I might not make it to the finish line, but then you just go like one day at a time, one shot at a time, one scene at a time.
Well, I hope to see you, about when the movie's ready to come out and see how you feel about it.
Anytime, Ron.
But I had to tell you, it's one thing to be a fan of yours for so long, but to see you on the set and that set today, it was just stunning. It was just an amazing experience.
Oh, thanks. I really meant a lot for you to come here. You're one of my favorite people, and the fact that you're such a supporter of comedy and you're so smart and articulate about it and care about it. There's nobody else I really wanted to come here to do this except you. So thank you so much, my friend, and I'll see you when you're done. Sounds good, Ron.